Might as well start now. So, yesterday I was all out sick. Well, half of it I was sick, half of it was, just went out in general with friends. So I couldn't actually do 6.2 stuff. Which is a real shame because, I spent half the time checking Twitter and seeing, not spoiler stuff, thank God my feed and the people I follow. Um, uh, thank God that, like, they bothered to actually mark their spoilers. Um, and anything that I did see is stuff I've already seen in like pre-release material. So I'm just hoping that nobody else is. Well, Sky's gone on to do the patch. Tef and Rel. I know that I logged in yesterday to check out who was doing the patch, and it was a good number of people. So I should probably turn on the music. Uh, so gonna spend the time doing story mostly, and then doing the normal raids, just to get those out of the way, and then fucking around with Island Sanctuary, because that's what everybody else is doing, yeah? So, if I sound a little scuffed, maybe that I'm sick. I'm not as sick as I was on Monday. I'm not weak, so I can actually like sit at the computer. What am I doing? It's right there. Rots. I can actually like sit at the computer now. I'm not like physically weak. I suppose being outside helped me yesterday, but it also might have hurt me because I'm pretty sure that I'm sick because of pollen allergies. Last week I mowed the lawn, so so maybe it's just allergies acting up from that. Shit, I didn't bother to eat anything yet, so might take a break after story, in between story and raids to eat. But that's customary. I've always done that, yeah. Just taking a break between story and raid. Oh, didn't they add? They didn't. They added the Ether Shard in what was it the alchemy place, something, because like it's a frequented location that we. Also, are the Manderville weapons? I should have checked the patch notes. It's exactly what the That's exactly what the content to expect is. Let me check that real quickly. Why is that out of full screen? Fine. Exactly what content are we looking at here? Because I want to go through basically everything. Alright, 6.2 notes. We have main scenario quests, which seem to be plentiful yet serviceable. Pandemonium. Tataru's quests, yes. Gotta do that. They've changed up some of the other quests from the before times, so like the Heavensward quests, they've changed up. I know, I saw on Twitter a lot of people were pointing out the fact that the Haurchefant's, spoilers. Well, I mean, I'm doing the story here. Haurchefant's death scene, was revamped, with new voice lines. I saw that, so. Let's see. In search of, I'm gonna choose to say Ashdaya. If they say it Ashdaha like they do in Genshin Impact, I'm gonna choose to say that is Ashdaya, because that sounds more correct to me. Yeah. Ah, excellent timing, Sumnus. Just a moment ago, I received word from the Ironworks. They have completed the task, and are on their way to the reinforced warding scales. Similarly, Our alchemists have also succeeded in creating an artificial Atomos. All is in readiness for our journey to the void. I have instructed our comrades to gather at the great work. Let us head there at once. Alright. Great work. Yeah. I suppose that would be the name of the sister at this point. Yeah? That would make sense if that was the name of the sister. Since Eshdaya, God, I hate Genshin's pronunciation so much. It just sounds wrong to me. Is like an Eastern Dragon a myth? You know this. That's the reason why they fucking have that in Genshin, anyways. Y'shtola, waifu, mommy. What do you got now? There you are, Somnus. I present to you the fruits of the alchemist's labor, the artificial Atomos. Though we've yet to put it to the proof, its ether is practically identical to that of the original, a truly remarkable feat in no short of time. Aye, our alchemists have outdone themselves yet again. Small wonder that they are the pride of Zetan. I would express my gratitude to Nidana, but it appears she isn't here. She rushed off after bringing the Atomos to attend to a pressing task, but said that she would return ere we set forth. Which should be shortly after our friends from the Ironworks arrive with the warding scales. Did someone say warding scales? Because it just so happens we have them. Right on cue. 'Tis good to see you all again. But for the president himself to attend, keen to bear witness to our little experiment, are you? You know I am. I was there at Crystal Tower, lest you forget. I wouldn't miss this for the world. You don't mind if we come along to see you off, I hope. It's thanks to these three that we could finish the work so quickly. 'Twas my painstakingly collected data that made the reinforcement possible. The scales will last a good 10 years in the void, with nary a hint of degradation. As the ones who did the actual reinforcing, we guarantee their quality as well. They'll keep you safe. But enough bragging. Here are the scales. Good thing the scales damage wasn't to anything too major. It's just a little reinforcement. With these, we can search for my sister without fear of corruption. I know not how to repay you. Don't mention it. Midgardsormr came to our rescue in the rift. It's the least we could do to help his children. Thank you. Well, my friend, my only regret is that I won't be able to accompany you on this latest grand adventure. Wait! Nidana, is aught the matter? Before you depart, Your Excellency, there is something we wish to present to you. Will you please come with me? I would not delay us without a good cause. Very well. Forgive me, my friends, but I require a moment. Excuse me. Morning sickness, mostly. Evidently enough, yeah, if it wasn't obvious enough, I just woke up like half an hour ago. Something like that. He's certainly taking his time. What sort of grand precedent could take so long to receive? The kind that'll help him in the void, I presume. In that God's forsaken place, he'll need all the help he can get. But you of all people ought to know that, eh? Oh yeah, Nero wrestled himself out of the void, didn't he? And now we get cut to flashback of him doing exactly that. Oh, no, never mind. There's a voice cutscene.
My apologies for keeping you waiting.
Vritra, I presume.
Ah, he's grown up!
Indeed, this vessel now serves as a host for my eye. I was aware that the alchemists were busy preparing something, but this...
They made him a big boy now.
We couldn't well send you on such a perilous mission unprepared, Your Excellency.
He looks
We
neat.
spared no effort in crafting the body, and I dare say you'll find it adept at wielding weapons and magics both.
Awesome. Probably not going to come with us. He's a tank, obviously. So...
'Twas our intent to present it to you sooner, but we could not bring ourselves to do so, knowing we could yet improve it further. Pray forgive us.
Is it quiet?
That is not to forgive. I am grateful for this fine vessel, and shall put it to good use.
I know for a fact that Xenoblade 3 is louder than this game, so I'm just wondering if it's too quiet. I know no one will answer that, it's just...
Again, I ask that you watch over Radzatan in my absence. The dangers we go to face are great and many, and I fear I will be unable to give matters here due attention. And in opening the Void Gate, there is ever risk that Voidsent will find their way into our world.
Rest assured, we are more than prepared. Our soldiers have been training under Master Estinian. On my honor, we will not suffer a single fiend to pass. So, think only of your mission, Rasha. Ah, but seeing as this is a different body, perhaps we should use a different name.
Nay, Bashan shall suffice. Though I may have thus grown up, I am as ever a little brother to you all.
As you say, as you say. Go then, Vashan. And best of luck.
He's still small, yeah. This is like adolescent raw body, yeah? So...
I have something for you as well. While you were gone, Urianger paid us a visit. As you may recall, he joined us on our foray into Arzadar's legacy, in part to conduct research for the Loporrits.
Oh, do I have some new bunny technology then?
Research they were delighted to receive, and which has already inspired them to consider new ways to improve their own treasure vault. As a token of their gratitude, Livingway entrusted a familiar relic to Urianger.
Ah, crystal.
Aye, the crystal, which showed the way to Meteion. The Loporrits no longer have need of it, and thus saw fit to return it to us. Harboring the power of light, it could well aid us in our mission in the Void. And who better to bear Hydaelyn's gift than her chosen champion?
If there is nothing left to discuss, then let us depart. Our boat awaits us in Akyali.
Right, onwards we go. Alright. The satrap and your fellows have already departed for the vault. Are you ready to set forth? Yes. Right, because we have to open the void gate there, don't we? Man, he may be smaller than the average Elra, but he's still big. I think it's minimum height male Elra, which makes it a noticeable difference between upper male Elra, but still huge. Wait a minute. Black Mage, Dragoon, Paladin. That makes it so that I have to be the healer. Unless Vershawn's gonna...
I shall now lift the seal.
Unless Vershawn's gonna be closer to Cleric than he is Paladin.
In the name of Al-Sadal III, I cast open this door unto the void!
Go. Absorb the void gate. It worked. We should have no trouble passing through a gate of that size.
What can we expect to find after stepping through?
On my previous foray, I emerged in a castle swarming with void scent. I was hopelessly outnumbered and forced to turn back. But together, I am confident we can hold our own. Upon our arrival, let us deal with any hostile entities and secure the area. The command of our mission, I leave in your capable hands. In the event of battle, I shall adapt my tactics to complement your own.
Okay, so he's an all-rounder. He can be healer.
Should we require healing, I can provide it.
Oh, never
It
mind.
would be a welcome change of pace from my recent havoc wreaking.
Okay, never mind. You still might heal me. Okay.
Take heart, my friends, and have faith. We will brave this broken world and rescue my sister Ashdaya.
Yay! It is Ashdaya! I knew that was the right pronunciation. Fuck you, Genshin Impact. Fuck you, Genshin Impact. Yeah, they pronounced it Ajdaha in Genshin, which fucking just... I don't know the exact pronunciation, if it is indeed Ashdaya, but I knew for a fact that that could not be right. That Ajda could not be right. Because it sounds white as fuck, and this was clearly not a white dragon, so... Anyways, let's go with, Y'shtola as my healer, I suppose. I didn't know that was going to be the role she was gonna take, but yeah. And Varshan's going to be a DPS. Alright. I'll be Gunbreaker, of course, because as little as I play it, it is my main. So... Hopefully with this new patch, I'll be able to finally get all level 90s at some point. I still haven't gotten Y'shtola's, Trust to 90. Trust Avatar to 90. Just, I think she's stuck at like 87, 88. Ah, this is familiar. I guess we are crossing between worlds again, huh? So this would only make sense. I'm looking at all the rocks around us though. There's way more than 14 shards probably as well. Like there's probably 14 actual reflections, but like different shards be different shards, man. The Fell Court of Troya. Ooh, Varshan's gonna use a spear as a DPS, not a sword and shield. Y'shtola? Oh right, I forgot her, like, she's multi-classing, so her first class is fucking Conjurer. Oh man. I know I could just do the, let's go. There we go. Anyways. I guess Varshan is technically gonna be a Dragoon. Quite a literally twisted place to Void. So focused. Stay focused. Void Center could be an... I guess that makes sense. Varshan is literally a dragon. So him being a Dragoon makes sense when he's a DPS. Him being a Paladin also makes sense. Fuck, I don't have my tank stance. It's a good thing they only focus on one enemy. Yeah, Y'shtola technically multi-classed, so she's only a conjurer, she didn't become a white mage. I think in lore as well, like that makes sense, considering that in lore, white mages are, like, special. Right?
You underestimate me.
How different are Varshan's Dragoon abilities compared to Estinian's? He looks like our Lancer Dragoon that we play. It doesn't look like he does any jumps though. Cause I can only see him doing the basic combo. Yeah, I think he's still only doing the basic combo. I don't know if he's doing any jumps. I guess that really does balance it out though, since Estinian's using the more Dragoon-y abilities, so... These ones appear to be sentries. Guarding the dungeon, I shouldn't doubt. music's nice. If a little mellow for, you know, being hell essentially. Trying to get accustomed to my Gunbreaker rotation again. It's been a while. Yeah, I don't think Varshan does any of like the Dragoon shit, so like no Blood of the Dragon, no Blood of the Dragon, no jumps, no Nestron or Gear Skills. Just basic. Oh shit! I just looked at my health. To be fair, I'm just back in a little on the cooldowns. Not registering the fact that Druskull is literally not even a white mage.
You underestimate me.
Yeah, Shinian's doing all the Dragoon shit, so like Blood of the Dragon, or I guess in his case Shadow of the Dragon, Star Diver, Jump, Nestron. He doesn't use Gear Skull, I think he skips straight to Nestron. Whereas Varshan just uses the basic Lancer, Dragoon stuff. Although he's still marked as a Dragoon. It appears rats have wandered into my castle. Tear them apart if you must. Their drifting ether will suffice. Let's see. Varshan says, is she the mistress of the castle? To which Asinian says, whoever she is, will tend to her like the rest. So. Yeah. So this is another one of those ad fights. I wonder why they decided to put an ad fight. I guess they put it as the first fight for that, so it makes sense. Roast them whole! Bow ties, yes, bow ties. Oh goodness, there's so many of them. I'm liking this dungeon so far. Just both in terms of aesthetics. I like the aesthetic. Gaming. I'm okay with it starting off with an ad fight. But I didn't really have too much of an issue with the ad fights of, let's say, like, of Emerald. It's just that it took a long time for satisfaction to be had in terms of killing a shit ton of things. Because the ad spawned really slowly. And there were some that you could only single target, so... And of course, the perspective is different if you're a DPS or a tank. If you're a tank, then this is fucking... This is a dream. This fulfills the tanking fantasy of going in, guns a-blazing. Getting aggro and everything.
You underestimate me.
Taking all the heat and attacking both sides. Oh, Rashonda Braver has woman ring. Oh wait, no, that's just because we have only one. That's it. We kill this one. Okay. It does not take a lot to kill the thing like that. There's too many of them, though, I feel. But then again, like, I'm doing it with trust, so everyone's single targeting with, like, the occasional multi-target. Whereas I'm sure, like, if I did this with real players,
You underestimate me.
like, we would like them more with all these ads. Just so, I'm sure. Very well then. Ah, now it's time for the big one. You are finished! No. This is a DPS check. Do we just focus on killing him? Oh! The ones that tether to the one guy make the one guy's AoE bigger, but that's it. Otherwise, it's just a big evil DPS check. A DPS check that we can pass very easily, right? Forgive me, my lady. Well fought, friends. Let us press on. Troyan circle. Well, it's better than what I have right now. Oh, I can't change it right now, though. I'll change it later. Besides, I want to keep my crown. Fight the sisters. That should be the castle proper. Not too shabby. You were telling me we were just in a fucking tower? Oh, we were definitely just in a tower. This is like Grand Cosmos level of fancy. Holy shit. As grand a castle as I've ever seen. If the mistress is here, we must repay her earlier kindness. These guys are a bit tankier. I mean, they're bigger, like physically, so it makes sense that they're a bit tankier than some of the guys we fought before. Does she still not have regen? Well, she has Medica. I haven't seen her cast regen. Normal regen. But he might not have regen. That's just fine. So, I think this is a dead end, actually. The map says it's a dead end. Yeah, the door doesn't open or anything. I want to explore. I'm doing it with trust dungeons. I might as well explore. The only other time I could do it is in explorer mode, right? So. Who is that? The woman in the painting, do you suppose? I suspect it's the mistress in bygone days. Ooh. this castle was like fucking Stargate into the void, or if this was like already in the void. I suppose. No, the void became the void because the Ascians fucked up, right? So like, presumably every structure here was part of this, like, the civilization that was here in Days Gone Past. How long Days Gone Past was ago, we don't know, because, you know, all the shards go on different timescales, right? So we can assume that this castle is here because it was a structure in the void before. Okay, so we have... I'm assuming that is the mistress of the castle. That's a guy. Kind of... Well, that's an Elezen, so I guess it would resemble most Elezen. That one's face is gone. That one... faded, but I can tell it's a dude. It's a bald dude. Kinda like Geralt. This one's face is entirely gone. But I can tell she was like a witch of some sort, obviously. This old man, Elezen boy. Interesting. And we have this one right here. Another Lady Rogadin. A lot of these are like very faded, by the way. This one's like pretty much gone, actually. Like, we can see, like, the general composition of what they, like, were posing, or how they were posing. And it can only presume it's a woman. Like, and this one is also can only presume it's a woman. See a little bit of her hair, but no face. This one, she already had a mask on, so, you know, faces was definitely a, just a no-go anyways. And, wow, a lot of their faces are gone. Yeah, I suppose this is what happens when you don't restore paintings. Can you sit in the chairs? Nope, it's not a sit thing. Because I know you can in the Grand Cosmos. Alright. This is the diner, I assume, yeah? Anyways, get over here, buddy. These guys go down like bitches too. I guess you're supposed to double hold this, right? There's another roll that you should do. Just so you can go past the road. But I want to admire the inner scenery a little more. It's like a combination of World of Darkness and Hawk Manor. Or like Hawk Manor hard. I suppose that makes sense since Hawk Manor was like corrupted by the Void itself, right? So like, have dust drapes and mismatched carpeting and stained carpets, and all this stuff is kind of fucked, honestly. Ooh, these statues, ominous. Kind of reminds me of the Amara teams. Wonder if that's any significance. Yeah, I assume you have to double fold them into here. A lot of big giant statues, needling and like limping here. This is just full on, just like partition. Same thing as this. These guys have a really small aggro range, by the way. Basically, you just kind of have to, like... Because they let me just kind of look at the partitions and just...
You forced my hand.
We have Beatrice. I'm assuming this is the mistress. Surprise, surprise! I sense potent magics from her. Have care. Okay. Well, I suppose I'll wait for my Bloodfest to recharge. In the meantime, we can examine the fact that they're all kneeling and limping, like in the previous room. So someone clearly has some sort of god complex. And this is not the last boss either, so like... Clearly there's more. This is not like a throne room or anything. Actually, no, this is! That looks like a throne. A small, tiny, not very decadent throne. But I mean, like, it's a seat in the middle of a court. So, like... the guys here have knight's armor. This is just robes from before. I'm assuming this is, like, representations of her army, I guess? Why are they giant? I gotta wonder, why are they giant? Because presumably they would be about the same size as us, yeah? Alright, fight. But you should make it this far. No matter, I'll devour you personally. Come gaze into my eyes. So, look away. I am. Oh yeah, look away. It's sides of the, Oh, so... Okay, so those are like circle AoEs. Centralized at like the center of the line. I guess? Oh, they have to stay far away from me? The trick. Oh. Boy. Oh, fuck, Estinian!
You underestimate me.
Maybe they pumped up the numbers of the... Did Bertrand just do a Dragoon thing? I don't know exactly what that was, but that looked cool. Look away from those first, and then look away from these. Gotcha! I know what that means. That's a stack. So we stand here. Let that go completely. Then stand over here. Let the other two go completely.
I am of the first rule. You underestimate me.
That's all the mechanics. it is the second boss, not the last one, so... How could this be? How could you resist my gaze? I don't know, but you're not exactly a looker. Oh, never mind, actually, you are. Death too strong! Someone else can devour them! She's quick on her feet, if nothing else. She may still be a threat after her. After her. I was gonna say, like, you're not exactly a looker, and I realized, like, oh, wait, no, you're scantily clad. Of course you're a looker. Unfortunately, my lawful good ass is not going to succumb like that. Nope, sorry, Bob. I've been watching D&D horror stories lately of like just people in D&D groups having like really fucking bad times. And one consistent through line, and a couple of the crazy ones, was that like someone was playing like a paladin, and like some other person who was obviously not the paladin tries to make the moves on the paladin, and the paladin has the perfect excuse to say no. I don't want to do that with you. Terraces in the sky. Or terraces in the sky. Do voids tend to appreciate flowers too, I wonder? Anyways, even though the Paladin class, of all the classes in D&D, has the best reason to not fuck, for some reason, I guess that's a turn-on for a lot of people, is, you know, vow of chastity and whatnot, and breaking that oath or something like that. Stupid. Flowers, yeah. I mean, these are a lot of really dead-looking flowers. The void said appreciate flowers too, yeah. I mean, it's presumably that these flowers come from before the void was the void, right? When it was first and it fell to darkness. I mean, assuming the whole entire structure is like that. Especially considering that doesn't look like it was like any of the finer, intricate stuff that we would find value in seems to be maintained. The flowers do have a very, very small lifespan if you don't tend to them, so like maybe they have a gardener fucking like spider that comes out and like fucking waters them every day, or something like that. Here, we can ask these guys, the Troyan butlers. Hey, do you water the flower? Oh, hey. That's not nice. You don't just attack. Oh goodness. You got friends, okay. We've seen Troyan butlers. Where are the Troyan maids? Actually, no, they probably don't look any prettier than this. But still.
Out of my way!
Okay, was that a cool thing that he just did? Or was that just chaotic? Was that just chaotic? Was it chaotic? What's the name of it? It's chaos for a second thing, whatever. Honestly, this is giving me a lot of Anno Londo vibes. I would love to, like, if this weren't linear ass dungeons, I would love to like explore the place high on down below, man. We have her now. I sense something sinister in the air. If that's in the chat, so we can. Anyways, I'll double pull this. They're right there. I think we can handle a double pull. Yeah, just gotta actually start using cooldowns. Okay, this may be a little bit much, especially since there's a few of them. But we can handle it, I'm sure. Just gotta avoid AoEs. Okay, maybe one of these? Well, one of these. Good measure. Does she not have Benny? Please. You have to have Benny. You gotta have Benediction. I guess she isn't a white mage. She doesn't have Benediction. Oh fuck! She would have used it by now. Oh man.
No mercy!
I used Super Bull-Eyed to bank on the fact, or the idea, just the hope. It was just a hope. The dream that Y'shtola had Benediction. I suppose it makes sense. She's just a conjurer. She doesn't have a white mage. Benediction is a white mage still, isn't it? So, honestly, it's a miracle we didn't immediately die. Yeah, she doesn't have lilies. She doesn't have really anything, honestly. Like, I suppose that makes sense. She's, again, just a conjurer. A level fucking 90 conjurer, but still a conjurer nonetheless. So, honestly, I just didn't expect all of those friends to show up, so, oh, we have to deal with them friends and all, though. Regardless, so... She doesn't even have regen, I just realized. She just has Cure 2, Arrow, Stone, Medica. Gonna use it? Actually? Probably. Ah! Fuck! Okay, so these Minotaur guys, the Trojan Stewards or whatever, no, not really Minotaurs, more like Chimeras. They hit hard! They hit very hard. But she does have the lilies. She has a Flatus. Well, I guess it is on a timer, right? If you use all of them, you gotta wait like a minute in order to get another one. So. So the Biggins do a shit ton of damage, duly noted. Or not the Biggins, the Emerys, I think. Or Eggories. The flying bastards that come in and surprise you out of nowhere. They did a shit ton of damage to me, so. Anyways, that was the last pull though, so. At least I'm confident that's the last pull. Trapped in my own domain. No, I don't want to be eaten. Well, I guess that's a concern.
So the gate did open again and delivered the most mouth-watering morsels.
Darsh equals, I guess. Oh! Yeah, you're not that much prettier.
Skarmelion, Archfiend of Earth and first of Golbez's Circle of Fate. Such pleasure I will take in delivering you unto your grave.
They're not playing the... They're not playing the normal boss theme. They're playing Final Fantasy IV's boss theme! Or at least I'm sure this is 4. It's either 4 or 6. I get the two mixed up a lot. I'm pretty sure it's 4. It would make more sense if it were 4's boss theme after all, yeah? Oh, this is an awesome remix though! What the fuck? Let's go! You find us unappetizing. Yes. I'm ready to kick some void teeth in, man. I really am. Especially with this music backing me up. This is better than anything Bard, any buff that Bard could fucking give me. Okay, so we want to be like in front of a wall for that. He's gonna mainly do debuffs, so... That flurry! Ah! Nope. Oh, he's gonna do it again. Oh, no, it's a sweep, so it's gonna be full. Okay, it's gonna be different. Get it back. I know what this is. No, this is a fucking banger ass remix. I think this is like, I think this is the remix that they played in the Pixel Remaster, is it? Fucking ad phase. Okay, they don't move low, unfortunately. Why you guys go all the way over there? I recognize that. Don't you just love being a fan of the series and playing this game and seeing just references to all the old games, like, constantly? Like, you know, the entirety of Gunbreaker being a reference to 8. Or like Materia being a reference to 7. Or basically the entirety of the game being a reference to 6. That saxophone though. Okay, alright. One of these. Yeah, you ghost him. So we don't want to get hit with too many of those AoEs. Brain rot. Speaking of rot! Woo! Glad I made that. I don't have Heart of Light for this. I don't think I need it. Woo! Near miss. Alright, Obsidian, you can end this. Oh, was that Varshan who just did the double break? Okay. Yes! Alright, that was fun. Fucking 11 out of 10 dungeon. Let's exit now. 11 out of 10 dungeon. We still have a trial after this too.
Scarmilione. He knew the gate had opened.
And not for the first time. He and his brethren must keep watch over the portal.
As we do ours, but to unflinchingly consume a fellow Voidsent. Like men, perhaps they form factions and fight amongst themselves.
The question is, what will the minions do?
You have no bonds anymore! Leave! Or at least leave us alone.
Your mistress is no more, and the one who consumed her we slew in turn. Do you still mean to try us?
Okay, Estinian said it way better than I did, but the point still stands. You killed your boss.
I expect some Voidsent are more intelligent than others. Perhaps these ones simply do not understand our words.
Even beasts ought to understand strength.
That's true, yeah. We didn't just kill their boss, we killed their boss's boss. So, like...
There is much we do not know about Voidsent. If we are to survive their world, it would be wise to learn their ways.
We'll improvise as we go along. Don't overthink it. We'll improvise.
If that is your preferred approach, then very well. I shall defer to your adventurous intuition.
If they appear to speak, then they'll speak. So, I mean, I have mouths for a reason, yeah. So, and it used to be people, probably.
I am here, sister. Finally here. And I will find you. I swear it.
Buried memory. Oh, roll credits now. Roll credits. That's it. That's the patch. That's all of it. That's not all of it, we know that, but still. That's just the beginning of a really dramatic story. Is what it is. Ooh, we're actually here. Okay, alright. Estinian, what do you have to say? It appears the minions are keeping their distance for now. Let's carry on. I never dreamed I would come this far. I can't thank you all enough for your cooperation. This castle should serve as a base of operations for now. And we set our sights elsewhere. Let's see what there is to learn here. From this point onward, you will not encounter Aetherites for a while. Should you leave Troya Castle, you may return here via Weaver's Warding. Additionally, you may now enter the Fell Court of Troya with a party of NPC avatars. The warding skill exhibits no change. It should be safe to remain here and begin our search. but with her now, I would sense Ashdaya were she remotely near, but there is nothing. Might you not call to her, let her know that you have come? Alas, this vessel is not capable of coming across vast distances. For that, I require my true form. And even were it possible, a dragon's call is born upon ether, just liable to draw more voids into us. I see. In any case, there's little exploration to be done while we are confined to this isolated island. I propose we begin by learning what we can from the castle's occupants. An understanding of their ways may prove useful to our cause. Very well. Let's hope a few of them are capable of speech. Let's all remain vigilant while we go about our inquiries. We reconvene afterwards. I wonder how many people are gonna simp for Varshan now that he's big boy. Do you speak English? The creature snarls and glares at you. It is unlikely that you will learn anything from it. Okay. Estinian, do you have any luck with these guys? This one does not but stare. Okay, alright. Hey, yo, what about you? I tried talking to you earlier, and you just stick your puppies on me. Oh, you actually can speak. What enticing ether you have! Give me some! Give me some! Yeah, no, this is not up for grabs, unfortunately. It's not for sale. Oh, if only I was stronger, I'd be able to eat you. Fine, fine. I'll find someone else to eat. While able to communicate, this one seems to think only of feeding. Better to take your inquiries elsewhere. Varshan, do you have any better luck trying to appeal to him? Some seem willing enough to converse. Whether they have the ability to do so is another matter. Yushtola, how's talking with the spider here? Like the prevailing tongue of Norad, the language of this world bears a resemblance to our own. It may be assumed that they share a common ancestor. I mean, obviously the ancients, yeah? So, we're speaking the language of the ancients, man. It's obvious, isn't it? Hello, sir! Good sir, madam, ma'am, man thing. I think you're a dude, yeah? Well, you do have booba, but I've seen men with booba, so I don't know. The mistress's eyes are beauteous, sublime, to bask in her gaze is bliss. But now she's gone. Never again shall I feel her gaze. No mistress, no orders. What am I to do now? What am I to do now? The creature mutters endlessly to itself, not sparing you so much as a glance. Okay, so you're more torn up that we killed your mommy than the rest of them. What about you? I serve! I obey! Please, don't eat me! Listen, I don't do that. I'm not that wretched. A dragon? What's that? Does it taste good? I don't know anything about it. Don't know about anything. But the one we caught recently, they seem to know lots. We threw them in the dungeon, but clever ones are tasty. They might have been eaten already. You learned all you can from this void scent. If you look in the dungeon, you may be able to find the clever one it mentioned. Alright, fellas, I'm off to the dungeons! Let's see what we can learn from there. Destination. We have nothing to share. While those I approached had no will to fight, neither were they capable of holding a conversation with the name. My experience was much the same. Lower rung Voidsents tend to have lower intelligence, it would seem. A pity Skarmillion is dead. He was talkative, at least. What of you? The big one with the sword told me to go to the dungeons. There was a clever one that they caught, apparently. A clever Voidsent in the dungeon. That would be the area in which we emerged. Indeed. Let's take ourselves back there and find this Voidsent, preferably before its fellows make a meal of it. To the dungeon, then. Ah, yes. Now that Barshan's a big boy, he has the Crash Bandicoot run, I forget. He's got the classic Crash Bandicoot strut, you know. Or, you know, the Belmont strut, if you just slow it down by a shit ton. You can tell I optimized my model to be at this position and not when I'm looking at the TV, because track is much better. I like staring at myself like this. Okay, so we're in the dungeons. Search for the Voidsent in Carcer 4. Ah! Headless Horseman! What do you have to say? I can't survive without someone to give me ether. But where, oh where will I find a new master? Yeah, no, the Ascians really fucked up this one, huh? Turned everybody into cannibals. Well, if we consider that they come... If they're, like... If they're different species, is it cannibalism? I mean, they're all under the same, like, general, like, umbrella of Voidsent. But, like, are they different? Like, it's the dog Voidsent right here that I'm looking at. Different than the Headless Horseman. Food for thought. And also potentially food for them, so... Ah, more knights. Pray we caught her weak into the dungeon before being served to the mistress. Tenderizing, she called it. But that's the way she used to like it. Then we have a Trojan guard dog here. Does the dog speak? Do you speak? Okay, it doesn't speak. Why did I expect the dog to speak? Why did I expect the dog to speak indeed, huh? Me, the cat boy, expecting a dog to speak? Nonsense. These guys spoke. I remember these guys speaking. They talked a lot. They were very loud. Though there's only the one dungeon here, we call it the fourth. The mistress's orders. But the mistress is gone, and her orders with her. Rats can infest this castle for all I care. So there's a clear hierarchy here, I'm sure, right? I mean, the mistress is the head honcho of the place. Carcer 4. It's the fourth dungeon. There's only one. No one comes and goes from this dungeon without permission. For you, though, I'll make an exception. Go on, go! Ah, they just walk around, huh? Yeah, can't do anything to me! Hey. You know full well that I can just, you know, fucking murk you right here and then. Hold on. Your friend is over here. Well, I can explore your friend over there at any time. Food for the mistress's consumption is kept in these cells. With the mistress devoured, we're free to help ourselves. But the clever one is strong. Another warden went in to devour the clever one, but he hasn't come back out. There appears to be someone within. Could this be the clever void scent? I mislike the few of us. Stay on your guard. No, 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 no. It isn't who I think it is it? I mean, it's gotta be who I think it is, isn't it? Oh god, I'd hate the feeling. I'd hate to think. Oh yeah, it's him. It's now, I suppose. But him.
You are the friend.
Yeah, he is. But the guy you're bound to is dead. Didn't you fade away when Xenos fell? Yo, 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 yo!
Xenos? The disgraced prince you yourself laid low?
Yeah. I mean, I'm glad you guys don't want to waste time, but
I see it now. The bottomless darkness. The insatiable hunger. The aura was present when we faced him in Garlemald. When Xenos died, its connection to the source was severed. It was forced to return to the void.
Xenos. Yes, that was his name. And you are the friend, are you not?
well, I mean, like, friend is relative in this term. But like, why are you around? Are you okay? Are you good? Are you bad? I would assume you were a neutral party if you're not like eating me right now. Huh?
Is that Hydaelyn's crystal?
What? 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 Oh, but she a baddie though.
But how?
Xenos, how did you get this one?
The light just now. Of course. And thus I am returned.
Well, I mean, like when he got you, I'm sure you were the monstrous thing that we just encountered and were just talking to. But what?
What do you mean, returned? Who are you?
I was once bound to the man named Xenos. His avatar, until you killed him.
Avatar, as in the void-sent servants of Reapers.
Yeah.
In the name of his hunt, Xenos took up that traditional Garlean art. And through it, he forged a covenant with a being of the void to lend him strength.
Yeah, I did not expect the void scent that he was bound to look like this as a human. I saw a painting of you, actually.
A curse, more like. He stole my power. There was no equity in the arrangement.
Ah, so you hated him too. Good. But also, yeah, we saw a painting of her, right? In the painting room. Like she was there, right? Or was it just someone in the same clothes? I mean, they all had similar clothes, but I'm pretty sure this was her.
My very essence was altered. Twisted into a tool to serve his desires.
Your previous appearance. This is your true form, then.
Yeah, she got a raw deal.
Perhaps, perhaps not. What does it matter?
Indeed, it doesn't.
Regardless of your form, you are a void sent by nature.
So answer me this. Are you our enemy too?
In this world, only a fool would attempt to devour a stronger being.
Yeah.
And though it was as an avatar, I lost to you once, I have no desire to lose again.
Good enough for me.
As long as he ain't fighting, I guess.
Now, you will answer me a question.
Huh?
Xenos called you friend. That's what you are? A friend?
It's complicated. It's very, very complicated. Strictly speaking, I am Somnus Aeterna. In the most objective of senses, I am the person he was referring
you're
to.
not a friend.
In the most objective of senses, I am the person he is referring to. However, that is not what I am.
Then... what is it? What is a friend?
You don't know? Seems we're going through a friendship arc now. Seems we're reinstating the power of friendship. Oh, come on. Oh, come off it. Alright, come on. I want to reinstate the power of friendship. I really do. I assumed the dungeon was reserved for those intended for the mistress's consumption. Tis fortunate that we came here when we did. Fateful, even. Xenos' avatar, eh? What are the odds? Yeah, what are the odds that it was a woman? We still know little about her, but for now I'm glad we found someone who can do more than moan for ether. When I served Xenos, my mind was enshrouded in haze, but one thing was always clear. His obsession with the friend. What the word means, I do not know exactly. I know that only that it refers to you, and that yours was an important existence. As much as one might expect the unexpected, I doubt any of us could have foreseen this turn of events. She seems different from other Void Sent, at least those we've met. And the change we witnessed, I suspect, is due to your crystal purging the excess darkness in her. Even so, she still harbors a great deal of darkness. I'm very keen to hear what she can tell us. What about herself and about her world. Sure, what can she say? Vandaniel has been added to the Unending Codex. The Ascians have been added to the Unending Codex, and Xenos was also added. Huh. We didn't reference Vandaniel or the Ascians, but I guess we just added those. So I doubt you came to the dungeon by pure chance. What is it that you're after? We were looking for a Void Sent with whom we could converse, in the course of which we learned of you. We are visitors to this world, and know little and less of its workings and ways. We would be grateful if you could tell us about it, about yourself. So it's information you seek. And what do you offer for it? I beg your pardon? Void Sent do not give unless we stand to gain. If you desire something, you pay the price. That is the sole rule in this world called the Void. That makes sense. Pray, forgive our ignorance. But what would you accept as payment? I suspect that such coin as we carry has no value. Void Sent crave one thing alone. In return for information, I offer you mine. Not all of it, mind you. I still have need of my life. Very well. I will tell you no more than you can afford to pay. Then we have a bargain. If we're to talk about the void, let's do so outside. Come with me. Wait, I have no say in this matter. You're just going to... Alright. You just gotta put yourself on the sword there, Y'shtola. I mean, I'm sure she has plenty to give. Just... Again, her putting herself on the sword like that. You know? Then again, it wouldn't be the first time. They don't have different dialogue. Outside it is, we go then! I cannot allow Y'shtola to bear the burden alone. When next the opportunity arises, I will offer my own ether. You know, a dragon's ether probably is more plentiful than a little cat girl over here. No offense, Y'shtola, but like, I'm not comfortable. That one rule is no different than that of many in our own world. Stones like Elfina, who are a rare breed. You needn't worry for me. My life force is a small price to pay for her knowledge. And I will recover it quickly for one. And I will recover it quickly enough once we've returned home.
This is where I belong. My home. This endless darkness you call the void. There was once light here, and it shone its warmth upon creation. The lands were green and the seas were blue. Life flourished. Before the war, the Contra Memoria.
It must have been a terrible war indeed.
It shattered the balance, causing darkness to engulf the world. All life was transformed into monstrosities, void-sent. We are the natural order now.
As light begat sin-eaters, darkness begat void-sent.
The sun was driven from the sky as fleeting day yielded to endless night. In time, even land and sea lost their distinction. And though the spark of reason had died in us, driven by memory's shadow, we formed factions and carved out domains. This castle, for instance, its erstwhile lord must have abided in such a place once upon a time.
If I may, the darkness in you is too much for any man to harbor. To my eyes, you are indeed a void-sent. Yet your knowledge of the past and your demeanor mark you apart from your brethren. You are different. That much is plain. But in what way, I am unsure.
As you say, I am void-sent, but only in part. The darkness touched my mother when the war had only just begun, when I was still in the womb. As a child, I looked like any other, but darkness coursed through me, and I ceased to age when I'd become a woman grown. But that was then, and now, I may as well be one in full. I prey on the weak and serve the strong. I live to survive. Nothing more.
Forgive me. It was not my intent to pry.
Hold on, let me open up my volume mixer. It is quiet. I'm like 89% certain it's like really quiet right now, so I'm just gonna... Why is the volume mixer not showing up? Let me just... Huh. Okay, I'll open up my settings instead then. Oh, wait, no. Here we go. I'll just move this over to my other screen. And, where is FF14 here? Yep. It's at 5%. Let's move it up to a good, healthy 10% of its volume. There we go. Should be a little louder now. I don't think it was a problem that it was loud, but or quiet.
I realize, too, that I have neglected to ask your name.
Yeah.
As we say mortal, you may call me Voidsent.
That is liable to cause confusion. If you are not averse, we would address you by your true name.
And call me what you will. I care not.
Listen, don't look at me. I don't want to call her Xenos.
How about Zero?
That's a cool name. That works, I guess.
Meaning nothing. A name as fitting as any.
No, not nothing, but rather a beginning. For it remains to be seen what you will become to us.
As I said, I care not. Zero, then.
Dude. The music. The music. So can just, like, peeked over at Uematsu's notes, man. I swear to God. This is like, you know, this is a perfect time to put that theme in the game. This is, I believe this is the overworld theme of, 4, but, like, piano. There's a lot of 4 references in Endwalker, so it makes sense. I think it's a nice name. Zero.
A name is a string of sounds. Its meaning has no bearing on my nature.
Well, Zero, while there is no end to the questions we could ask, it is only fair that we tell you our purpose in coming here. We are searching for a dragon. One who came to your world long ago.
A dragon?
Yes. Ajdaya is her name, and she is my sister. If you have any knowledge of her, I beg you share it with us. Did you say something?
No?
I like how he immediately stared at Estinian and assumed that Estinian was the one who made that fucking ungodly sound.
I thought I heard a voice as well. The keening of Voidsent, perhaps.
Her name is now Zero. I like it. Beginning. A curious notion in the world where all of us come to an end. No one seems to be nearby. Perhaps it was such a trick of the wind. If not is out of the ordinary, I would like to hear more from Zero. I can't imagine there are many parts of Voidsent like him who remember the world as it was. We may have subdued the Voidsent, but I doubt they'll remain that way. Remain vigilant. I must say, we are rather exposed here. Perhaps we should continue the conversation within the castle. The throne room is defensive, given its few points of use. Let us head back there. Moving wasn't part of the bargain. I'll comply, but I expect my payment promptly. You shall have it as soon as we've arrived. I can barely hear myself now. Hold on, let me turn everything down a little bit. Just a tiny little bit. Like 7 sounds nice. Alright. I don't think it's in reference to it, but Zero. Well, there's Final Fantasy Type 0, which I acknowledge is only the Western localization of it, but it's also in the logo of the game. So, and it's part of the game's Japanese name, I believe. Because I believe it was originally called Type Wild. Well, originally it was called Agito 13, but you know, let's not get into that. And then there's not just that, but also like at the end of Type 0, like the main theme of that game was actually done by the Japanese band Bumper Chicken, and it's their song Zero. I think we can see her somewhere here, I'm sure, right? There's humans here. They look to resemble people. I think like the closest analog would be this one right here. That's just because it's unclear. And to be fair, like maybe she's not like depicted in any of these paintings, but maybe like one of her ancestors is depicted here. Fucking get out of the way, bitch! Oh, whatever. I can go back and explore mode later. Yeah, I thought that she was into painting, but I guess it's just a attire. But yeah, Bumpa Chicken made the main theme of Type 0. It's named Zero. I would not look it up because it spoils the end of the game heavily. And the end of Type 0 is truly something that should be seen without spoilers. Because, man. I will see to the payment, and then we may ask Zero what she knows of Estalia. Upon proceeding, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended you set aside sufficient time to view the scenes in their entirety. In addition, you will be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you will be able to try again from the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out of the game, this progress will be lost. I shall go in.
This place is as good as any. Let me have the ether now.
Very well.
Bitch is still alive?
That I should miss my mark.
That fiend again? But we struck it down. Watched it die.
Watched it die, indeed.
Fools. Death doesn't exist in this world. And I am free to return whensoever I please.
Well, that's fucked.
Death doesn't exist. Of course, in the first, the power of light, of passivity, prevents life from emerging in the empty. But in the 13th, the power of darkness, of activity, prevents life from finding rest, even should soul be separated from flesh.
So unless one's essence is absorbed by another, it is possible to return again and again.
Your ether. It is reminiscent of that creature's. My mouth waters at the memory.
What?
I must devour you too. Yes, I must.
Well, a kill order has just been issued.
Drifting souls, by my power be reborn!
If it's another death they want, I say we give it to them.
I concur.
If you could lend us a hand, we'd be much obliged.
That you would. But you already owe me a debt, and until you make good on it, I won't lift a finger. We'll speak after you've won. But know that if you lose, I'll help myself to your ether.
That a bothersome duty should deliver to me this lavish feast. Come, struggle with all your might. It will make you that much richer and tastier.
You know, round 2 doesn't feel as good as round 1, man. Okay? It almost never does. But I guess if we have to go through round 2, then, you know, I'll beat the snot out of you as many times as it takes.
Every soul in this domain serves me now. Come, feast upon their flesh.
The castle answers your call. We'd do well to break up this feast quickly.
Then let's see these guests on their way.
Behold the power of the Archfiend!
Well, if you're really gonna be like that, he needs to resurrect him again. Let him go. Well, alright, round second verse, same as the first.
Their regeneration.
We are flesh. You cannot defeat that which cannot die.
Okay, there's a way to stop this, yeah? There's gotta be a way. I can only assume there's a way to stop this.
We need to drag him out of this damnable feast.
Drag me shit into the light. Yeah, and I can get behind that. Didn't actually
No
get
end
him
in
up.
sight.
Alright.
A retreat may be in order.
Come on. We haven't run away before. I guess we are running away. Alright, time for the secret Joestar technique! You turn heel, and run for the hills!
When will you learn? No matter what you do, you cannot hope to win.
You never know until you try, and I'm always happy to experiment.
Zero! Is there no way to stop them from coming back?
There is, but I have no reason to share it with you.
What about the free reins on that guy's shit?
You know, Zero, you do owe us for one thing. Your name. You'll have your promised ether, but we are owed compensation for your name.
A name for which I did not ask. But that I nevertheless did accept.
They've been crystallized.
Well now, that's quite the trick.
Satisfied?
Completely.
Come, my friends. With Zero's aid, we can defeat him.
What is this? What have you done?
Now that I think on it, you owe me a debt as well. You may have missed your mark, but I won't miss mine. However, a debt is a debt. I will repay it here and now.
She can turn Voisin into crystal.
Not a unique ability to her, or can we like that? I assume it's like a done nothing type thing. Where like she like absorb the crystals later. Ah, those are the maids. Okay, alright.
Taking the minions first.
Ow. God. Oh. I guess they're gonna have to be. Alright. Are you gonna do it again? I'm there! Okay. Oh, that doesn't go as far as
Will hurt.
know, just one of the few things I feel as a tank is having to be on the upper end of the fucking party. It goes that it's very I don't like the sound of that.
Another deadly hand. Oh, Ascenion's about to do a thing. Yeah, no, it doesn't look like that right now. It's like mainly talk. Ah, yes. Warning scale. Ah! I did not mean to do that! Whoops! I really did not mean to do that. Oh, whatever, it doesn't matter. Just made me invincible, that's it.
Fools! Do not think you have defeated me. I will return again and again. What? My flesh? Why won't it heal? What is the meaning of this? To seal ether in crystal. Memoria. But how? How can you have this power? Death has no place in this world. We are beyond it. And yet, Lord Golbez, you have sent me to my doom. Curse you and your wretched flattery, and this abominable fate.
There's a funnier looking crystal than the other ones. Oh goodness. There's another one of these. Yes.
You are welcome, seekers of might.
Yes, Golbez. It is.
I, Golbez, have called you four hither. I, who would see us triumph in the coming crusade. That I may entrust you with command of our armies.
Yes, but what of the promised gift? In exchange for our loyalty, we are to feast on the finest ether.
And so you shall, for if you are to serve me, you must be strong.
Then honor the pact, and pray we are not disappointed.
Very well. Behold.
Oh.
The fiery wings, the savage horns. It pulses with life. Such vibrant ether. This magnificent creature could only come from beyond the veil.
Indeed. Feast, my friends. Feast and arise as my four arch-fiends. As they are now, they can consume but a fraction of the dragon's ether. Just as well, the creature may yet serve other ends.
Okay, so the dragon's not completely gone. That's nice. But, how much time we have left until the dragon's completely gone is beyond me. And we're going to be fucked, by the way.
Are you all right?
Good news, Vashon! Your sister's alive! Whether or not that's a good thing is beyond me.
The Void Sense essence remains, but it has been sealed away, transformed into crystal.
Memoria. Scarmelione called them. I take it they are connected to the war of which you spoke.
Aye. Their use was central to the Contra Memoria, hence its name. And to my knowledge, the transformation is permanent.
I see. We thank you for coming to our aid.
I repaid a debt, and in doing so ensured that I received my own due compensation, which I shall have now.
Yes, yes. I still have work to do, so I would thank you not to get carried away.
Ether is the coin of choice. I appreciate the simplicity.
That makes us even, I trust. Right then. When you picked up the crystal, you experienced a vision, did you not?
It gets obvious after a while, yeah. Again, good news, Vashon. Your sister's alive. Bad news.
A dragon resembling a great worm. I dare to hope that it was Ashdaya.
At least I think it was, yeah.
even as it pains me to think she's been made to suffer.
For the ambitions of this Golbez.
Oh, yes.
We've been given much to consider. Let us take a moment to review what we know.
So is Astaya gonna be like Kain? Where like she's gonna be the mind-controlled dragon person thing that we have to fight midway through the game? Or is it because my original theory was that Estinian was gonna be mind-controlled like Kain was before. But, who knows? This is nothing like the ether or living world. I haven't felt so satisfied since my return. We vanquished one of Golbez's archfiends, but 3 remain. As troublesome as this one, I expect. If Golbez has Astaya at his mercy, then we must find him. Hopefully Zero has knowledge that will aid us in the search. In light of our recent experiences, I expect we all have questions. I trust Zero can answer some few of them. We should still be owed at least that much, I dare say. Somnus, you've come to the 13th floor, yes? You fought Voidsent here. But clearly you didn't know they could regenerate. Else you would have shared that detail beforehand. They seem to state that time, yes. I doubt not that they did. There must be a reason why the ones you defeated did not return. In contravention of the natural order. Do you remember Alt out of the ordinary? A sealing magic like Zero's, perhaps? Yes, actually. Right? Une and Doga, right? There are circumstances in which we are unable to return. If you like, I can tell you more about this. Please do. The more you devour, the more powerful you grow, but in the process, your essence is blended with those of your prey. If you were to lose your flesh, the souls you had come to harbor may break free and coalesce into distinct Voidsent once more. And before you yourself return, your own soul might be devoured by your enemies or your erstwhile prey, a fate more likely for stronger beings who require more time to regenerate. However, even assuming you survive the process, it's highly uncommon to return as normal. Yet despite his greater strength, Skarmiglion has managed to resurrect rather swiftly. Are there others capable of the same? Not that I'm aware of. His attachment to his flesh must have been unique for him to develop such an ability. I believe we understand the fundamentals of rebirth now. If I may, I would ask you about your power. Will you tell us about it? What you saw should speak for itself. I combined the ether of the soul in crystal. Many wielded this power during the Contra Memoria, but I'm the only one left. I'm told that heroes of the 13th once sealed gaunts and stones called Oracite. Are they in Memoria one and the same? Oracite. I do not know this one, but the world is vast. Perhaps Memoria had different names elsewhere, but it does sound quite familiar. How does one come to wield Memoria? What happened to your peers? I never thought about that. I do not know. Though, I do know, though, that Voidsent can't use the power. I assume I can because I'm mortal in heart. I see. Zero, I wish to ask you about the man called Golbez. He may well have my sister in his clutches. Is there aught you can tell us of him? The name sounds vaguely familiar, though I cannot say how I know it. If he is powerful, however, someone in this council may have heard of him. Then we must try talking to the other Voidsent again. Let us entrust the task to Somnus. His echo will help facilitate communication. More importantly, he should be able to maintain his composure rather than be concerned civilly. That I cannot deny. Forgive me, But will you not ask about Golbez in my stead? On the terraces to begin with, perhaps. Thank you. We shall remain here and discuss what other avenues we might pursue in the meantime. So they're connecting this new lore to Auracite, which was introduced in the Return to Evil East quest. Because Auracite was an Evil East thing. So and they grafted it on 14. So I'm assuming that because I saw that they were retroactively changing some of the cutscenes of the Evil East quests in the patch notes, and I assume it's made to track more in line with this new lore that Auracite's given, as opposed to just straight up taking 12's lore of Auracite. Alright, big guy, come on. Who's Golbez? So the clever one hadn't been eaten. If no one wants it, perhaps. Ah, nah, save your breath, it's gonna kill you. She's gonna kill you. Also, who's Golbez? Golbez? Of course I know. Only a fool without ears. His archfiends lead armies to ravage and conquer. They devour those they deem useless, those who can't fight. If you don't want to be eaten, then I'd better flee. Though soon there will be nowhere to run. It seems the archfiends keep only those who are fit for battle. Others must escape or be consumed. If the one who devoured her dies, perhaps the mistress will return. Then I may bask in her gaze again. Golbez, you say? My mistress spoke of him. He commands the archfiends. They are very powerful and have conquered many domains. The mistress bade us defend the castle from them. Yes, she did. It seems the archfiends have been attacking other domains. Their fearsome reputation precedes them. Ugh, the taste cube returns to tempt me. I mustn't eat you! I mustn't eat you! Golbez! I know of him from those I've eaten. He has minions, and those minions have minions. No one ever sees him. With this army of minions, Golbez would seldom have need to act personally. It will not be easy to reach him. Again, I like the music. I get now that like the dungeon music was composed to be like an explorable area rather than a dungeon. So that makes sense. Because you're probably spending a lot more time like exploring the area in this like post-mortem of sense, as opposed to like go through the dungeon. The dungeon seems to be pretty short actually. Just a couple of double pulls, yeah, between bosses. Welcome back, Sumnus. Were you able to learn all the value? Yeah, so the head honcho, no one sees you. Everyone's scared of him. He's got minions of minions. So countless voids sent answer to the archfiends, who in turn answered to Golbez, as your vision did suggest. Scarmillion's aggression is also consistent with the claims that the archfiends conquer other domains. The question is, how do we reach Golbez if he surrounds himself with armies of minions? You can target his other archfiends, perhaps those who have fled his service. Either may yield useful information. That said, we can't do much while we're stuck on Zion. Zero, I would ask a favor of you. I'm determined to save my sister Asdaya. If there's even a faint possibility that Golbez has her, then I must find her. To that end, I want you to lend us your strength and knowledge. Will you accompany us on our quest? Forgotten the way of my world already? If you need help, offer payment. None here will aid you out of kindness of their hearts. Any who claim otherwise are liars and betrayers. Or is this less a request and more of a threat? If I refuse, will you force me to serve? Surely you must desire something. Name it. I have no purpose. Why would I desire anything? That's why I didn't bother to resist when the ones here fell upon me. What matters in a world that's already dead? By that logic, you've no reason to refuse our request. The payment need but be to your satisfaction, correct? Did I not already say as much from the start? Very well, Zira. I propose you travel with us, and whenever you perform a deed that requires payment, we will provide it in ether. That's all you had to say. Everything else was superfluous. Fair point. Where to now? Either a place the archfiends may strike next, or where refugees and deserters may seek sanctuary. I know the ladder. I'll take you there. I assume you also know how we can get off this island. I was brought here on a mount. We can leave the same way. Now that you mention it, I think there are some flying creatures near the terraces. Given our numbers, we'll need a large one, but regardless of size, all can be won over with ether. Excellent! Let us go and find our mount at once. Not good! Lord Gobis must hear of this! Alright, back up on the terrace as we go. Can I sit upon this throne? You fucked up with a foot, but... Ah, yes I can! Yeah. Okay. Were I here in my true form, I would be able to carry you on. But even were it possible to so enlarge the gate, the risk would be too great. Zero will know best how to handle the creatures. Let's watch and learn. Not all voids can fly. It stands to reason that some would be made to serve as mounts. We should be able to find a mount here. With the castle in disarray, the creatures will be hungry. Just a little ether should suffice. Are you ready? Alright, let's keep on exploring the void.
There it is. Good. It agrees to serve. Get on.
course those things are void sent.
What is this place?
My domain. In the beginning, it was a sanctuary for me alone. But over time, others began to gather here. Those who had nowhere else to go.
A settlement of pariahs?
Mortals! They're mortals! What did they see here?
You are under my protection here and will not be harmed. I give you my word. Follow me.
This is my abode. The others won't come near, so you may be at ease. While they know their place, if tantalizing ether would walk by, I can't guarantee that they wouldn't promise. I mean, it is a void sense nature to consume, their sole purpose. Even if the pursuit of ether may lead to undoing, many succumb to instinct. But many who succumb here will have to answer to me. This is my domain's one and only rule, and it is absolute. It is said that a person's domain is a reflection of what abides in their heart. If true, this place may offer a glimpse into Zero's past. The longer one lives, the more one yearns for peace. I understand why some would sequester themselves here. It is quite a gathering of void scent. I pray one among them has the knowledge we seek. Consider yourselves duly warned. If you wish to go along among the void scents here, that is your choice to make. All have fled from one master to another, but whether any of those masters in turn served Golbez, I do not know. You must ask them yourselves. Most have traveled to your world, so it shouldn't be difficult to communicate. We shall go about making inquiries at once. Thank you for your counsel. Once we've learned all we can, let us reconvene at yonder plaza. You're going too, of course. In which case I shall accompany you. I wish only to observe. Do not expect me to help. Then it's settled. I'm ready when you are. Ready? Then lead the way. I leave it to you to decide with whom you speak. Zero is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed with the quest objectives. You can leave Zero behind by entering a different area or by speaking with her. Selecting the option to part ways. If you wish to Zero, you can just speak to her here. You have anything to say? Although this is my domain, I don't make a habit of strolling about. 'Tis a strange feeling. It's gonna be even stranger when we go into your hideout. Oh, you have a bed here! Wait a minute, how the fuck did you sleep before? That's a human-sized bed. You are not human-sized then. I call this my abode, but spend hardly any time here. I return only for meditation. While physical wounds can be healed by replenishing one's ether, you can't preserve your form if you lose sight of yourself. Such is the risk inherent in consuming another's soul. It dilutes your sense of self, alters you inside and out. To guard against this, I meditate, visualize who I am, visualize who I am in a place all my own. I'd like to explore the place, the Gaff, a little more, but there's only a few voids that we can talk to here. We're probably going to explore it a lot more after we're done talking to everything. Whose likeness is this, you ask? The hero who saved the world. I'm waiting for the day he comes. Or was it a she? I can't remember the details. I don't know how long I've been waiting. Why even wait? Could you be the hero, perhaps? No, I don't think so. Except he tells me I'll know when I meet him. Or her. I'll just have to keep waiting. Hero, huh? This is the heart of my domain. Normally it's deserted, but you and yours have drawn everyone out. I don't recall the statue, though. Whoever came to be here, I certainly didn't wish for it. Stay away from me. If you don't want to be eaten, stay away. You know about Golbez? Golbez. Golbez. I've heard the name before. Ah, I remember. Always speaking of a great crusade. I don't know what that is, but it sounds delicious. A crusade, you say? From whom did you hear this? Farfarello. He was a minion of another minion. Went on and on about the terrible things he saw. I see. Perhaps Farfarello can tell us more. To walk with her like that. You're her minion, then. You know I don't take minions. You have some questions, and I want you to answer them. Golbez? I don't know that one. Moiskaha. When she led us beyond the veil, I grew scared and fled. I've been here since. I don't know anyone else, nor do I wish to. That's all I can tell you. Skaha was a powerful voidsent who ruled over a vast domain. That was a long time ago, though, so I doubt she has any connection to Golbez. And besides that, I killed her, so... so it doesn't matter. As you may recall, when a larger voidsent is summoned, only its soul makes the journey to the source. Upon its arrival, it takes possession of a host body, but during that time, it becomes of the actual body here in the 13th. To answer this question may give us valuable insight into cross-rift travel. To that end, while asking after Golbez, I shall also see what the voidsent can tell me about their experiences when summoned. If it isn't immortal. You remind me of the time I was summoned to your world by someone who sought beauty. Well, it turned out to be a deviant who had my vessel chained to a bed. And when I tried to break free, he had the gall to call me a hideous fiend. And as if that wasn't bad enough, he started slicing me up. I left that body and fled back here as quickly as I could. Never again. Never again. Oh! It's a reference to the one book that wanted to fuck a voidsent, and so he summoned one. And then he said never again because he didn't summon a sexy one. Or maybe he liked that, I don't know. Either way, I don't remember exactly how the story went, but that seems to be a common theme apparently. What about you, imp? You're one of the mortals. Is it true? Will you die over there? You really die? Yes. So it is, so it is! What brings you here, then? Ask for Golbez. Ah, yes, Golbez. He seeks strong minions to grow his army, so I hear. But recently he stopped doing that. Instead, he devours all. Perhaps he's gathered enough fodder and is now intent on bolstering his own strength. A sure sign he is about to make a move. Satisfied with what you've learned? Ah, but let's step away before you become too tempting to resist. Let's start with our shown, actually. 'Twas in order to strike down the cloud of darkness that my sister crossed it over to the void. What befell her after she vanished into the gate? How did she become Golbez's captive? These things and more I hope to learn. Alright, Zero. It seems the rumors of Golbez reach even my remote domain. Fair to assume he's gathering strength for his crusade, whatever that may be. But I must say, I wouldn't have guessed that Farfarello once fought in Golbez's army. It's a miracle he survived serving a large fiend. I suppose I should explain. Farfarello is the weakest among us, constantly in fear of being devoured. He seldom consorts with others. The only one he's comfortable with is Siriata. He's a fellow coward who runs the instant he senses a threat, and won't stop until he's exhausted. When their hunger grows too intense, they feed on each other's ether. Such is their relationship. But I ramble. You intend to seek out Farfarello, I presume. Then I'll come with you. He's less likely to hide that way. Meanwhile, elsewhere.
Not only did the mortals conquer Troya, they defeated Scarmalione. I struggle to believe it. Their peaceful, my lords. They were aided by one of our world, who transformed Scarmalione's soul into crystal. Crystal? This one speaks of Memoria. Now there's something I've not heard for ages. It'll bring a pang of nostalgia to my breast. And a tear to my heart. Generating notion was an absurd! Drowned in darkness. As well we all.
And yet Scarmalione still does not answer. Were he alive, he would have returned by now. Weakest though he was, his ability to regenerate was without peer. If this account is true, if a Memoriat has survived, they cannot be suffered to live.
Leave this matter to me, Lord Golbez. I, Barbaricia, shall strike down any who pose a threat to our plans.
'Tis true, you are a proven commander, well suited to leading an assault.
And when I have succeeded, I would beg a boon of you.
What do you desire?
The dragon's ether. All that remains. In Ansal's noble place. With respect, my locks are free as the wind. Without incentive to sway them, I know not whither they will blow.
Boldly spoken. I trust you will not disappoint me.
Upon this flowing hair and my immortal soul, I will not fail.
Then go and impress upon these interlopers the futility of defiance.
My lord.
Ah, Zero, you're on top of me. Ah. Farfarlo keeps to the fringes of my domain. This way. Do you have anything new to say? Okay. No. Ask about Farfarlo's hands. The Void sent here don't answer to a master. They can do as they please. But all must answer to the hunger and seek out prey when they need aether. Except for Farlo and Siriata, that is. They are content to take one from another. Barring an incident, they dare not venture out. When he takes flight, Siriata will not seek shelter until he is utterly spent. But Farlo, on the other hand, prefers to hide in the same place. Come. Oh, whatever will I do now? Siriato, this is rather unexpected. Where's Farfarlo? Farfarlo isn't here anymore. He's left. Yes, that's right. Left? That doesn't sound like him at all. Well, he's gone, all right? Oh, what more do you want me to say? And off he flees, as he is wont to do. But something about this doesn't sit well with me. What do you make of Siriato's behavior? He seemed frightened. Perhaps someone had threatened him. I doubt it. Had he been threatened, we wouldn't have found him in one piece. No, he would run in circles until he could run no more. That's his nature. Well, he's definitely lying. As he says, Farfarlo is gone, but that is quite unusual. It is the fact that Siriato, who was clearly frightened by something, chose not to flee, but instead hid here, where Farfarlo usually. Now. You must go after Siriato, now. I know Farfarlo was our quarry, but Siriato's behavior troubles me. We must find him. You speak. The other dogs didn't speak, but you speak. You do. Oh, I'm so hungry I might die. But I can't. Not while someone's near. You're not devouring my ether, you hear me? You're not devouring my ether. Siriato, we need to talk. There's no time! The wind rises. We must flee! The wind rises? What is he talking about? After him. Estinian's talking to these guys over here. If the Void Synth is too weak to create its own domain, it must join with others for protection. Alternatively, it might evolve in a bit to become stronger, but in so doing, risk losing its sense of self. It is an enviable struggle. It's basically literally Bloodborne. Is the Void. It's basically literally Bloodborne. What's gotten into? What do you mean, the wind rises? When the wind rises, she comes! Barbarcia! Barbarcia? What in the world is that? We must flee! All of us! There's no time! I don't sense anything, but he seems convinced. It's a dead end beyond. One corner. We're doomed! There's nowhere to run! What are you running from? I already told you! Barbariccia! The fiend, the Archfiend of Wind! Archfiend, you say? We will be devoured and forced to serve, to fight in the crusade! But it makes no difference. In the end, all are eaten by her or her enemies. I don't want to fight anymore. That's why I fled and came here. I see. That explains everything. Almost. I thought it was Farfarello. I thought it was Farfarello who used to serve an archfiend, not you. Not you, who always ran at the first sign of trouble. You, who now speak as though you were Barbariccia's minion. There's only one explanation. He devoured Farfarello, didn't he? Yeah, I still can't fucking pronounce the name. Indeed. That would account for his uncharacteristic behavior. So, is that the way of it? Did you devour Farfarello? It's not just a portion of his ether, but his entire being. How did you know? It wasn't only your behavior that felt strange. You felt strange, as if there were more than you present. Now, I don't believe you would have lost control. More likely, it was at Farfarello's behest. I can't hide anything from you. I admit it, Farfarello didn't leave. I ate him. He feared Barbariccia more than anything, hated the endless fighting. So he begged me to devour him, that he would never have to fight again. Rather than an eternity of fighting, he chose a moment of pain. For all the good it did, I could still hear his voice in my head. He's frightened. So very frightened. When you are eaten, your essence is blended with that of your devourer. And though you have no control, your consciousness is in part yours. Were this a world where the wheel of life and death still turned, the soul wouldn't linger so stubbornly. In time, it would return to the great flow. But there's no such end here. No escape. All nervous. In making his choice, Farfarello must have been desperate indeed. And now that desperation has joined in Ciriato's fear, driving him to act erratically. This place will become a battlefield. We don't want to be eaten. Neither me nor Farfarello. But there's nowhere to go. Nowhere. Then tell me about Barbariccia. I would know who it is we face. It's too late. She's as good as here. And no one can escape her winds. No one.
Barbariccia! She has come!
And she's brought her domain with her. The Archfiend's after you and yours, I shouldn't doubt. Perhaps you should go and find them. But be warned, whatever this is about, do not expect us to get involved.
I can't bear it! Eating and being eaten! I order to be left in peace!
You and me both.
One of the Archfiend's approaches.
They must have been tracking our movements.
She's here.
You looked a little different than when I saw you in the cutscene. You look a bit more like Amano drew you. In fairness, so does Zero, actually.
Excellent. You've saved me the trouble of traveling to Troya.
So you're Barbaricia.
Yeah.
Mind your manners, mortal. My name is not to be spoken, save in reverence and fear.
Yeah, no, I don't think we're gonna follow that.
And what is this pitiful domain? Pitiful wretches all. I will put you out of your misery. Alas, poor Scarmiglione, and good riddance. Felled by outsiders in pursuit of what? Pray tell?
A dragon. One who crossed to this world thousands of years ago. Know you aught of it?
A dragon, you say? Huh. My Lord Golbez is more clever than I realized. To let the prize live, that it might lure more prey to us. Very well. In gratitude and service, I shall devour every last mote of their souls.
Where is she? Where is Ashdaya?
Huh. You even share its scent. How curious. And irresistible.
If you think us easy prey, you're wrong.
Unlike Scarmiglione, I need not skulk in shadow to claim what is mine. If you would know about the dragon you seek, then enter into my domain. You may flee instead if you wish, if the fate of the sorry lot here is of no concern to you. One way or another, I will have satisfaction.
What's the plan then?
Kill? I mean, go after Barbaricia. What else?
Indeed. Yet she will have the upper hand in her domain. We must be no less than fully prepared.
Indeed.
We find her and get our answers. Will you be joining us, Zero?
You may be easily goaded into accepting her challenge, but my curiosity is not so insatiable as to cloud my judgment. Nevertheless, if you are desperate for my aid, you know my price.
I shall pay it. So long as you leave me strength enough to see my sister home, you may take as much as you wish. And lest you forget, mine is no ordinary ether. Barbaricia too recognized its potency.
Very well. We have a bargain.
So I need to grab a charger actually. My phone just gave me the 15%. notification. 50% battery left. So, I have to plug it in. Just plug it into the. Oh, this is a short cable. Almost there. There we go. But this will hold my phone back by quite a bit, actually. Can't necessarily be as close to the phone as I was before. It's just simply not going to be feasible. So the tracking might be fucked a little bit, but sacrifice I have to make to actually charge the phone. It's either that or no tracking at all. So the less time we give the enemy to prepare, the better. If everyone's ready, then let us set forth. Indeed, and yet my heart weighs heavy for those Barbaricia struck down. Were it not for us, she would not have come here. Should you require a moment, Zira? For what? Barbaricia took what she could. She was wise to strike quickly, as we would be. Agreed. This is no time for sentiment. Only the battle matters now. Spell that. Skarmo Leon possesses the power of regeneration. Let's see what Barbaricia can do with her wings. What little I learned in your absence did not pertain to the Archfiends. My discussion can wait until after we've tended to Barbaricia. Just you wait, Barbaricia. I will have answers from you yet. A word of warning. Barbaricia spoke as if she would give us answers if we were to defeat her. But even assuming she'll talk, which I doubt, I trust I needn't tell you how foolish it is to give an Archfiend a second chance. Best to see her away at the earliest opportunity. If you wish to peer into her past, the memorial will suffice. I'll try, but I take no guarantees. I can't really do it at will. You do that, and if you fail, well, you just have to search elsewhere for answers. Rest assured, this won't be our last opportunity to search for Ashdaya. If another Archfiend were to fall, Golbez would surely be compelled to respond. We need only to wait for our quarry to come to us. Indeed, if our struggles with Skarmoleon taught us not aught, 'tis that we must hold nothing back when facing an Archfiend. Let us heed Zero's advice and see her away at the earliest opportunity. If we're all in agreement, then let us be off. We travel this Nisroch. To transform a voids into the Memoria, we must first drain them of their ether. To wit, we must wound her gravely.
You're not the only ones who can ride the wind.
So much classic Final Fantasy music. Holy shit. They both have...
To us.
I see to Barbaricia.
So she's our trial. All right, friends, let's do this. That's just a natural thing I can do now, huh? I'm glad I can do it at will. Storm's Crown is now accessible. That's the trial. Do I have any actual friends that can? Nope. How about you? Maybe a couple, but I have to have other friends. I need to be item level 585. I'm item level 584, which is just barely enough, but I can like this eventually. That would give me just enough, I think, actually. Yes, that would. However. Oh, I can apply Thunderquake. That's not enough. Still not enough. I need to re-gear. God fucking damn it. Ah! Just gotta go back to rods. Or actually, grab a crafted piece. Maybe one of them will crafted pieces. Maybe one of them will Tombstone gear? I actually haven't geared up Tombstone gear in a bit. I even haven't upgraded any gear as well. That might be worth it. Let's just, go back to rods and grab some Tombstone gear. I don't really need that much. I just need to replace, like, what? My gloves or my boots? I'm gonna do it. I could also augment some of the stuff I do already have. I only want to do that if I'm dissatisfied with some of the stats that I'm seeing. It's been a while since I've geared up my characters, to be fair, so it makes sense why. Because they, like, assume that you've, like, been constantly upgrading your gear since the last patch came out. And it just wasn't the case for me. It just wasn't. Well. Please. Load already! Exchange. Astronomy. Oh, I can get an astronomy weapon. Let's do astronomy weapon compared to crafted weapon. Much better, actually. I might get that instead. In order to get that, I need out of this world oddities. I think no, not that. It's over here, actually, in the raid gear exchange. And looking through Asphodelos, yeah, Asphodelos exchange at the bottom. I need 4 of these in order to get. I have 3 of them. Do I queue up for old raids that people are probably not doing? Or do I... or do I just... Let me see some of the other astronomy stuff that I can get. That might... That's debt tenacity, that's hell no. Crit debt? Why didn't I get this like ages ago? That's better than that. There we go. Why did I get some? Why didn't I get some of this shit? Oh, that's crit tenacity. That like skill speed tenacity. I have all the other ones. Why didn't I get these gauntlets before? That's plenty. It's right there. Oh yeah, right. to link portraits, but I haven't really fucked with the officially released versions of portraits yet. Anyways, queue up for Storm's Crown. Why didn't I get these gloves before? Holy shit. I should be perusing the exchange a lot more, huh? Also, why didn't I bother getting my weapon as well? It's probably even more egregious that I didn't bother getting my weapon as opposed to just simply not hearing, you know? Because at the very least I should have gotten my weapon because fucking like that's easy to get, you know? Whatever. I think it was because I have multiple mains, I wanted to like gear out, like gear first before. Because a weapon is like a more permanent fixture, I suppose. Is that just the trouble of being in an FC with like, what, 5 tanks? Alright, we resume! On a side note, there are already 2 here. On a side note, I would really like that I gave my Catboy white hair. It makes him look more like a warrior, like Empress of the Winds, Barbaricia.
Come, give yourselves to my scouring winds that I may feast upon your essence.
You will try. Alright, so I guess, just...
Sacrilege. Exquisite ether. My head shimmered with anticipation.
Go straight in.
On your gun.
Oh, that's a line. That's a line. That's gonna fall? Ah! Fucking sages. Oh, fuck. Don't. Oh no, he got hit for that damage. Circle AoE, and then over to there. So like, in? Yeah. Holy shit. How was I able to read that telegram? She's gonna pull herself over to the sword. And do that. You have to go over to the sword. But she's gonna pull herself towards. Oh, that's cool. But death is many and aplenty.
My lips are as the wind.
Oh. Really, like...
Strong and free.
Wow. What do we do here? Do we just like pull ourselves out? Okay. This one's in, and then like over the bias goes this side, and then pull herself towards the sword. So we gotta get over here. That's great. Void arrow.
wind blows.
So this mechanic again. Get tangled? I think we need to like pull ourselves out of the tangles. Like
You feel it too, do you not?
it's just gonna pull me back if I like. Oh wait,
You've done well to last this long.
did we just like tank for that or like?
But the
I guess we're like
battle
restricted to that like bit of the arena, I guess. Oh, face change. This is someone's fetish. This has to be someone's fetish. Oh yeah, this is definitely someone's fetish.
I'll slaughter you all. I'll make it quick.
Oh, it's a whole series of bow ties. I'm sure in Extreme, none of this is telegraphed. Back. Then stay away. Yikes! Oh, it's because they stood in the tornadoes. Stay away from the tornadoes. Gotcha.
Don't underestimate me. Feel my fury.
Oh. Okay.
Know your place.
Oh, she's using blue shape. Lots of following AoEs. Lots of just AoEs in general. Damn. Okay, so we're kind of stuck in these angles. Can't fight it, just gotta make sure that the stuff is over. Oh, that's a pushback, that's a pushback. That's a punch! She becomes very punchy when she was soaring around. Oh. I'm sure this is a TBR fest of an extreme.
Be gone from my sight.
Avoid the tornadoes while staying behind in the train. It's just a thing.
Be insolent.
Not a thing we can avoid. You would think that, like, you know, weighted DPS tanks could cut the hair.
Dodge this if you can.
I guess we're not sharp enough.
I'll make it.
Wait. Well, I understand the reason. Her whole thing, her whole shtick is that she uses hair that was really right if her hair was cut. Does big damage, but I mean, before it did, the tornadoes are really...
Don't underestimate them.
The actual
Feel my fury!
well, not like the near.
Know your place.
Near pellets just kind of are a lot more aimless. That one actually has a more telegraphic pattern. I hate this, by the way. It fucking puts my rotation on hold. This doesn't push you too far, it just pushes you. You don't want to push it out. Boy, Leroy Jenkins just died. That I have a higher chance of dying, actually. But I think we've seen basically all the mechanics, so... And he just provoked me. Hate that. Flash.
Be gone from my sight!
Then again, most of them died.
The insolence! Dodge this if you can! I'll make it quick.
I think I took aggro because I know the ways of bleed a lot better than this guy does. Turn off next time. Like bleeding lungs. Don't we have melee DPS? No, we don't. Well, on your shades, boys! Oh, I'm okay. We killed her!
No! I will not be denied!
And we didn't even wipe once. I'm going to calm Leroy Jenkins because, I mean, come on. How can you not calm Leroy Jenkins? It is the guy. I'm sure Extreme is going to be much more intense than that. Extreme might be really fun, so.
There's still time. With more of the dragon's ether, I can yet...
And I'm gonna...
You're finished. Damn it all!
If I focus real hard and it might be a thing where it's like I only cast once a day or something, I guess.
I see you've bested Barbaricia. Well done.
Her minions too are all crystallized or scattered. The day is ours.
What of my sister? Tell me you learned something about Azhdaya.
Nope. Then again, what's there to know?
So the Archfiend and her crystal yielded not.
Our efforts have not been entirely fruitless. We have deprived your sister's captor of another powerful champion. With Zero, we may yet challenge Golbez and his minions.
Indeed. We could not have come this far without your aid. Thank you, Zero.
I but fulfilled my part of the bargain. And now I will have my...
She's quite alright.
Her ether is nearly spent. Perhaps unsurprising given how much power she used.
I wouldn't want to face another Archfiend without her. We should hurry back to Zero's domain.
Agreed. Eager though I am to continue, it would be unwise to risk our lives for the sake of haste. Let us suspend the mission and tend to Zero.
Though so slow as to be nearly imperceptible, Zero's chest rises and falls in steady rhythm. Zero is not so much as stood. Such power she must have expended. In her present state, Zero is an easy prey for her void scent. We must be on our guard. Though Zero remains unconscious, she appears otherwise fine. Insofar as I can discern. At any rate, being part void scent, her physiology may be rather different from ours. Let us observe her for a while as we discuss our next move. How long do you suppose she will remain this way? I haven't the faintest inkling, nor can I say whether the aether we can afford to share will be enough to waken her. 'Twould be best to take her back with us to the source. There she would be guaranteed all she requires. Zero cannot give her consent, but it seems we have no choice. The alternative would be to leave her here, defenseless. Should she later desire it, we can bring her home. Yeah. Somnus, might I ask you to hold on to Barbaricia's Memoria? It may yet serve a purpose. Yep. Oh, hey. Oh, what happened to her? Do you have business with Zero? We have a newcomer, a former minion of Barbaricia. Let her know when she wakes, will you? Oh, not gonna immediately? Okay. Barbaricia's minion. Why not go and find this newcomer? So we have something to tell Zero, if nothing else. Indeed. May I trouble you to join me, Somnus? With luck, we might learn something of the Golbez. I noticed that Zero actually has a it's not the same, but it's very similar hair to similar hairstyle to Yuna from Final Fantasy X-2. Specifically X-2 Yuna, because she cut her hair in that one. It looks very similar, at least. I don't know if it's the same, and I definitely know for a fact that's not a unlockable hairstyle in the game, I don't believe. Actually, no, it is. I think it's one of the default ones. I don't know. I'd have to look into it. I think it is, though. might be, might not be. I don't know. I know that Zero's specific hair is unique, so... Just because I think Zero's is a unique model, so... You're the ones who felled Barbariccia! I won't make trouble. I'll beg, so please let me stay. If you would obey, then tell me all you know of Golbez. There isn't much I can tell. Only the Archfiends are allowed into his domain, wherever it is. None before they know. I see. No better way to guard oneself than keeping one's location secret. How does Golbez communicate with his minions of Failed? He has these scepters, staves, whatever they are. He uses them to talk to those far away. Not unlike Dink Pearls, at least in function. That will be all. My thanks for your cooperation. My thanks to you as well for affording me the time. I'm satisfied. Let us rejoin the others and head home. Whenever Barbariccia moved her domain, some would get left behind. No such ways here. I trust you understand that once we leave the 13th, we will not return until we are prepared to resume our search. Knowing this, are you ready to depart? You will not be able to freely return to the 13th. Are you certain you want to leave? We've seen all there is to see here, I'm sure. Most of what there is to see, I'm sure. Should stress. Back to Troya then, and thence home. Because my phone is far away, I sometimes slink back and before I know it, only my eyes are up. So...
You're all safe. Thank the sisters.
A moment while I close the gate. There. We may rest easy for now. Was there any trouble? I expect some Voidsent slipped through.
A few did, aye. But we were ready and dealt with them without incident.
That is well. I cannot thank you enough for your vigilance.
Yes, you're grateful. But aren't you forgetting something more important? You know, the polite but warm formalities one delights in hearing when their little brother returns from a long journey.
Indeed, you are right. It is good to be home again, among those who I love dearly and missed so much.
And we are glad to receive you, Varshan. Welcome home.
Chambers have been prepared for your use at Megaduta. Let us take Zero there at once.
got some. Alright. Master Eterna. We've been expecting you. If you will follow me, I will show you to the guest chambers. Well, of course I will.
Our mission took many an unexpected turn. I am relieved that we have all returned safely. But before you all enjoy the rest you have earned 12 times over, I would consult you on one last matter.
Zero.
While she appears none the worse for wear, she remains locked in slumber, and I cannot help but worry. Is there aught we can do to expedite her recovery? If her ether is exhausted, perhaps I can share some of mine now.
In the wastelands of the 13th, one can only replenish ether by taking it from others, be it by trade or by force. In contrast, the source is rich in ambient ether.
So bed rest will do for now.
Simply being here and drawing breath, Zero will absorb what she needs.
And we need but wait?
I believe so. She will awaken in time, and when she does, give her something to eat. Judging by her form, she should also be able to derive nourishment from food. I know you promised her your ether, but perhaps she might appreciate fine Harnish cuisine more.
I know I would. Especially now, I'm really fucking hungry.
Food can certainly be arranged.
She looks like any other person. Unsurprising, perhaps, given that she is only part Voidsent.
Zero said before that Xenos had altered her essence. A change wrought, I suspect, with the power of darkness. It acted upon the part of her that is Voidsent, rendering it dominant. Thus, we were able to reverse it with the power of light. I labor to believe that Xenos possessed such arcane knowledge. In all likelihood, it came from Fandaniel.
Yeah, most likely. Van Daniel was like, hey, you want a Reaper Avatar that's like the most powerful Reaper Avatar imaginable? And Xenon's like, I heard the word powerful, say no more.
Were Zero wholly Voidsent, I doubt the crystal would have had an effect on her. One might say that Hydaelyn had a hand in your meeting.
I mean, considering she's the last of her kind, probably.
It is no exaggeration to say that Zero has proven herself invaluable. A boon from Hydaelyn herself. Her cooperation may come at a price, but whatever it is, I am willing to pay it. Exhausting though it may be at times.
Crit number. Oh, we have another quest. My chamber is much the same as this one. Too opulent for my taste, but at least it has a space to train. She seems to be faring better here. Praise be to the sisters. If I may excuse myself, I wish to pay a visit to the High Crucible. While the scales function admirably, it will be prudent to have them inspected for signs of degradation. By all means, I shall do the same for this visit. Then I'll go and meet with the soldiers, share with them what I learned of fighting Voidsent at the 13th. What of you, my friend? Have you any immediate plans? Nothing in particular. In that case, might I trouble you with a small task? I wish to have food ready for Zero when she awakens, you see. Would you be willing to go to Meride's Melee and ask for suitable refreshments? Oh, of course. Excellent. In the meantime, Nidana shall watch over Zero. She's already hungry. Let us each then tend to our respective business and reconvene alone. Zero's breathing appears to be less strange than it was in the 13th. You know what would have been fucked up, but also lore accurate, technically speaking, is if we didn't recover MP naturally in in that dungeon, in that fight. I assume that we would be drawing upon ether from the scales, if that were the case, really, and that would be the justification for why we can recover MP. I just think that would just be like extra fun. Let's just say, if our MP just didn't recover. Right? Or only recovered when we killed something, right? Now that's the action game fan inside of me that's talking there, but still. Miride. Welcome to Miride's Mang. Please make yourself comfortable. Yeah. I guess the satrap has collapsed from hunger. Of course I would be happy to help. You only need me tell me what you desire. Your most expensive dish, just for good measure. While that considering to be arranged, I fear it would be too rich for someone coming out of a long summer. I would recommend something gentler than stomach, like these apples here. They're sweet, juicy, and nutritious. Afterwards, once your guest feels better, she's welcome to sample whatever else we can provide. Just let me know. Oh, you have a side quest. I ain't gonna do the side quest. I don't have the jobs to get to... I mean, I guess I can do side quests as dancer or bards, considering I don't really feel like playing them in dungeons or whatnot, but... Yeah, I suppose so. One of these days, I'll do a full side quest sweep of Endwalker side quests and just do Endwalker side quests. Because side quests can give a shit ton of EXP, it's just there's a lot of them, so...
Light. Is this an inn? What happened? How did I get here? There's no time. I must rejoin the battle. I must...
Oh, you're awake! Wonderful! Ah! Ah!
What is this? Some sort of fiend? A fiend? Where is it?
But this is no time for jokes. You're in the source, my dear. The world next door, so to speak. The others brought you here after you collapsed. I'll fetch them at once. Wait, just a moment.
Apples. I wanted to get you something a little pricier, something a little more bougie, but yeah. This will have to do, yeah?
I took the liberty of arranging refreshments. I hope you find them as flavorful as they are invigorating.
This isn't what you promised. I suppose ether is ether.
Not that way. I mean, I think you're supposed to, you know, put it in your mouth and bite into it.
Don't tell me you don't know how to eat?
I took what I needed from it. What's the problem?
The
Where's
satisfaction
the
of the
enjoyment
taste.
in that? You're supposed to bite, to chew, to savor, and then swallow.
See, it's good like that.
That's the way. So, did it taste good?
You don't want to do that with the void scent, but these harmless apples are fine. And cooked
I
food.
don't know.
The long years without eating may have dulled your sense of taste.
Perhaps.
Well, we void scent have no need for such when consuming others. There are some who speak of taste when describing the quality and affinity of their prey's ether. But I loathe the act. Taking ether in small amounts like this is one thing, but diluting my essence, diminishing myself, I'd sooner die. And I have died, countless times.
You have? But what happens when you do?
Not much. After a while, you return, together with all your expended life force.
Exactly like Dark Souls or Bloodborne. That's exactly how it works. I knew it.
The important thing is to die where others won't devour you.
Yeah.
Amazing! My peers who study immortality and resurrection would be most interested in this phenomenon.
Fucking Justinian's face! He's just like in one ear, out the fucking other, man. He's not thinking at all. He's just blank stare with the fucking dopey eyes. He's blinking like every 5 seconds.
A question of taste aside, I am glad that you are able to partake of food like us. I dare say it agrees with your personal preferences.
Like Justinian just did not understand a single word at all.
That's true. You can keep giving me the same on a regular basis.
Very well. As my guest, I shall see that you do not want for comfort. And one other thing. We brought you to our world without your consent, and for that, I apologize. If you wish it, we will return you to yours once you have regained your strength.
It's fine. I have no reason to go back. Except for yours, perhaps. You intend to cross over again, I take it.
I do. I have yet to find my sister. I want nothing more than to rush to her aid, to find this Golbez and free her from his clutches, if he still holds her captive.
Though if our recent experience has taught us anything, 'tis that the 13th is more dangerous than we ever imagined. Caution must be our watchword.
Better late than never. In the short time you spent in our world, you left a trail of chaos in your wake.
Really?
You managed to return in one piece this time. But don't assume you'll be so lucky the next.
Yeah.
Rest assured, we will make no assumptions and spare no preparation.
Oh yeah, definitely that.
Speaking of which, while we rest and ready ourselves, I ask that you tell me more about your home. In return, I will tell you about ours. I will show you my domain, Radzatan.
Again, a stranger in this strange land.
Alright, right. Forget Xeno's avatar. You've been here
I
before.
have a condition. You must come too.
You know, I have other things to do. Okay, never mind. Yes, totally.
You have my
I agree.
thanks.
This world is brimming with ether. I feel invigorated just by standing here in the breeze. Glad my hand here. So, is there any place in particular you wish to see? Perhaps where that food came from. Apple, was it? Well, I don't expect it'll collapse again. It would be good to know where I can procure some more if necessary. Maraid's Main, it is then. I shall introduce you to the head waitress, Milil. Oh. I can't cheat. I can't take the shortcut. I can't fucking use the Ethernet shard. I'm gonna have to ferry them across. Rashawn's using his small body now. That's talking. Do you recall the time we traveled together to the outpost? Should our tour take us outside the city, we must make use of Hamza again. While bound to Xenos, I never saw vibrant cities like this. Only ruined places. Not so different from the Void. To be fair, you know. To be fair, Xenos didn't really upkeep the places he came to like this. But it wasn't space, right? It was divided between there was space and no space. Like, I can sprint. They can sprint too, after all, yeah. Yeah, Zero's definitely a unique model. She probably isn't even like a particular race. I mean, to be fair, like, all the races are technically not the same in the other shards as well. But like, oh yeah, like Zero's technically not like any particular race, huh? Just the only thing we know is like she's a person, human being of some descript, and like part void sent. And wow, that's lag. Okay. So it makes sense that she's a unique model. I think she's based off of a Highlander female though, considering her height. Discuss Maraid's name. This is the place. The air is different here, and I speak not of the heat. There's a texture to it, a fullness, unlike that of elsewhere. You smell the cooking, I believe. Hunnish cuisine is quite fragrant and delicious. I hope you will agree. We could attempt to introduce Zero to Maraid himself, but Milil is more likely to be available. Welcome to Maraid's Main! Greetings, Milil. And may I introduce you to Zero? She is an esteemed guest, and I ask that you see to her meals during her stay. Ah yes, Maraid has told me all! Please come to us whenever you're hungry. We'll look after you. It was here that Summons obtained the apple. While the palace cooks can prepare whatever you desire, it is certainly a quick and convenient food. Now remember, you are the ones there, moving their bodies about. Is it for some ritual related to eating? But answers! They move their bodies to bring pleasure to those who are watching. Just a form of entertainment, part of our culture. How needlessly complicated. We voids prefer simpler pleasures. That may be the way of it now, but your world too must have had such complicated diversions once. I don't remember. Well, let us move on. I suppose we visit Blashan Bazaar, where goods the world over may be found. Okay, have the same dialogue. Oh, we just passed here. Whatever. The lag. It's not that unbearable. It probably doesn't even show up on stream, to be honest. Actually, I'm looking at my other screen, actually, right now. It's not lagging at all. It's just on my screen. Whatever. Just because it might be bothersome. I will set the character and object quantity back down to minimum. That might help with it. What are all these things for? What do you do here? This is a marketplace, where people buy and sell goods. Since its earliest days, Rarzathan has served as a trading hub. And here, you'll find not only local products, but wares from distant lands. I should mention that Avengers generally only accept payment in coin or tombstones. If there is aught you desire, I shall take care of it. So that's what tombstones are for. Voids have returned with them on occasion, but I never knew their purpose. They struck me as useless trinkets, and I couldn't understand your obsession with them. On that subject, there appeared to be no shops on the 13th. Do you never make bargains in which possessions are exchanged? We do, but rarely. We strike bargains when we want something done. When we desire an object, we kill whoever has it. I see. Your bargains may be likened to employment, I believe. I shall bear good to see more. With that, let us continue on. I propose we head to the High Crucible of Alchemy. You know, by the way, that the High Crucible of Alchemia obviously is just High Crucible of Alchemy. Just has to be. What the hell is... Oh, I still haven't done the world quest, huh? Like the final world quest. Do that eventually. Maybe after we're done with all these quests and I feel I still have energy and shit to do. Why, Master Vitra? How may we serve you this morning? If you're here for your vessel, I'm afraid we're still tending to it. No, there is no rush. Right, take as much time as you require. And know that I have complete faith in you. The High Crucible is home to the finest alchemists. They are the ones who created my bodies, and can provide you with healing as well. I think on it. You weren't at all surprised when I changed forms. Were you aware of my nature from the start? That I was a soul occupying a vessel not of my own? It's hardly uncommon in our world. We give it a chance, and many shed their bodies to claim stronger ones. Oh, you must be the rumored guest. Oh, we've been most eager to meet you. If you have a moment, would you care to stay for some tea? The sisters know we'd love to hear your tales. No, I've come for food for now, and can always obtain more without the name chatting. No need to decline outright. I dare say you are tired. So let us save it for another time, and return to Megatuta. If all that catches your eye en route, do not hesitate to say so. Nice. Oh, it automatically attunes you to it if you're attuned to everything. That is kind. That is very kind. Sure. Someone's doing a Rydia character. Straight up Rydia. Oh, nope, it's not attuned to it. Never mind. Not kind, but duel must be done. We don't really go there in the main story, it seems, so it's probably why they neglected to put it in there in the first place, because we don't really go there that often in the main story, so. And like the few times that we do, we're accompanied with people, so we never really need to teleport there. sole reason being that we can't. But I guess now that like Manderville quests are going to be tied to that location, they're going to... It probably makes more sense to put something like that there. That person totally did not know that Zero was, like, she was in the way of Zero, but kindly stepped out of the way for me. Thank you. Some sort of fruit. Pitiful things, though. I imagine you need to eat a lot to derive any satisfaction. These are mulberry trees. While the fruits are indeed edible, more important are the leaves, which we feed the silkworms. Without the creatures, we wouldn't have the silk to make the famous Fafnerian weave. Furthermore, the bark of the tree also possesses medicinal properties. It would be hard-pressed to find a more useful plant. Is that so? Aside from food, I wouldn't have considered any other purpose to it. Master Vitra! And Somnus, too! If it isn't young Murad, then that must be your sister, Yasra. Is all well at the orphanage? Yes, Your Excellency. The other children are very nice, and we all look out for one another. Oh, just the other day, Astinian came to see us. Everyone was really excited. Truly? Astinian paid you a visit. He has a soft spot for children, don't worry. That is well. Is she a new friend? Friend? You know what that is? What? You mean you don't? She is a visitor from a faraway land, you see, and is still unfamiliar with our language. Then we'll teach you! A friend is someone you like to play with! Playing with. Zeno seemed to be enjoying himself when he fought you. Is that the same thing? In his sick and twisted mind, perhaps it was. In a sick and twisted mind, perhaps it was. In my mind, it was just pure survival, but, I mean, he derived enjoyment from it, right? So, more or less. I see. But is having someone to play with so fulfilling? I still do not understand why. Why he traversed the great expanse. Why he risked life and limb for you. Really, I thought he just wanted to fight me, but I waste energy dwelling on such things. I am not Xenos. I stand to gain nothing by knowing his heart. I'm sorry I couldn't explain it well. There's no need to apologize. The fault is not yours, but mine for failing to make sense of your words. Well, we better get back to our errand. Goodbye! It was nice meeting you. Through Xenos, I thought I understood the ways of your world. But the more I learn of it, the more I realize how little I actually know. It's all so strange. Your behavior and your reasons. I find myself baffled at every turn. But the feeling is not unwelcome. I'm learning, bit by bit. It was the right decision to join you. Buried Memory. The patch name is the final quest. I believe Zero's time here has been rewarding. It was in no small part due to your company. My thanks for agreeing to join us. Come, let us return to Megajuta. I might as well just run over there. Interesting. He really did just kind of come to save us, actually, yeah? Huh? I mean, you know, because when he arrived, he was more or less confused as to why we didn't kill the thing that was in front of us first. Ah! I did not mean to brandish my weapon like that. Apologies. Alright, guest chambers it is.
So, what are your impressions of Radzatan?
There's a lot of mortals.
Oh, of course there would be.
Considering your origin, I can see why that might be your first observation. Though they would call each other people, I think. If you wish to know about our fair city, I should be glad to place a guide at your disposal.
No need. I'll show myself around. There's only so much about my home I can share with you in return, after all. While I remember some few tales of the past, I cannot speak to their authenticity. But if that is enough, then I will tell you of the events that saw darkness engulf our world. The Contra Memoria.
We are all ears. Please.
Long ago, light filled the world and all was at peace. But then the servants of darkness came, and they bequeathed a black art unto men. Channeling the power of hope and prayer, one could call forth fearsome beings known as Eidolons.
The Ascians. And these Eidolons are surely primals.
Eidolons being the colloquial term in previous Final Fantasies. So, yeah. It tracks so far, we all know this.
Then you have faced the same, and understand that when an Eidolon is birthed, strife follows. And in such strife, the weak are the first to suffer. When it seemed the world would be plunged into chaos, heroes appeared. They who were blessed with a singular power, the power to bind the ether of Eidolons within crystals known as Memoria. My mother was one such Memoriate, but in fighting to save many, she herself was touched by darkness, as was I.
And so you were born part Voidsent, before the world was overcome.
How exactly did that calamity come to pass? Did the Memoriates not triumph?
They did. They expunged the seeds of chaos and restored the peace, only to find themselves seduced by the darkness they had sealed. They spread the taint, transforming men into monsters, what you call Voidsent, and raised armies to wage new wars.
Not the first to be corrupted by power, nor the last.
Some defied temptation and held fast to the light. My mother and I among them. For years and years we fought, but it was not enough. And when our strength was spent, our bulwarks broken, so too was the world.
The flood of darkness.
The stars faded from the heavens as a pall black as pitch enveloped creation. Darkness raged unchecked, rending the very walls of reality. I was cast into the rift, and there trapped for what felt like an eternity. Until I came upon a crack. Tiny, infinitesimal, but enough for me to squeeze through. And find my world changed beyond recognition, into the lightless waste you saw.
So that is how you were able to escape becoming a Voidsent in full.
I suppose I should consider myself fortunate. Were I like most others, I wouldn't have lasted a day before being devoured. We, the lost, are better equipped to survive in a lost world.
We. So there's more of you.
A lost world, you say? I wouldn't be so sure. The 13th is still there, is it not?
What are you getting at?
To explain requires that we initiate you into the truth of the source and its reflections. We warned that this will take a while.
Now we're giving the the several cutscenes we'll play in sequence, but here you go.
Then, unlike the worlds that have been rejoined, mine still...
The Oracle of Light prevented the first from being completely overcome. So the situation may not be completely identical to that of your 13th. But the fact remains that we were able to restore a measure of balance to a world brought to the brink of destruction. After which, some intrepid young souls succeeded in restoring life back to lands thought lost to light. Which gives me cause to hope the day may yet come when life springs forth anew in the 13th. Of course, these are only possibilities. I offer no guarantees. But having experienced what we have, I dare say we are more qualified than most to speak on the matter.
Wait, I don't understand. Why would you say these things? As if you mean But the sole reason you came to the Void was...
To find a dragon, aye. And in light of what we've seen, we'd be fools to strive for more.
Yeah.
But we Scions, former Scions, begging your pardon, have a habit of not leaving well enough alone. And old habits die hard, don't they, my friend?
Yeah, world saving. That's a addiction. World saving.
Restoring the light would serve our efforts to find and free Azdaja. There is no reason not to try.
Do as you will. I have no desire to save that world.
Be that as it may, we will have need of your power when next we face Voidsent.
You know how it works. If you want my help, you must pay my price. And now that you've drawn Golbez's attention, it's going to cost you more. A lot more. I will consider this a deposit.
Food. Yes. Yes, the universal coin, food. That's not all of the quest, is it? Yeah. Although our time in the void was short, we managed to ascertain that my sister yet lives, and it cannot be overstated how fortunate we are to have met Zero. But the greater blessing is nonetheless you, my friend, for your encouragement to embark upon my search anew, and your help in overcoming the challenge thus far. Ah! Wait! Oh, hold up. That thing's just go. That's adorable. Golbez and his minions will seek to stymie our efforts. Of this we can be sure. With you at all, but with you all at my side, I have confidence that we will succeed. That we will find and liberate my sister, and that we shall return home together. Ah, it's not a quest reward. The little tiny little void set thing. They're still trying to catch it, that's why. Meanwhile, elsewhere.
First Scarmiglione, and now Barbariccia. Useless, the both of them.
Was no lie. They conspire with a memorial.
And their search for the dragon will lead them here. The war looms nigh. We cannot allow these interlopers to interfere.
If I may, my lord, I have a plan to eliminate them. In order to guarantee success, however, I will require Cagnazzo's cooperation. Now there's sport to be had, then I'll play along. As much as I dislike following your lead, I have no patience for screaming.
Well and good to have confidence, but do not forget the cost of failure.
Rest assured, I will see the dream to fruition. Even should I be consumed by my own flames, I will pave the way for one and all.
Then I will trust in your oath and your plan.
We will give you cause to rejoice, my lord. This I vow. Ha-ha! Some excitement for experiments.
No sacrifice is too great. Even should my 4 archfiends be lost, I will not halt my steps. The prison of passivity is an obstacle to my cause, and so you must fall. What irony that the blessed damned should set us free. As I swore so long ago. The gate lies open. At long last, my ambition shall be fulfilled!
Even realms long lost to dark may find in memory rebirth spark. I forgot that they're doing these every patch now as opposed to just on the lead up to the next expansion. Anyways, that was a good time and chance to recuperate myself, eat, possibly do the raids next. I'll even teleport to Old Charlie, because I'm sure that the start of the quest is either in Old Charlian or in the one place in Labyrinthos. So that is most likely in Labyrinthos. I'd show in Old Charlian, switch over to the Pure Beast food. Oh, yeah, nice. Oh, that's Island Sanctuary, okay. And that's for extreme of that. Fuck around with Island Sanctuary once the raids are done, I guess. The raids shouldn't take too long, I hope, or don't think. So I'm gonna shoot up the BRB screen. Be back after some food in my tummy for raids. we're back. I did not charge that much while I was gone. I'm only up 28%. But that's okay. I just peeked. Can we log in? No. Tough logged out. That's about it. So I guess it's just I'll do Fates Alone again. Should be fine. Nobody else on that, nope, no sign. At least anybody I can talk to, so. Emporia is where we go next, I believe. I like that, like, because my phone is much farther away, that if I, like, just lean back and move away, it looks like my model is actually leaving. That's nice. It's not the best place, just because the tracking can't really get that much out of me. Whenever... Like, I noticed that, like, eye tracking kind of doesn't exist. Well, what is that, though? I saw this, like this, like, quest window. What the fuck is behind me? Oh, someone's on remove. Yeah, I saw this on Twitter, and they were like, oh, this jump scared me. You know? And I'm like, interesting. Fucking someone's opening up their fucking machine gun, man. Somnus! I've made a breakthrough! After uncountable days and nights, I finally hearkened to the crystal's whispers, and I must say... Professor Claudine, where are your manners? While I understood all too well your enthusiasm, I must remind you that even the most academically inclined prefer a composed recounting of events. Yes, of course. My apologies on this. Being consumed by my research for so long, I'm afraid I've forgotten how to engage in civilized conversation. In that case, perhaps we should start from the beginning. With a crystal set adrift upon the ethereal tides, containing the memories of a party yet unknown, we cried out for deliverance from Pandemonium, where the ancients kept volatile creatures under lock and key. You yourself witnessed the power devouring the facility from within, the advent of a divine monstrosity wrought of mythic beast and powerful mage. Fortunately, your martial prowess and the combined magical talents of your companions, Themis and Erechthonios, were sufficient to restore order to the circles of Asphodelos. But the greater threat remains. In the depths of Pandemonium, a presence yet stirs, with intelligence and identity shrouded in mystery. That is the issue at hand, is it not? Since you returned to us, we worked tirelessly to discern the nature of the crystal. In the process, I detected an anomalous etheric signature, which I believe arose from the memories stored within. Analysis of this pattern suggested a feeling of loss or yearning, specifically the yearning to be made whole. And indeed, ambient readings have revealed a faint but identical signature. This could only mean that another such crystal exists in our time. So, my friend, I must depart to search for it forthwith by tracing the matching etheric signature to its source. I believe it will be a simple matter to find the crystal's twin. Professor, will this expedition be carried out only by us? Or will Somnus grace us with his protection? I'm afraid he has more pressing matters to attend to, my dear Rosanel. Namely, to seek out the secrets which lie nestled within Pandemonium, where this all began. From all that we heard, it appears that time traversal from the Crystal Tower is not fluid. That is to say, one can but travel in predetermined intervals. It would be prudent to check in on occasion, in case there are any unanticipated changes. As for you, my loyal assistants, I would ask you to remain here and continue cataloging the ancient creations. You don't mean... Do you intend to search for the crystal on your own? Why, yes! That would be the most efficient use of resources, would it not? In fact, I had already commissioned a ship and pilot for that very purpose. I trust you to take good care of the laboratory in my absence. And he's off. I apologize for that somewhat abrupt departure. When progress is in sight, Professor Claudine tends to become blind to all else. Indeed, and he has been worse than usual. While I cannot fault him for his excitement, I do wish he would spare a thought for those around him. For reasons unknown, the crystal seems loath to be overheard, much as it spoke only to you last time. None but the professor has been able to capture its ethereal yearning, which has served only to convince him that he can solve the puzzle on his own. Surely, after some time alone, he'll come to remember how valuable we are. The search for this crystal seemed to be a simple enough matter. Let him have his adventure, and upon his return, I'm certain he'll be back to his usual self. As for usefulness, it may be best to return to Pandemonium, as Professor Claudine suggested. Speaking of which, I did have a request of my own to make. Traveling to Pandemonium requires you to pass through Elpis, correct? Here's something I would have you investigate in my stead. While those creations confined within Pandemonium are considered to be failures, I doubt that's their whole story. Barring exceptional cases, they have been under observation in Elpis before being consigned to their shackles. And if we know anything about the ancients, is that they would have kept thorough records of the results. Ah, brilliant! Delving into these records may shed light on creatures Somnus has yet to encounter. If your theory proves correct, that is. While there are no guarantees, it certainly beats the current strategy of rushing forward blindly with only his strength to carry the day. For your own sake as well as ours, please unearth what information you can. Pandemonium quests. The only thing I know other than that, the quest window, is the fact that we fight one of these things. Specifically one of these things. But big and scary and spooky. And probably really, really angry that we use it for lewd G poses. So, that's the only other thing I know. I don't know anything else. I don't know who the hot boy of the tier is this time around, so... Alright, investigate over here. Ah, hey, Femus. Ah, I did not expect to meet you here, of all places. You seek the records of Pandemonium's creations. Master Femus has just finished perusing the very same. I should not be surprised that we both arrived at the same conclusion. Luckily, I have saved you the trouble and gleaned what information I could. Ah, so you know each other. I was dreading having to once again scour the archives, but perhaps instead I'll rest for a spell. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. As should we, for I have undone the warding sigil blocking the entrance to Abyssos. I came here merely to chase an idle suspicion while waiting a return. Fortunately, while Pandemonium's protective wards continue to be assailed by our unknown foe, there have been no fluctuations so great as to make me doubt Erichthonius' capacity to keep watch over our Sphados while on the way. He works diligently to master Intimate, that he might deliver the creations back to their cages by his own hand. I thought it best to give him time to hone his craft. And since fate has brought us both here, I would ask you to accompany me while I attend to another matter. More idle suspicions that I would like to chase down. Rest assured, it shall not take long. I simply have a few questions to ask an acquaintance of mine. Come, He has agreed to meet us near Danaeus to Pandemonium. I really like Elpis's night theme a lot. It's probably one of my favorite tracks in the entire game. It's close. It's close between this and Make's night theme as well. This is one of Heaven's Book songs. I'm not expecting a lot of older Final Fantasy references. I mean, kind of. Pandemonium is a... I believe it's a 4 reference, right? Pandemonium was a... Well, I know that Pandemonium was like, what, a dungeon in one of the older ones. I think it was 4. It's either 4 or 2. I think it was 4. A lot of 4 references. Obviously, it's Endwalker. It is Endwalker. Especially since Shadowbringers is a giant free reference, so... As I have pondered our expedition into Pandemonium, I could not help but be mystified by how strongly the waters we encountered felt for La Habrea, whether it be for good or ill. Hesperos and Erechthonios were 2 sides of the same coin. The former looked to his mentor with absolute devotion, while the latter looks to his father with bald hatred. I would not expect a familiar such as you to understand this, but such extreme emotions toward a single individual are quite rare indeed. Naturally, I feel gratitude towards my father and mother, yet we are all equals in the larger picture of the star. This view is not unique to myself. It is more or less accepted as the way of things. By contrast, the researchers of Pandemonium seem to view La Habrea with a feeling approaching obsession. Whether driven by love or hate, they have all been drawn to them. There were many aspects to the facility's particulars I find troubling besides. I decided the best course of action would be to go straight to the source, and pose my questions to the member of the wards of La Habrea. Jeez, okay, opportune time to start streaming, because fucking did karaoke. Whatever. My apologies to have kept you late, Master Phoenix. I understand you are conducting an investigation of Pandemonium, and wish to know of its origins. Indeed. In particular, I wish to know why Pandemonium was built directly under Elpis. The facility is overseen by the wards of La Habrea, after all. Why keep it so close to Elpis, whose governing body has no say in its day-to-day operations? At first I thought it to be simply a matter of convenience. Those creations, which were deemed failures by the researchers of Elpis, could be easily ushered into the new homes. Imagine my surprise when a trip to the archives revealed that many of the creations were sent from organizations beyond Elpis, including the wards of La Habrea themselves. Given this, albeit limited information, I cannot but feel that the Academia Nida would have been a more fitting locale. What does Elpis have that cannot be found there? These are fitting questions, and ones we have asked ourselves many times in recent years. Alas, the nature of Pandemonium's construction does not lend itself to revocation. When first it was built, circumstances weren't as they are now. As you surmised, the majority of the creations kept within Pandemonium were sent from Elpis. Yet as the years passed, interests changed. Failures in creations deemed too flawed even to submit to Elpis, paradoxically drew the attention of Pandemonium's researchers. That is quite a change, and in fact it almost runs counter to the facility's original purpose. Who is it that decides which creations will be the subject of research? Master La Habrea. Such authority is reserved for the chief keyword, and he has given it and taken it upon himself to step into that role. So if Pandemonium's resources were being misused, it would be under La Habrea's authority, correct? I know not what you're suggesting, but the keywords do also hold some sway within the facility. Not even Master La Habrea would be free from their scrutiny. They are duty-bound to report any irregularities as soon as possible. Although I admit, as of late, their communication has been somewhat sporadic. We but recently received a report from one of the keywords stating that all is well within Pandemonium's halls. Really? And you are certain that a keyword sent it? Yes, of course. Our communications suffered a temporary obstruction, but I can assure you that the words did their due diligence in confirming the identity of the sender. Thank you. This information will be helpful to my investigation. That will be all for my pride. And I will take my leave. While you are yet permitted to conduct your investigation freely, I must remind you that the wardens' work is delicate. It would be remiss to disturb them for longer than necessary. All is well. Well, we know for a fact that's not the case. All is well. A blatant lie. And to that we can both attest. One of the remaining keywords is most likely in league with the party behind this. Let us hurry. Let us hurry. I know not why our adversary sent that report, but 'tis plain that we must return to Pandemonium face. I cannot guess as to why this false report has arisen now, but it certainly bodes ill, as does the knowledge that our mysterious mastermind has at least one more keyword to bucket. Regardless, they have tipped their hand, and we would be remiss to leave Eric-Phonius at the mercy of their machinations. Let us hope no harm has befallen him. I've traced these sigils countless times, yet still I lack the strength to maintain the spell. And now time works against me. I can no longer be victim to my own ineptitude. What? Who goes there? There is something to be admired in such single-minded effort, even if your methods leave much to be desired. You allowed this familiar to catch you unawares. Have you set your sights so high as to forget you walk upon the earth? I know of this creature, a familiar of the Phoenix, but that monsters were locked away. That it is, in spite of the trouble I went to in freeing it, I might add. Begrudge me for addressing you in this ill-fitting form if you must, but with control of Asphodelos wrested from my grasp, 'tis simply the best I can offer you. Hide if you will, but mark my words. I will find you, and make you pay for the chaos you've sown. Now, there's no need for hostility. A calm heart stays the course. The wisdom of La Habrea, your father. And how would you know what wisdom he speaks? I've heard those words many times. The scolding of a tutor whose students struggled to grasp the most rudimentary lessons, seething with disgust. No. I've not told that to anyone, not even Keyword Hesperos. I can only mean one thing. that you still insist on mocking me. Stop this farce, La Habrea! At last, you move to keep up. Pity that you should remain behind, nevertheless. What? As ever you are. Always you fail to learn, fail to understand, fail to act. And though fate deigned to offer an escape, you remain here. You are bereft of magical prowess and common sense both. But you need not despair. Though dull as you may be, you are yet indispensable to Pandemonium's great experiment. There's the affection I remember. Tell me, did I ever once measure up to your expectations? You shall. Take pride in that and rejoice to see your wish fulfilled. What wish? Come and all shall be revealed. All this rage, this hatred, is but a consequence of ignorance. Our desires align more than you know. What are you? Uninvited guests join our reunion. It seems fortune no longer favors you. Do you think I have any interest in listening to your prattle, let alone bowing to your will? I'm no longer a child, and my faith lies with those who have earned it. So these are the heroes who brought the sparrows low, even as power divine flowed through his veins. It is plain there were worthier subjects to contend with. Thank you. If you hadn't shown up even a moment, if you had shown up even a moment later, I shudder to think what would have become of me. There's something I must tell you. I know who's behind this. There is but one person who can hold thrall over familiar, creation, and keyword alike. And so there can be but one conclusion. La Habrea was the driving force behind this chaos from the start. There's no logic to that. There are few with the wherewithal to even consider experimentation on such a scale, let alone the capacity to create demigods from man and beast, with the rest of us none the wiser. Considering the magnitude of his work with the convocation of the words, his relatively minor role as chief keyword comes under little scrutiny, even as it provides him the authority to wield dangerous magics. It may serve as veil and mantle both. Still, I find the notion hard to accept. The misdeeds perpetrated here could not have been done by the La Habrea I know. You have met him, yes? Do you think he is capable of this? La Habrea is capable of far more than you know. Is he? So you believe La Habrea to be a man of few scruples? If it brings his goals closer in reach. That alone should be enough! But let me assure you, La Habrea holds nothing so dear as his own ambition. While he may not be one to let emotion stand in the way of his mission, I cannot believe there are no depths to which he would not stoop.
Although we met but briefly, the impression he left on me stands in stark contrast to your evaluation. Though his methods are ever unorthodox, they seemed guided by a firm understanding of what is just. There's one way to find Officer. We delve deeper into Pandemonium and pull back the curtain on this mystery ourselves. Wise course. I would not deny the truth if I saw it with my own eyes, even if it was discomforting to behold. Then we must move forward with no excess of caution. La Habrea, or whomever is behind us, has likely spread their tentacles into every corner of Pandemonium. We can safely assume the other keywords won't greet us with open arms. Agreed. Let's make our way through Abyssos, one careful step at a time. I shall stay by Erponius' side, in case our enemies think to target him again. Could I trouble you to make the vanguard? Thank you. As a precaution, I shall safeguard you with a simple spell. This will ensure that even should we become separated, my phantom warriors will still come to your aid. If it does come to battle, the keywords' magic will put us at a disadvantage once again. Luckily, we have you to even the scale somewhat. I trust you shall be liberal with your weight. Asphodelos, the fifth circle, or Abyssos, the fifth circle. Alright, time to do Abyssos. Abyssos, the fifth circle, the party of other players. Here we go. And we get causality tones. Let's not queue for the Storm's Crown as well. I don't want to accidentally be put into it, after all. Fifth circle. And I have just the eye level, I think. It's 585. I think it's 585 for all of them, too, so. Fifth circle. I believe this is the Carbuncle fight? Or... maybe. Maybe it's the Carbuncle fight. I don't remember which one of the fights is the Carbuncle fight. It's either the first or second thing we fight, so... it was a little teaser though, so... probably the early ones. I shouldn't be yawning. Oh, that's bad. Ooh, wow, the music. That's very fitting. Since we're fighting Carbuncle. Or angry Carbuncle. Ew, it's pissed. Proto-Carbuncle. Mythic creation. It has pupils, so it looks a lot stupider than I thought it looked. It looked a little intimidating before, because I thought that the pupils were like lighted out. But no, it has pupils, so. So it looks so just stupid. Alright. This is a tiny arena. Well, I'm sure it would expand. So... blue stabs behind? Yeah. Ruby glow. Come back. This isn't just an arbitrary clock. Oh, we can hide behind? Oh, it's a reflect! It's a reflect spell! Of course it would be, because it's a carbuncle! So it would be a reflect spell! Holy shit! That's good! That is good! Whoever designed this boss fight, you are good, my good man. That's why it's called Ruby Light, because that's the name of the reflect spell that Carbuncle casts when you summon him! I feel vindicated for being a long-time fan of the series if it wasn't obvious enough. Holy shit. Oh, so the whole entire fight's gonna be, like, dependent on, like, reflect? On, like, reflect spells, yeah. Holy shit, that's so cool! I mean, yeah, I guess it stands to reason. They're carbuncles. It's a carbuncle, so like... I guess it should function, mechanically speaking, like a carbuncle always has. So it's not just strictly a 14 carbuncle. Because 14 carbuncles are, like, practically useless. Oh, well, what's he doing now? Oh, he's bringing down the cage? So this is where the bigger arena. Music's good. Oh, it's talking. It's been talking. Must be hungry. I mean, it's only been saying it's hungry, but still. That's hungry. Please. I'm not the ranged one between us two. You go away. Topaz stones are like AoE spells. So he's gonna. Ah, yes. Oh, so that's what it is. Okay, alright. Savage has a shit ton more steps to that. Whoa! Would they have been able to avoid that? Just toss them aside and kill them. Is that what happens if you get hit with the AoE? That might be, I guess. I'm going to assume so. So you don't want to be hit by that AoE at all. Considering that the AoE looked a lot scarier and had a big lineup time, I can only assume. Now, hide behind here. Right here. Don't. What? Why? You're doing yourself. I wonder if they were under any sort of, like, impression that it worked differently this time around? Oh god. Second time I've had to take aggro from the main pick after they died today. And honestly, I'm in much less of a position to actually... Oh no. Yeah, you take it. You take it, friend. You take it. I need to recoup. Why didn't the healer be free? By the way. I think I might just have to end it here. Yeah. The healer had some time to LB3. We've had LB3 for a bit. Why didn't we? What? I think we know mostly what we did wrong, so... Maybe the healers were like so dead. Oh, but one of them was alive. I Reflect. You don't have to be like back. You can be max melee range still behind the reflect. Wait, don't tell me. We have to watch that cutscene where he breaks the cage again. And face change happens, right? I guess. I think, because we're back in phase 1, so... God damn it! I couldn't double down before the base change. Oh yeah, sure, this is gonna be fucking hilarious. Frog Savage next week. Which will be the most hilarious thing to have to come up with, especially considering fucking, you know, he ate us, yeah? And considering that all of it just like their story out of right, you know? Oh, it's a poisonous thing because Carbuncles have always been healers. So now it's a poison. I just made that in my head. Wow, this is a really clever theme to come to for a fight. It's like one of the most clever, like, fight themes I've ever come across. Like, it poisons and it's poison because Carbuncles normally heal ya. A lot of its mechanics would rely on UV Light's reflect magic. It's fucking big and scary. As opposed to Carbuncle usually being small and cute, except for when it isn't, which is just so happens to be looking in its first appearances. In 2 and 4, actually. When it was just an enemy, because it was an enemy. How did he get so much damage? Oh! That's what happens. He stomps on people and picks them up and throws them across the court. Okay, alright. That one will engulf all, but... Oh. And all that hurts. And it's poison. Which normally doesn't really warrant the tank shot, but it might actually. And we turn into it. These people just forget that limit break exists, by the way, because, I mean, it'll be free. It's at 3%. There we go. Hell of a time to forget it'll be free, but hey. Slain. Ugh, his eyes are still open. And now we're blocking it away again. Yeah. Loot time. I don't care about what loot I guess I got the helmet. Okay, alright. I guess the healer. So this is where research is conducted on creations imbued with poisons and venoms. Erchthonius and I were conveyed, but not far from here. It seems our foe was finding it more difficult to surprise us. Fortunately for you, Sensei appeared particularly keen to see you dispatched as quickly as possible. Even alone, you were forced to be reckoned with. Part of me is glad you emerged victorious, that I might observe you further. Were the circumstances different, I might ask for you for keeping my son alive for this long. But I believe we can forego introductions, unless I have misread you. That's his mask. Am I supposed to know who you are? La Brea. Passively perceptive. Yes, I am La Brea, of the Convocation of 14. If you truly are who you claim to be, then answer this question. That can wait. What is this? Now this is curious. A trap I wove at your feet reacts to ether, but you remain unaffected. Such thin ether, and an unfamiliar composition besides. It is of no matter. I suppose a more direct approach will beget the same results. I would advise you to think carefully before deciding your next action. Strike me down here, and Erchthonius' wish shall remain unfulfilled. Never again shall he meet Athena. Mother! You would dare hide behind her name? Very well, Erchthonius. We are of the same mind concerning your mother. You have your allies for protection, so what harm is there in hearing me out? Erchthonius, wait! There's a question I must needs ask first. If you truly are La Brea, why speak such blatant lies? Bitter in defeat, are we? Say my name. A simple request. Famous, was it? A trifle soon forgotten, as are you. I have my answer. The La Habrea I knew took pride in the convocation, and would never suffer its denegation. You sully his station with this farce! Venus, what are you saying? La Habrea and I hardly saw eye to eye, but I know his voice when I hear it. Indeed, he makes a passing fine imitation in appearance and manner, however the real La Habrea would never call me by the name Themis. What trouble have you gotten yourself into, Elidibus? Imposter! You have no right to claim that form, that mask. What? Who? 'Twas a mask that sickened me to wear. The mask of La Habrea, a man who values his position above all, who would murder his own wife in pursuit of duty. Yet you would assume my name and wield powers that are mine by right. Any worth you may have hinges on that which you so despise. I can't read anymore, huh? Such trite provocations. I will not be goaded into finishing this ere my work is done. Erchthonius, listen well. I am Hephaestus. Hephaestus, probably. In reference to the Greek figure, I'm sure. And it is I whom you call it is I whom you should call father. I'm gonna pronounce Hephaestus, because I'm assuming it's a Greek reference. They all are, after all. What in the name of creation? We would do well not to stand idle while our enemy is about. I have an explanation, and I believe an explanation is in order, Elidibus. Let us return to safety, so you may provide it. That sounds more like the La Habrea I know. Before we depart, however, I must offer you an apology. As La Habrea said, I am Elidibus, one of the convocation, and emissary of our will. For reasons which do not involve you, it was necessary to hide my identity while investigating this place. Still, that hardly excuses my deception. I had a feeling. Your perceptiveness does not surprise me. When the time comes, it shall make my explanation all the easier to understand. In any case, we have pressing matters to attend to. Let us do as La Habrea suggested, and return to the gates. We can speak there. Please, help him. Save him. Eh. As you are aware of by now, I am known as Elidibus. After my dear friend Azem and I detected irregularities in Pandemonium, we decided the best course of action would be to hide my station as I conducted my investigation. I'm sure La Habrea as well is eager to find out why I hid who I was, so I shall save that story for later. First, I would like to speak to you. I would like to speak of you, my friend. Although neither Azem nor I had ever met you in the flesh, you came with his highest recommendation. That alone was enough for me to accept you as an ally without question. That somewhere in the world a guiding star so similar to himself was out there, amused Azem to no end. There was not a shade of doubt in his heart that you would be a formidable ally. Furthermore, I have heard stories that Mistress Vanar, who held the position of Azem previously, journeyed with a familiar much like yourself. That made the decision to trust you all the easier. She too now dons the white robes of an advisor. If she placed her absolute faith in you, I knew I would be in capable hands. However, I was of the path you had walked. I had no interest in exposing you. I merely wanted to meet you, to travel by your side for a while. I may know but a small portion of your whole story, but that is enough for me to believe you would never lead me astray. I wanted to tell you that. More story. I don't know how long it's been since we last spoke, La Habrea. And truth be told, I had hoped we'd never meet again. But I see now that I was a fool to overthink I would ever escape your meddling. Just what is that thing that called himself La Habrea? And why is he the spitting image of your younger self? I find it hard to believe you've only just now found such a thing, such a being was wreaking havoc in Pandemonium. Do you think matters would simply sort themselves out? I suppose you deserve at least a cursory explanation. I am well aware of the anomalies occurring within Pandemonium, including the fact that Azem and Elidibus had taken upon themselves to investigate. I saw no reason to insert myself into the situation. For a time, that was... Imagine my surprise when, instead of a formal report from you and yours, I received a communication from one of the keywords stating that research and operations were proceeding as usual. While Hephaestus' deception was almost childish in its simplicity, it became plain to me that your grasp on the situation was slipping. So you knew of its existence from the beginning? I can hardly imagine that you would suffer another masquerade as a winter convocation. Not without good reason, at least. As you well know, the name La Habrea is but a marker of my station. It is not the name I was born with. Hephaestus has claimed that himself. I cannot fault him for it, as he is my other half, in a manner of speaking. He knows all that I know, my equal in every way. Yet within his heart is not but greed, envy, and desire. All the emotions that we are loath to acknowledge within ourselves. If what you say is true, what purpose would such a being serve? He is the product of experimentation gone awry, a reminder of the days when I was yet young and reckless. I thought him sealed away for good, but it seems time has a way of unearthing the shame we bury. He spoke of my mother. He looked at you with venom in his eyes, blamed you for her death. Tell me, was he right to do so? His words were but the ramblings of a tortured mind. The hatred and despair he endures has warped his view of the world irreparably. And now that he is awakened, he must be put to rest. If he succeeds in breaching Pandemonium's protective walls, he shall invite disaster into Astana. As chief keyword of Pandemonium, it is my duty to decide the proper course of action. As such, I declare that all research must be summarily abandoned and the facility destroyed. What? You would leave the other warders to their doom? 'Tis a choice befitting La Habrea.
You disagree?
You speak of duty, and ours is to guide our star and its inhabitants upon the correct course. It is no surprise that you would choose annihilation of Pandemonium if its existence posed even the remotest risk to our people. Yet, as you can see by Eric Phonios' response, the decision is somewhat more nuanced than that. As Em and I grappled with this conundrum for some time, in fact. That is precisely why I chose to involve myself directly. It was the only way I could truly determine the best solution.
And you need not trouble yourself with that further. The chief keyword must prevent the worst from occurring, no matter the cost. Your feelings over this are of no consequence.
Have you taken even a moment to consider another path? No? You've spared nary a thought for aught but yourself and your duty. You have no idea of the trials we've endured, the foes that Somnus had stood against.
Somnus, is it? A being of such ether as I've never seen. What are you?
He's the guiding star that shall lead us safely through this. Thanks to a stout arm and steadfast courage, we have subdued the mythic creations and returned them to themselves. Speaking of which, I would hear your opinions on this. As outsiders, we are in a unique position to look upon circumstances with our vision unclouded by attachment. It's too soon to give up on saving the others. Agreed. We still know next to nothing about Hephaestus. Hephaestus.
I highly doubt La Habrea has been forthcoming with the truth.
We've managed to regain control of Asphodelos. He must be made to see that there's merit in continuing on this path. I have it! Speak in your official capacity as Elizabeth the Emissary. Judge with approach is more sound, and even La Habrea would be compelled to listen. As Elizabeth, I am duty-bound to assess the matter from a position of impartiality. My opinion as Themis can carry no weight. You understand what that means, yes? I do. Even so, you've walked with us all this time, seen what we've seen. Based on that alone, I trust that you'll find the best way forward. Very well. Then in my capacity as emissary, I shall state my judgment. At present, there are merits both in destroying Pandemonium outright and taking time to rescue its researchers, and neither is yet an impossible task. Therefore, I judge that the most measured choice will be to continue upon our present course. We delve into Abyssos, entering any mythic creations we encounter along the way. You have yet to witness Somnus' might and Eric Phonios' resolve. I would ask that you see our capabilities firsthand, and only then decide if our endeavor is futile.
If such is the will of the emissary, then I shall obey. However, if indeed I find your strength to be lacking, I trust there will be no objections to the immediate destruction of Pandemonium.
You needn't worry about that. We won't fall.
You are bolder than I remember.
And you're even more tedious than I remember. Somnus, come find me when you're finished. Eric Phonios is understandably frustrated, but if we are to conquer Abyssos, We must go forth with clear heads. Pray, lend an ear to his troubles, but their weights might be lightened. You have done all you can with words. Only your actions can convince me now. Despite recent developments, our plan remains unchanged. Pray call me Venus for the time being. It shall put us all in the correct mindset. In fact, I may be coming to prefer that name. I noticed that when I do a lot of reading, I take a lot more time to just be silent and not commentate. I guess it's just because whenever I read, I'm talked out, so... You do have my gratitude. Ill-fit as I am to show it at the moment, without your words to sway him, La Habrea would have carried out his plan without a second thought. When at first we realized the creations had slipped their bonds, the other Keywords did all in their power to restore order. Even though they could have chosen escape, they remained to aid their allies. I'm certain not a soul among them would wish to see this facility erased from the world. They don't deserve to be abandoned simply for carrying out their duty. And besides, Hephaestus has secrets yet untold. Secrets that will be buried in Pandemonium were reduced, if Pandemonium were reduced to rubble. I mean to uncover the truth behind his words. The truth of my mother. While La Habrea was quick to dismiss his claims, I failed to see what Hephaestus would gain by fabricating such a story. All I was told of my mother's death was that she perished in an accident. No one would say more. It was almost as if they feared saying more, in fact. Even if it was not La Habrea that dealt the fatal blow, we've seen with our own eyes how quickly he can condemn others to die. I only wish to know at last what befell her. What do you think, Summers? Does La Habrea know? Does the La Habrea you know have any regard for the lives of others? Or will he carry out his duty with another's blood on his hands? I have no idea what he might be like in this age. This age? Just how long has it been since last you met? Regardless, I'd like you to try and view him as he is now. Another opinion would be much appreciated. But it is plain there is much to consider. Thank you, Sommers. It's easy for me to get carried away by emotion where he's concerned. We should focus on the task at hand, proving to La Habrea that we are capable of saving Pandemonium and its keepers. The most convincing way to do that would be to regain control of Abyssos. Although I'm loath to admit it, he would know more about those depths than any of us, seeing as how we require every advantage we can afford. Sommers, would you speak to him once? He seems to have a special interest in your capabilities, and may deign to help at your suggestion, if only to see what you can do. It's happening again. I'm sinking. Ericvonios appears to have a deep trust in you, and Elidibus tells me you share some relation to his end. Your unusual ether does not mark you as familiar, and is unlike anything I have seen, even among the countless concepts I have observed. To think I would encounter an existence I could not create by my own hand. This end never ceases to surprise. The previous ascent was much the same. the previous assembly was much the same. In taking the entirety of the star into consideration, she came to hold dear emotions in people that a more logical mind would have discarded. This made her act in her own self-interest more often than not. Just as you and Elidibus have conducted yourselves in this matter, the true danger of Azem's nature is its tendency to infect all those he comes into contact with. Metzelk said much the same. Trust that I shall do naught but that would violate my duty. And yet you so frivolously invoke your authority as emissary to justify this little excursion. It matters little, however. Only your deeds can speak for you now. You wish to know more of Abyssos, I take it. Although I no longer have control over many of its functions, I can yet sense what creations lie within. The chief key once reaches far indeed. Well then, what do we have to look forward to? I sense no creations of note. Perhaps they have been made into fodder for experimentation. Perhaps they have been transferred to deeper circles. Yeah, Hephaestus would never allow you safe passage. He has left a trial for you to overcome. I speak of Hegemon, keyword of Abyssos, although her presence is stained with marks of corruption, it is unmistakable. I knew as a woman gifted in magic and blessed with a highly logical mind. While I can sense those qualities within her still, there is something else at work. If I had to hazard a guess, I would say that's because she's already been twisted into a Hemitheos, doubtless against her will. Summons, Venus, we must rescue her from that cruel fate. If we cannot, we can only steal her away until we find a means to undo the damage. Your allies make you bold, Everthonius. I very much look forward to seeing how far they carry you. Now have the sixth circle to look forward to. So let's go, let's keep up for it. Sixth circle. Hegemon was a woman of reason and logic. She would never be swayed by Hephaestus' wretched schemes, if she was not made to suffer overmuch. Let's not change the strategy. Let's not change the strategy to serve us thus far. Bring Hegemon, whatever. I can't pronounce that. To go into this unless they're plenty of So we're going to fight her then? Just off the bat? Maybe? I suppose there's not much else to do. I'm not gonna fight a random thing along the way. Go ahead, warrior man. Do your thing. I like it. I mean, I think it stands to reason that I'm gonna like it regardless at this point. And the music's good, especially. I'm staying near off tank here. Wait, is there? Oh no, they just left me by the way. I think I can identify those AoEs a little faster than some of our party members here. Don't want to brag or anything. I need to, like, run away from this? Oh. Yeah. Yeah! Point the AoEs away from people. Gotcha. As basic can get. Why is everyone stacked together? Do I have to stack too? Oh, because of that. Ah, boy. Oh, fuck! Both front and back then. So it marks us as having this thing, and so we just have to work away when the time is opportune so that we don't point the AoE at everybody. Ah! I got hit by that. I can imagine that'd be disastrous if a healer was hit by that, though. Right? I mean, like in the other Final Fantasy games, your healer being hit with like a confusion or mind control spell is honestly one of the worst things that you could possibly think. That holy shit! I knew I was gonna get low there, but oh god. Oh, those are gonna switch? So... Ah! I see. Okay. It's gonna take some comprehension to work that out, but I think we can manage. So that's gonna swap with that. It's gonna be this thing. Oh man, yeah, okay, it is. It's just that takes some real brain work in there to really work that out. How did we recover from that? I think we recovered. Mostly. A near impossible feat, I'm sure, but that it worked out. Well, everyone is. Well, maybe barely. That's tethering everyone, so the time is kind of random. No need to turn around just yet. Only until the dice come out. None of them are switching. There we go. Right. Oh, thanks for the Benny. Yeah. No. Delayed healing is definitely going to be very scary. This is the only safe square. Double tank. I don't know how wise that is, considering how many times we've been brought to the brink. He has a swapper, or she has a swapper. Gonna use it. This is safe. Safe on this one. Man, people are just not able to keep up with that, huh? Fortunate that that's the case. We're getting close to being able to beat her. What a resolute DPS, just blast at her. That's a good blasting unit. Still very terrifying when that happens. At least we can't heal enemies in this game, right? Because, you know, like I said before, having healers be mind controlled, not something you want to happen. Not feel that. get? Oh, I'm definitely getting boots. You know what? I'm just gonna not even roll on them. Yes, I'm definitely getting those boots. Where come my offtake? We've won! The keyword is sealed away, and alive this time! La Brea can't deny us now! Alright, time for Raid 3. And that's the third part of the story as well. Our plan was a success, although I hardly need to tell you that. Hedgehog... I can't even begin to think about how you pronounce that. Hegemon? Hagamon. That's been sealed away. And now you have no choice but to admit the merit in our methods. You have the right of it. I am not so petty as to deny the achievements of those I've squabbled with, no matter how strongly we disagree. Moreover, this being, Aethers as Finn has retreating mist, unable to wield creation magics, yet powerful enough to subdue Hemitheos, has made this ordeal far more interesting. Then we have leave to continue. As for that, there is one among you who is very present and puts the others at risk. It would be best to proceed without him. Failure would have consequences that far beyond Pandemonium. And whom do you speak? Of whom do you speak? A warder who cannot even conduct his duty without aid. In this place, hope alone is not enough to overcome what awaits you. A single misstep will send you all to their doom. So long as we each do our part, and look to the allies by our side, even a neophyte can unpray. And then a neophyte can upraise his companions. Or upraise his companions. Why did I read it like that? Holy fuck. I'm horrible at reading. That's something the Somnus and Tifinus have taught me. While I do not wish to express any bias, I am inclined to agree. If my investigation has made anything clear, it is that we are together greater than the sum of our parts. And hope has brought us this far. It drives us to seek the right path, and to act before that path lies closed to us. And tell me, what is it you hope for? To see Hephaestus in chains. That's the surest way to prevent further sacrifices. I'm aware that destroying Pandemonium will rid us of him, but the cost is far too great. And I admit, I wish to know how he means to resurrect Athena. And there we have it. You must leave this place at once. Do not think to set foot in Pandemonium again. You are capable, that much is plain. But Hephaestus cannot be suffered to live. And I shall not allow his talk of resurrection to poison mine or anyone else's mind. Life flows in a cycle. This is known. All souls return to the underworld, and Athenos is no exception. She has likely found a new vessel, and a new journey to embark upon. You cannot be ignorant to the folly of Hephaestus' words. Even were he to breathe life into a body, the soul contained within would not be your mother's. What if our knowledge is imperfect? What if Hephaestus has discovered something that no one else has? He knows all that you do, sure, understands the bitter reality of the world. He wouldn't pursue the impossible. Think, Eric. I have already explained that he is merely my twisted reflection. Is it worth bringing back your mother, if it means others are used and discarded like tools? Is it worth it to see her once more? Now you measure the worth of your colleagues' lives. What was that foolish braying about saving them? Merely a performance to hide your childish devotion to your mother. Please, such bombs will get us nowhere. We should first discuss... You would call me fool! You who murdered your wife in service of your ambition! For the sake of the star, for no doubt! I can hear it again! That voice inside my head. I know who to follow. Hephaestus! Father! Mother, oh, I love you so. And this voice will guide me to you. No, listen not. Listen not, Erichthonius. Apologies. You taught me that a calm heart stays the course. But I could never even grasp the rudder. Hephaestus is cunning despite his warped mind. Whatever took hold of Erichthonius, it made short work of his reason. From the moment he laid eyes upon me, I could sense his hatred and rage shimmering below the surface. It was but a matter of time until it spoiled forth. And that was all and that was when he fell into the spell's embrace. A magic woven with such skill that Erichthonius himself failed to notice until it was too late. If this is the measure of Hephaestus' power, then the other key words had little chance to resist it. We saw his work during the encounter with Hesperos. Doubtless Hephaestus' magics fed his admiration and envy, until there was room for naught else in his art. And there was something else besides. Did you feel the presence of another? I heard another voice. I don't know if you guys heard it. Probably didn't, considering you guys didn't react. As I thought, someone was trying to warn Erichthonius, but whom? Could it have been one of the keywords? Alas, their warning arrived too late. I had already provoked Erichthonius past the point of no return. I bear the burden of his failure. In my stubbornness, I could but scorn the boy. Hephaestus knew that. I dread to think of the ordeal that awaits him due to my rashness. There's time yet to save him. We can easily regain control of Abyssos, giving us a firm foothold from which we can brave Pandemonium's lowest level. The enemy is within reach. Just with Hesperos, Erichthonius is in danger of being consumed by Hephaestus' spell. However, I have faith that he will not easily lose sight of himself. The way forward is clear. La Habrea, pray, tell us all you know of what we shall find beyond Abyssos. I can only assume one more keyword lies in wait. The deepest level of Pandemonium is called Tartarus. And your passage shall be challenged not only by a keyword. Hephaestus has laid traps in every corner of its halls. You have no hope of surviving far past the threshold. But I expect his wisdom shall shine. His dissolute ether shall allow him to slip through the traps unimpeded. We saw when Hephaestus had no effect, and doubtless even he has yet to devise a countermeasure. Then time is of the essence. Hephaestus is already well aware that you can match a keyword in battle. He will not stand idle while you stroll past his own offenses at your leisure. Agreed. However, clarity will be indispensable to its success, and I'm afraid I must insist upon it ere we depart. We have yet to discern to what end Hephaestus would use Erichthonius. If you know, I would ask that you enlighten us. And then there's the matter of Athena. Why do you so fiercely rebuke Erichthonius' feelings for his mother? While I understand the very thought of resurrecting the dead is anathema, you act as if grief over her passing should be equally so. How are we to grapple with what plagues our friend and drives our foe if we refuse to acknowledge it? I do acknowledge it. I wish only to spare those that feel it still greater pain. So you drove your son over the edge. How dare you? No, you're right. The blame for Erichthonius' fate rests squarely on my shoulders. Very well. I shall lay bare the truth. Only after the foe before us has been laid low. The remaining keyword is Agdistis. She has served in Pandemonium since its inception. Her affinity for magic is peerless, even among the keywords. Hephaestus knows that losing her would mean the end of his experiments. He has hidden her in a space unreachable by conventional means. But your presence makes mockery of such barriers. The scarcity of your ether means it will be trivial to send you directly to Agdistis. We shall approach as closely as caution will allow. We know where the battle will commence, so I do not anticipate difficulty in detecting your presence. From afar, I shall do my best to provide you with ground on which to fight and phantom allies to aid you. As for the intimate, I have yet to think of a foolproof method. Intimate shall not be necessary. From here, I can sense Agdistis' essence, but it is scarcely recognizable. Hephaestus was more ambitious with her than he was with Agamemnon. She has been transfigured such that barely a scantling of herself remains. We can but take comfort in what a mercy of the underworld would be to her. Seventh circle time. Ah, yes, insta-cues. You love to see it. Oh, fuck. Let's hope that... Okay. I accidentally, tabbed out, so, I was hoping that tabbing back in wasn't gonna take time. But the loading time. Really? That tabs it out? Seriously? Okay. Whatever. Hopefully it's not lagging too much. Oh god! Man, you are kidding! La Habrea was not kidding at all. This guy, this girl, fate. She's all gone. Alright, well, at least I got my friends here. What the fuck, indeed? That's what someone opened up with, huh? Well, I mean, I'm just gonna take the reins here. I'm gonna. Oh god, that's flag. Okay, I'm just gonna take the reins. I'm gonna maintain. The last 2 times I've had to take over maintaining duties. So. Ah! Oh god. Please don't lag like that anymore. You have this tiny circle have to be spread out to stack on. I just gotta identify what the tank buffer is. If there is one. Ah! Okay, alright, so that means Big Slammo. Gotcha. And that means Front Slammo. Okay, and that is just a telegraph. I'm sure there's not a telegraph for Madden Savage. I'm sure there's a different audio telegraph. Sent out, but also, like, okay, alright. Man. How fortuitous that we get to hit it at... Oh. That we get to hit it at any point of the arena. Perhaps you require more room for heroics. Okay, alright, so when she reels back, it's going to be front. And was oh, that's what the tank buster is supposed to be. Oh goodness, it's huge. And when she leans forward, I'm still referring to it as a she, when she leans forward, it's a back. I sense convergences of ether. Beware what may spawn. Ads? Oh god, you're seriously kidding me. Ads. Here. Oh, you have to move into bridges in between. Once you spawn those. Okay, it's just flavor. It's just daily vitamin A. Oh, you don't want! I don't want to be here! I got hit with an attack. That was a meaty-ass attack. Out of the center? Oh no, one of those again. What's it gonna be this time? Burbs. Okay, straight line AoEs. That's easy enough to avoid. Okay, get back to the center. They gave us more ground. Oh, fuck. Okay, so... Oh! The Battle of Axis. Oh, hey! That's a problem. Oh no, this is gonna be an even bigger problem. what are these things going to be then? Okay. Stay out, and it's going to destroy the arena some more. Showing us destruction, I shall do my best to keep up with the raid. Ah, fuck. I'm back. I'm backwards again. Or not backwards, but like, I'm really far back again. What else? Oh! Oh no! Oh, there was only one place that was safe. Mystery. Back, so oh fuck! Meteors! That's what they were! Okay. How did I not get hit by that? Oh, I'm about to get hit by this though. Spark of life. Just a raid light, okay. Spark of light is a raid light. Is this gonna do it constantly until we have like LB3 or something? Well, I mean, I'm scared. Oh, it sends us really far. The optimal place to be is obviously here, yeah? Oh, fuck our health! Oh, our health! Ah, I don't have healing like Living Dead anymore. Because I'm not a Dark Knight. Our Dark Knights just like fully heal the full by themselves because of Living Dead. Living Dead is now the best cooldown actually. But I am still dying! Oh god. All my life. Thank you, Gil. I'm gonna calm the I'm gonna calm the Sage because you were the Sage or the Astro? One of the two. Look, their asses were working there. Their asses were working. I don't see that weakness on the Astro. But yeah, their asses were working. The moment Actistus was slain, the flow of ether and pandemonium focused keenly on this location, creating a tunnel of sorts through which we could convey ourselves. It was almost as if we were ushered here. This space was created with care and concealed with powerful wards. Only a keyword would have been able to detect it, and even then with great difficulty. Ergo. If only I could restore Tartarus to order. But I'm afraid this is the most that I can manage with such power as remains in me. It has been too long, Master La Habrea. Likewise, keyword Actistus. I should not be surprised you were able to break free of Hephaestus' spells, even diminished as you were. It was not an easy task. Even with your aid, his curses dig into one's heart, creating a storm of emotions that is all too easy to become lost in. Only by chance did a fragment of myself remain, illuminating a path through the madness. And thus I am able to appear before you now, even while my body was powerless to resist Hephaestus' commands. Some small part of my logical mind stood alone in defiance, and even managed to speak to the outside world. The report! That was you! Doubtless you recognize my voice from the many times I have called out to you. The hope that those pleas would not fall on deaf ears was all that kept me from succumbing to the hopelessness. But I have a greater purpose than just simply saying my farewells. There is something you must know, that the tragedies of the past do not repeat in the present. Forgive me for what I'm about to do, Master La Habrea, but a story must be told. 'Tis the only way to understand Hephaestus' fixation on Erechthonius. No longer can you hide your heart away. Hephaestus? No. A mask marks him as La Habrea. Master La Habrea has brought an end to Lady Athena's life and sealed away a part of his memories and emotions within Hephaestus. These are my recollections of the moments following. And you truly have no intention of revealing the truth to Erechthonius? My lesser half is now buried when unconfided. It would be wise to do the same with our memory of this day. Blood shall not sway the spirit's soul, but Athena's teachings have warped the boy. I fear he would see our star burn to keep his mother safe. Erechthonius believes that he feels love, but he is shackled by dependence. He cannot bear the truth. His dependence makes it all the more important to be open with him. He will seek answers about his mother's loss, which shall inevitably lead him to you. Are you willing to accept the blame for Athena's death? Are you willing to accept your son's hatred? If that is what comes to pass, then so be it. Better to be burdened with hatred than the knowledge that Athena fought his body and soul mere tools to be used and discarded. Even were I to tell him what his mother plotted, he would ever seek reasons to believe that the true fault lies with me, or with him. Should he merely hate me, he will remain unfettered by doubt, free to serve the star far from his parents' shadows. Anthonius loved his mother more than life itself, and yet, what a dreadful truth you've borne all this time. Such is La Habrea's nature. Every action, every word has solutions to life's great dilemmas, and none to spare for his own. What I have revealed to you is but a small portion of a larger picture. I hope I shall leave it to La Habrea to paint the rest for you, and for Anthonius, I hope. Thank you, Arctistus. I always admired you, you know. What choice did I have? When you sacrificed so much to guide our star to the heavens. Hephaestus is doubtless sensed that his final keyword has fallen, which will return to the surface before he moves to strike us here. If we are to face him, we must be prepared to bring our full strength to bear. Arctistus was ever a bold woman, even in her final moments, as she would unearth the secrets of my past for all to look upon. Still, full glad that I am that she faced you as her last opponent. I could think of none more worthy to send her soul off to the other side. Give me one. I need to use her. Okay, alright. Hopefully that was quick enough. Headphones, gotcha. Right. Time for the last fight. For this tier at least. Excuse me. The vision you saw told the story far more eloquently than I ever could. Athena was consumed by her research, and was willing to sacrifice her own child if it hastened her progress. She did not offer him a position here out of a sense of love or pride. It was merely because she knew he would be the most pliable test subject. I see now why you hid the truth from him. I cannot say with certainty that Erechthonios could handle the weight of such betrayal, after holding his mother on a pedestal for so long. Unfortunately, it seems not even her death was ensured his safety. Hephaestus has taken up Athena's research, and succeeded in creating Hemiphiae. I know not what his ultimate end is, but 'tis plain it is connected with the resurrection of Athena. That knowledge alone is sufficient to direct your next course of action. As for the rest of your story, we shall hear it after we have returned Erechthonios to safety, in accordance with Agdistus' last wish.
Very well.
I can, at least, assure you that finding him shall prove relatively simple now that Hephaestus can no longer bend Pandemonium to his will.
There is but one place left for him to find refuge. The Black Heart of Tartarus, where Athena built her testing compound.
We can assume that Hephaestus will offer fierce resistance. I must focus my every effort on securing a safe means of approach. Lord Brea, I would ask that you assume the duty of summoning Somnus' phantom warriors.
I have no objections.
My ability to fight within Tartarus would be greatly diminished in my case. Would be greatly diminished in any case. However, I wish to deal the final blow to Hephaestus myself. There's no need to dirty your hands with such a deed. I take it then that you have no intent to seal him away as before. The presence I felt when I encountered Hephaestus bore little resemblance to the entity I created. By his own hand, he has become something far more wicked. The same magics that once shackled him may very well shattered before the power he wields. On my pride as a researcher, I am loath to repeat the same mistake twice. I would not see that these events play out again, and so he must be extinguished. Well then, I shall open the way forward. May we finish this together.
Alright. Abyssos, the 8th circle. P8.
Oh, he's charging up his key. Alright. Let's go. I tell you what, go, come on. Oh, man, I love me them insta cues. Even though this time was anywhere, anything but instant. Whatever. I find myself eating my own sock when it comes to acquiring insta cues sometimes, so I just don't. So we fight the man himself here?
Erechthonios is mine, heart and soul. And with your death, none will be left to stop me.
So we fight fight the head honcho himself, huh? Someone's horny, that's for sure. Oh, our summon is red now, because it isn't Venus who's summoning, it's La Habrea that's summoning. That's a cute little detail. I'll leave you to be the one who main tanks, even though you'll inevitably die and I take over. Alright, what do we got? It's not a tank and spank, I'm sure, so... Oh no, what we got here? We got fucking lag again.
Vulcan flame my servant's rise.
I just want to spank and tank, to be honest, but I know that's not gonna be that.
Ah! Leave naught but ash in your wake.
That could not have been any more perfectly timed!
Sorrow in your heart.
That was even worse that time. Ah, come on! What's the... I'm honestly really tired. I just want to get through this as quickly as possible. I didn't think that was gonna be... You know... Okay. Okay, I gotta focus up. I got 3 times in a row. That's not something you'll want to have happen. Like this one's fairly obvious, right? You know, we get pushed. Okay. So we got pushed this a ways, right? And then we got pushed this a ways. And then we got pushed away. Yeah? Oh, it's playing a remix of when we fought the theme that plays when we fought La Habrea in Praetorium. This is the theme that played. I don't know the name of the theme, but that's what's... Wow, that's only fitting, I suppose. But yeah, that makes sense. We never actually saw what La Habrea's transformation truly is, did we? You can only assume it's something like this, but... we don't know. Center.
And shake your boundless hunger.
Ah! I should have seen that. Oh, it's combining that thing with the... Ah! Really? Okay, I really should have seen that. Oh, there's 2 of them, that's why, okay. It's combining it with the Amarok theme, because, you know, now we know he's an ancient, so... Oh, really? I got by that again. Okay, I gotta focus up, I really do gotta focus up. I can't focus on tiny little details, holy shit! I think it's a lost cause at this point,
I shall see my wish fulfilled.
Alright, I gotta focus up.
You are afraid to be
Oh, look away from all of that. Oh, fuck. Oh! Ads. Kill ads. I know how to do that. Okay, alright. Oh, fuck, I really need to focus up. Clearly it was a DPS check.
Rest eternal in the dark depths of this prison.
Okay, alright. So, what's the tell for whether it's center AoE or side AoE? I know now it's probably gonna start. So I think it's if he has one guy. Because he uses like fire snakes. Oh no, it's snake is straight. Its bird is side. So if bird goes center, if snake goes sides. Gotcha.
Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
Now he's gonna do his pushes. Center push into side, into the other side. So we gotta want to be pushed to this bit, then push to this bit, so that we won't be got by that bit. That's just a party left bit. Alright. I spent more time on superfluous things rather than the actual mechanics, so.
Perish is blatant.
Now that I've gotten all the superfluous details out of the way, now I can actually focus on the fight. You want to be in the center for this to minimize damage.
And shake your boundless hunger.
He's going to tether those two, which means that the snakes go to those ends, which means avoid those bits. Snakes will move. We move along with the snakes, or away from the snakes. So, snakes still moving. We move.
From Fulton
Avoid the
my
snakes.
servants rise.
Now he has a bird. The sides are no good. The sides are dangerous. We stay away from the sides. Now he's going to do a Genesis of Strength. What is that? Oh, it's just party buster. Okay.
I shall see my wish fulfilled. You are prey to be pursued.
We have 2 lookaways. And now a DPS check. They have to die. Quickly. They have died. Quickly. Do we want them to stay separated, or do we want them to die close together? Okay. Their bodies blinkered, so I was wondering.
Sheer flesh from bone.
I think I can predict this. Yep. It's Etch a Sketch of Light again. It's exactly like Etch a Sketch of Light. So this would be the safe bet.
Leave not with ash in your way.
Now it's sides. Or center, center. Go to the center. Stay away from the side. That's the raid ward. That's a big fuck you laser cannon. Okay, it's not big, but it's a fuck you laser cannon.
Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
sure that has a lot more variance than Savage. Oh. Punchy. And then punchy. Okay.
Praying before a god. Perish with flames entrance.
Fire. And then he's gonna bring out the snakes again.
Go forth and sate your boundless hunger. Molten flame, my servants rise.
Stay away from the side.
Out of my sight.
Yes! Yes, perform the LB right before a fucking party buster. Why not?
I shall see my wish fulfilled. You are praying to be consumed.
Same trick, new skin. Ow. I gotta do that.
Leave naught but ash in your wake.
Oh, fuck, sides. Okay. I figured him saying that was a telegraph.
Molten flame, my
Please
servants
end
rise.
this fight already. I don't know how much more I like banked right now. There's just so much. The fight's been fun, by the way. I'm not gonna acknowledge. I'm gonna acknowledge that the fight. I think that other fights are cooler. But this fight's fun. It's fun.
You will know my rage.
It's like a Simon Says of pushback AoEs. Oh my god, he's dead. He is dead. Come on, he is dead.
Who's praying before a god?
Finally. Oh man. Oh man. Damn. Oh, you know, by the way, I have this pain in my eye right now, like my left eye. There's just like pain. Like imagine if like there was an eyelid that like you couldn't like scrape out and like became permanently bonded to your skin. That's what's happening there. It wasn't pleasant at all. That was what I was having to deal with for basically the entire fight. Hey, Eric Bonios is the minion. Oh, I am getting the chest plate. I'm getting the chest plate. And in order to not sully my chances with the other ones. I'm gonna calm you. No, wait, you. Ah! Whatever. I don't have any classes to benefit from a challenge reward. They all are like so high level that I just level grind. That's it. The chains of events that led to this moment began with my error. And when out of mercy, I confined you here. Now I break it and leave no trace of you behind. This is not over. I see you will not go peacefully. Nope. That's not bad. Even a cast-off would uphold his pride. Such an impulse must speak to the overwhelming arrogance of my other half. The name Hephaestus shall grow to eclipse yours. None shall remember the deeds of Raha Brea once I fulfill Athena's ambition and bring Erchthonios' dream to life. You speak as if you care a whit for the boy. Why then do you cower behind him? There are some desires which must not be realized. Athena would see the world destroyed if it meant she could find hers in ruins. As for Erchthonios. He knows not what his wish would beget. A truth which you have hidden from him. You truly believe a father's role is to deceive and manipulate. Wish. You would claim the name Hephaestus and call yourself his father, yet you bind his body and mind and body in dark chains. Your words and your pride ring hollow. Athena wanted her son by her side, and he desires to return there. What wickedness is there in mending a broken family? Athena cared not for Erchthonios, beyond how he could serve her ends. You claim to be acting in his interest, but 'tis plain you are no different. As I ushered Athena to her end, I vowed that my sole mission in life would be to guide this star true. In service to that vow, I silenced the whispers in my heart. I could not nurture a son whilst an entire world looked to me for guidance. For that choice, I bear the responsibility. Yet, he is still my son, and I will not suffer you to seduce him with false hope. You who are not but the bitter dregs of Athena and I, the very worst of us. Mother, she... No! Then who? How do I... Come back to us! I hear you. I owe you, Infamous, an apology. Athena, did you ever, in Raha Brea, I will have my say. How? His mind was mine. I can't explain. Somnus's words reached me through the haze. They rang loud and clear. As did the words of another, in a voice much like yours, but resounding in truth. How? When did you master these bonds? Oh, we've endured much worse. You worthless! You're... It appears my failures have borne fruit after all. You did well, son. With Hephaestus' essence contained in this crystal, you may safely return Ericthonius above, but he would bind Hephaestus with only half his senses intact. You quite understand his adeptness in the art of intimate. It was hardly what I had in mind, but a feat deserving of praise nonetheless. I feel no trace of Hephaestus' poison on your mind, for a blessing. Because your body is none the worse for wear. I made my way here as soon as I could. I no longer sense Hephaestus, and the force assailing Pandemonium's barriers has ceased. Are we rid of him for good and all? Catching him up to speed. I see, despite his muddled senses, Ericthonius felt that to seal Hephaestus away was the proper course. It wasn't so noble as that. I only knew something had to be done, so I acted. Mahabrea, was that how you dealt with Hephaestus in the past? Indeed. It was not but the parts of my memory and soul that I cut away. A massive ether without a fit material vessel. Storing his essence within a crystal was the most logical choice. On that matter, I believe the time has come for you to share the rest of your tale, of Hephaestus' creation and Athena's end. I heard your words, but only vaguely, as if from under the surface of a deep pool. My mother wished to use me. I would hear the whole truth. I want to know what happened here, and what drove Athena to act as she did. I'm ready. Athena's brilliance outshone us all. Even the other members of the Words of La Habrea were as children in comparison. So dedicated to the research was she that it was not unheard of for her to forget meals or even sleep. Her mind was ever grasping for knowledge, and it was in this endless search that she became obsessed with uncovering the secrets of life. See, while we can conceive life in various forms, the means of creating a soul are beyond our ken. Similarly, though we can enhance and alter our physical vessels, we have ever been bound to them. Athena's purpose was to shatter these limitations. Such limitations as we were not meant to surpass. She sought to enter the realm of gods. Scarce few have the ability to comprehend what such a task entails, let alone the courage to attempt it. For most, the thought would be an idle fantasy, considered once and then discarded. Not so for Athena. As leader of the Lords of La Habrea, I spoke with her often about transcending our being. From an academic perspective, the challenge has plagued countless researchers through the ages. It was during these musings that I began to formulate a theory, a means by which a person could meld with creation. The weaknesses of one would be mitigated by the strengths of the other, and the result could be something greater than we had ever imagined. Although it was but a theory, Athena insisted I develop it further, curious about every detail along the way. Our conversations became more frequent, and our platonic relationship grew into something much more. I take it I was born not soon after. Just so. I believe she bore true affection for me, and was blind to her hidden intentions. When Pandemonium was built and she requested to lead the researchers, I saw no reason to deny her. Even setting aside our relationship, her accomplishments as a scholar made her the obvious choice. However, in giving her Pandemonium, I also gave her free rein to conduct whatsoever experience she could devise. When you found out she was doing, you killed her. I made haste to Pandemonium the moment I learned of these hidden chambers. I left Agdistis to keep watch from Tartarus's vestibule as I ventured deeper, knowing not what would await me. As for what occurred next, 'tis best to see with your own eyes. Is that me? You are well aware that out of respect for our neighbors in Opus, the researchers of Pandemonium are not to be masked. Yet you stand before me with your face covered. What petty defiance is this?
What indeed? So quick you are to rebuke me, though you yourself have not set foot in these halls since their inception.
You must have known you could not conceal this from myself and Agdistis forever. As well you know that I cannot allow it to continue. I shall say this once. Release Erichthonios, else I shall have no choice but to strike you down.
I would meet my end at the hands of none other. However, ere my time has come, I will have you know the why of it.
Then you will not desist.
Once you understand what has driven me this far, you shall see that stopping was never an option.
Feelings of one weigh little against the needs of the entire star. Of course, that I am well aware. But you did not deign to descend from your lofty heights simply to lecture me as you were a child. You have interest in my motivations. What possessed Athena, peerless researcher and mother of the son of the great La Habrea, to embark upon the path of her downfall? History will demand an answer, but it is you who deserves one. Give me your hand, La Habrea. We shall go. I read that too slow. I don't know. Impossible. You bonded your souls. Aye. That was the boundaries between us. That the boundaries between us would cease to be. She offered me everything, to be understood. I found myself unable to refuse. At that moment, my mind was a storm of questions, yet one roared the loudest. Did Athena ever truly love me? I am become thee, memory and mind. And I, thee. Can you feel it? My heart, all that I am. Yes, as if it were my own. A fathomless desire to dissect the mysteries of life, to transcend our mortal flesh and bleed into a higher plane of existence. An unquenchable thirst for knowledge, not a single thought spared for another, full of a star. How disappointing. Yet what is known cannot be unknown. You have beheld my life's work. Try as you might to excise the memory, the seed of desire remains, and when it takes root, you too shall be consumed by the selfsame fervor. I will dig it out! I will dispense with the corruption in my soul ere your rotten insight spreads. "'Twas my weakness that let this wickedness fester, but never again! Today I cast aside fickle emotion, and abide in duty alone. Today I renounce all that I was, and live only as La Habrea. Thus did I forsake the part of myself that had been polluted by Athena, sealing it within a crystal. Never did I think I would one day face those memories made flesh. Forgive my bluntness, but your actions bordered on insanity. To go to such lengths to escape your memories. You nearly rewrote your very existence. Rest assured, the change did not go unnoticed by our colleagues in the convocation. Aegeon and Emetzelk in particular made plain the suspicions they harbored. As well they should have. That you escaped with your life was nothing short of a miracle. didn't you destroy the crystal then and there? Did you think to one day make use of the knowledge it contained? I will not deny such considerations played into my decision. My main motivation was fear. I had never attempted such a feat before. The crystal was my sole recourse, should something go awry with the remainder of my soul. Hindsight to cling to it was a mistake born of doubt. Athena must have anticipated that I would resort to such measures, and prepared a vessel beforehand that would accept the dregs of my soul. Hephaestus doubtless believed he was performing his duty as a husband and father should. Yet in truth, he was but a puppet being pulled to and fro by Athena's desires. His goal was not to raise himself high. He thought only of seeing his dear Athena live again, that she might finish what she began. Yet for all that, he and I were alike. We yet shared a fatal flaw, you see. Our need for control blinded us to other perspectives. I was in the thrall of Hephaestus. You called out to me. What say you now? Does La Habrea speak true? Yes, and now it's your turn to do the same. I just want to know one more thing. Did you truly believe that hiding the truth was best for me? Even knowing how I felt about my mother? The La Habrea I know had a fatal flaw, after all. I'm still not convinced. I have said all that I can say. Now it is for you to choose to believe me or not. The La Habrea I know holds duty above all else. I would sooner prostrate myself before an erupting volcano than place my fickle emotions in his path. When you return to the surface, you'll doubtless don that mask once more. So before we climb out of this forsaken pit, I suppose I should say, thank you, Hephaestus. I accepted a quest. No. I've had enough. There's more I would yet discuss, but we should first return to Pandemonium's gates. I'll gather my thoughts on the way. You heard the man? Go back to Pandemonium. Or the gates of Pandemonium. I owe you an apology, Solus. It was due to my own inexperience that Hephaestus was so easily able to take hold of my mind. I also owe you thanks. If you and Themis hadn't chosen to brave the chaos occurring in Pandemonium, then I would never have known La Habrea's story, my father's story. It was a tale I too was fascinated to hear. I very much looked forward to speaking with Azem upon my return. I cannot help but wonder how much of this he foresaw. I'm afraid I cannot allow that, Elidibus. So long as you retain control of Pandemonium, there is work to be done. Ah, but of course. I shall first free the remaining warders and restore this place to its former glory. Using the facilities of Tartarus, we should be able to reverse the changes made to their bodies and minds. I shall stay behind to oversee the process. That's well. But I must yet learn why I was considered the key to Hephaestus' experiments, and how he intended to revive Athena. Such questions are best left unanswered. In fact, I forbid the pursuit of that knowledge. The boundary between man and creation shall never again be crossed. And I intend to destroy the crystal containing Hephaestus' essence, that this mistake never again repeats. I see no reason to gainsay your judgment. It is yet the matter of your crystal. Truth be told, I had not considered its origin until I saw the one containing Hephaestus' ether. I was struck by how wholly different they were. There is another. I have one, I think. Yeah, it's the Azem one, yeah? While imbuing a crystal with memories is a simple process, storing a message, warning even, would be something altogether more complex. This also means that someone besides the present company, and Azem, was aware of the plot unfolding within Pandemonium. Then why would they not make themselves known, even now? No threats remain. Perhaps it was one of the other warders. We shall question them after we are freed. Oh, right, the memory crystal. Yeah, right. The memory with the warning, you know. I forgot that there was a present aspect to all of this, you know, plot stuff. That task may take some time. A resource I'd rather not steal more from you. Return at your leisure. We will share our results then. You've done more than enough for the time being. I am of the same mind. Leave the loose ends to us, and continue upon your journey. Oh, if you're so inclined, take a much-needed repose. This talk of journey smacks of Azem. As well it should. He has pledged to keep moving until he has seen every corner of the world. If you do find yourself with a spare moment, you might bring that crystal of yours to La Habrea. He may be able to offer further insight. Until then, my friend... Oh, back to Aporia then. Man, Azem sounds like such a chill guy, don't you think? He just, like, the second, like, he hears wind of a presence that's extremely similar to him, he just goes, huh, neat. Another one of me running around. And I didn't even stop to think, huh, man, I wonder what trouble he's gonna cause. Because most likely he's causing more trouble. Oh man, okay. Why, if it isn't Somnus! Excuse me if I'm not my usual chipper self, but we have not been without our difficulties in your absence. You see, communication with the airship Professor Claudine commissioned for his search was lost some time ago, and now we have quite lost track of where he might be. What? And to make matters worse, Nemgigi just sent word of an unusually large amount of energy coming from somewhere within the Ethereal Sea. I was just on my way to the Isoscope, in fact. Please, if you could follow me. What? What is that? Is it real? Why is it that whenever danger visits the world, you are never far behind? Why is it that whenever danger falls? For us to know! And you two, Professor Claudine's assistants, I take it. As you arrived before me, I take it you were involved in this. I would thank you to furnish me with an explanation. Pandemonium is here. It wasn't here before, nor was it here for how many thousands of years it existed, so... Why is it here now? What did I do? I should probably do your quest, actually, the royal quest. I'll do that in a bit. While the research summary you submitted to the forum gave us no cause for concern, these details are alarming. The professor's last message indicated he was on his way to Az's Law, but we know not whether he had reached his destination. A rash endeavor, even for Claudine. But he has never allowed the thrill of discovery to cloud his better judgment. You have no recourse but to entreat Ishgard's aid in searching for him. As for that unsightly fortress which materialized in the ethereal sea, Pandemonium, was it? It cannot be left alone. For the time being, information regarding this matter must be strictly controlled so as to minimize panic. We will gather those with knowledge of the ethereal sea and continue monitoring it for further irregularities. You two, submit a detailed report to the forum at once. At present, we have far more questions than answers. Nevertheless, I would ask for your assistance at such a time that our investigation has concluded. Very good. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must apprise the forum of what has occurred here. Just when we needed him most, Professor Claudine remains unaccounted for. He even brought the crystal with him. We are left with scarce a few straws to grasp at. While I am but a lowly assistant, even I can see that two concurrent problems are likely related. The same party or phenomenon may be responsible for both. Conversely, I see now that my inexperienced imagination failed to do Pandemonium's pitiless spire's justice. I can only wonder. If the facility itself traversed the ages, did the creations within do the same? What are the keywords? But answers to these questions shall come in time, I'm sure. For now, I must do as Master Fortuneau asked and write that report. As for you, Somnus, pray get what rest your responsibilities will allow. When next we call upon you, I wager we shall need you in prime condition. I'm unable to carry more items, hold on. I gotta use this card, I guess? I gotta get rid of something. I'm gonna get rid of, this high quality matron. It's only one of them. The rosewood logs. The sand. That's most of the quest for now. I don't know what else they added in this patch. Let me actually check that. I was checking that earlier at the beginning of the stream, but I didn't actually know exactly what they had. Give me a moment. Alt-tabbing is a very difficult process. Here, because it's just so awkward to do so. Because it's getting out of full screen of 1080p into 4K, and it's just kind of constantly doing that. Let's see. So we got the MSQ, we got the new raids, we got the new trial, we got new housing, we got new gold saucer schedule. There is Island Sanctuary, but I'm not gonna check that out right now because Island Sanctuary is a bit, you know, it's quite a bit. I don't really want to think about it right now. Let's see, new Unreal trial. Bunch of like balance changes. I think that might be it. I don't think they added any. Oh, other than Tataru's Bizarre Adventure, I suppose. That'd be the only other one. Yeah, other than like that, I think we're good. Tataru's Grand Adventure. I guess we'll do that. I wonder how quick that will do that. Going on for 7.5 hours, damn. Let's at least check out where that starts, at least. I have a feeling it starts in Mordona, so let's go there. Stretch. I've kind of been at this computer for like 7.5 hours after, yeah. I haven't really done much. What time is it? 8. Damn. Yeah, it's been a lot of content, but at the same time, not really that much content. Really. Right? Like, it's all, like, you can do it in a day. Right? I guess I haven't really touched Island Sanctuary though, and that's probably a shit ton of content for Island Sanctuary. Let me see if Tataru's Grand Adventure is like in Rising Stones, maybe? Because we can do that a little bit. How many quests does that comprise? Like what, 3? 4? Let me actually check. Tataru's quest. That is comprised of literally 2. Soaring Prophets, which actually starts in Australian, actually. And there's another one, Tales of Newfound Adventure. Disciple of War at level 90. Available after completing the main scenario. Let's actually check that out. Hey. It's in Rods. So I guess we're not doing Tataru's thing. At least not here, maybe. Because the quest is in Australian, actually. And I'd rather, like, get that and Island Sanctuary out of the way at the same time. We have Tales of Newfound Adventure something, though. It's a level 90 Shadowed Past. Okay, alright. Let's check it out, actually. I'm actually quite curious as to what that may be, especially since it's only unlockable after the main scenario. I want to actually check it out. At least I think it's this one, Shadowed Past or whatever. Hopefully it's just one quest in the like as well. Oh, it's the one that's gonna give us the cute little minion thing, yeah. That we saw at the end of the that thing, yeah. OBRB then. You know, every once in a while, I start thinking to myself, man, my air conditioner, for as loud and annoying as it can be, isn't really helping that much. And then I, like, open the door, and I step outside, and I go like, huh, okay, alright, it's better than nothing. Anyways. Master Somnus, you couldn't have appeared at a better time. You see, while patrolling the city, I chanced to sight a void scent. Wait, spooky, yeah? I immediately chased it down with the intent of eliminating it, but it's something about it struck me as, odd. For one, it had no move to defend itself, but simply sat there, jiggling. Which is why, against my better judgment, I decided to capture it instead. Having traveled to the void, I dare say you have a considerable knowledge of its denizens. If you have a moment, might I trouble you for your opinion on the creature's unusual behavior? I am truly grateful. Now, if you'll follow me, the creature is being held in the Hall of the Radiant Host. Okay. I suppose it's a good opportunity to do Portiono's quest as well. Or the... well, it's not specifically Portiono's quest, but the last bit. That last thing I'm gonna do about the role quests. Especially since I think there is a continuation on the way, so the quest doesn't end here, and then tough nuts. Here it is. Surprisingly docile, even when I captured it. But there have been no reports of attacks prior to that. And so it's the nature of void scent to prey on people for ether. Perhaps it bides its time, waiting to carry out some manner of scheme. You! I remember you! Yes, you are Troya! Please, you must help me! You at the castle? Indeed I was! But I've since fled here! I understand the mortal tongue well enough, but I don't have a mouth to produce the sounds. It's been a struggle to convey my thoughts. But not anymore! You can help me! Yes, you can! It says it doesn't have a mouth, but it wants to talk. You can converse with the void scent. Fascinating. Could you ask it why it came here? Oh, you heard that, buddy? Why'd he come? When you and yours stormed the castle, I was caught up in the fighting and died. In time I returned, but I tired of fighting, so I fled, using the gate to your world. Having just been reborn, however, my essence hasn't fully bound together yet, so when I emerged from the gate, it was as several sundered selves. Frightened and confused, they scattered, following the trail here and led me here. My diminutive size allowing me to remain largely unseen. But by the same token, I can do little more than sneak about. Each of us was weak and powerless. That's why we consumed one another in the first place. Together we were strong. I want you to help me find all of me, so that I can be whole again. What do you intend to do in this world? Why, I live here, of course. I've always wanted to. We still remember the past, you see. Still remember when we were mortals. We long to have that life again, but we need your help. Starting by reuniting us. We won't try to devour anyone even when we're whole, I swear. You wish to learn more about the Void, yes? There's much we can teach you about who rules its domains, about their past. Find the others and they'll tell you all they know. No eating, no tricks. Do we have a bargain? Sure. Well, he wants to find his other selves. You see, he came to this world as a shit ton of things. So cross over to our world to escape conflict. And now searches for the rest of itself? I understand Void Center are quite reliable when it comes to fulfilling a pact. And I dare say having one as an ally would benefit our research into the world. Very well. If you would be so kind as to search for its kin, I will consult my superiors on how best to deal with them. By that, I take it we have a bargain. Good, good. I sense 4 others close by. When you find them, you need only point them in this direction. So once they sense my presence, I can guide them with the rest of the way. Well, I suppose no time like the present then. Wayward Hectai. What's that? I asked you to search for me in exchange for knowledge about the powerful void scent. I was still wanting to see this and that, but I suppose there's a deal's a deal. There's men over there. Soldiers, are they not? We used to have soldiers in our world too. There were lots of them during the Contra Memoria. Ah, back from Weaver's Warding, are you? I hear you fought well against the void scent that slipped through. Come now, I merely did my duty. Haven't we all sworn to protect our nation no matter what the cost? Protect our nation. How familiar, those words. Where was it that I heard them? Ah, yes, it was the early days of the Contra Memoria. The enemy had conquered a terrible Eidolon that had laid siege to a fortress. The garrison was made of ordinary soldiers, men and women with no remarkable abilities, but led by their valiant commander, they fought bravely and desperately. They had to last until the Memoria arrived. The commander told them they needed to hold out no matter the cost. A Memoria did eventually arrive, soon enough for the soldiers, but not soon enough for the soldiers. Having struck down the Eidolon, the Memoria and his servants searched the castle for survivors. They only found the dead. Just when they had given up all hope, a faint groaning reached their ears. They rushed over to the sound and cleared away debris. A lone survivor, the garrison commander. Instead of joy, however, the sight of the man filled them with anger. Your soldiers are slaughtered to a man, yet there's barely a scratch on you. What's the meaning of this? The Eidolon was savage, but mindless. It was a simple thing to hide myself beneath fallen debris. Hide? As commander, you had a duty to your men. You were supposed to put their lives before your own. Spare me. My duty was to ensure the fortress stood, and it did. Besides, my death would have achieved nothing. Honor be damned. Now I'm sworn to protect our nation, and to do that I must live. It isn't my fate to fall here. It isn't your fate, you say? Is he? Merely unconscious. Come, let us bury the soldiers. And the commander with them. Fate shall decide what becomes of him, whether he lives or dies. Very well, my lord. Funeral rites were later held for the fallen, but solemn tears quickly gave way to horrified screams as the body emerged from the earth. The commander. I can't live. I can't die. I must live, the man is said to have declared. People thought him a demon, a disheveled horror, muttering curses as he wandered off to regions unknown. Scarmaleone, they called him. Scarmaleone, they called them. A name befitting his newfound grisly visage. A name befitting a monster. We thought we buried him deep. But a mortal's desire to live is not to be underestimated. You're immortal, so I expect you understand that desire. Well, that concludes my tale. I had best rejoin myself, if you'll excuse me. Well, damn, actually. So we're gonna learn the origin stories of our archfiends. Scarmaleon is the it was old commander. Obviously he didn't die there, but he died way later. Wasn't really right to call it death if his soul is only trapped in a crystal. So this is where mortals consume ether. Dreading loneliness more than hunger. How very much lately. If you don't mind, though, I'd like to observe the mortals a while longer. The food here is simply sublime. Why, I feel stronger with every bite. As if the Murga themselves were granting me their blessing. The food is tasty, that's true. But no food is so sublime as to be a substitute for proper training, my friend. Stronger with every bite, every feed. For my part of the bargain, I will tell you about how we void sense become strong. Simply put, it depends on the quality and quantity of ether we harbor. When the world was consumed by darkness, the heroes known as Memoriates arose as powerful void sense. In contrast, the vast majority of mortals, powerless and unremarkable as they were, became ordinary void sense, like me. There were exceptions, of course, but one in particular I'll never forget. Scarmiglione Scarmiglione. Never had I seen a void sense so craven. Even when pushed to the brink of starvation, he would prey only on those weaker than himself. He subsisted on scant leavings, and lived in constant fear and hunger. In the face of danger, a void sense stronger than himself, fleeing was the only option. But a day came when he found his way barred. How pitiful. How pitiful. Such overwhelming ether! Who is this? You fled instead of facing your foe. Why? Why? I'm too weak. Why else? I would have been devoured. So you had enough strength. So had you enough strength, you would have stood your ground. Very well, then. What's happening? Yes, I feel it! The power swelling within me! Lo, your foe returns. What have you done to me? I granted you but a sliver of ether. 'Twas with the power you already possessed that you defeated your foe. I possessed such power? Fear had clouded your eyes, blinded you to the strength you had attained feeding on the weak. If you would free yourself from fear, then join me. you shall have a greater cause to live, for you know true power. Curious how, in a world without death, the fear of it would be the key to great strength. The knight recognized this, recognized the Void Sense potential, and thus did he take him into his service. Determined as he is to live, it wouldn't surprise me if he was still somewhere out there. He wouldn't. He'd be even more powerful now, I expect, from all the devouring he would have done since. Unlike your world, eating actually makes you stronger in ours. Well, I must be going now. The others are waiting. They'll all be slithering along. What do you got to say? What are you stalking? Oh, that couple. Probably. My myself grows lonely, you say? My apologies. It was my intent to seek out the others. But I was distracted by the bickering pair of mortals yonder. My goodness. But there's been some colorful language. To hell's with your father! You shouldn't need his permission just to leave the goddamn house! Please mind your language. What would father say if he were to hear you? Gah, it's always father this, father that with you. I'm sick of it. You're your own woman now. Bloody act like one for a change. Colorful language, yes? Not from the girl, though. Oh no, she appears to be quite well bred. I just hope she's happier than a girl I knew long, long ago. That girl was born into a family of thugs who suddenly found themselves nobility. She was raised as a noblewoman and had servants tending to her every need. But in the end, she was merely a beautiful bird kept in a gilded cage. Wanting her to be a proper lady, her parents presided over all aspects of her life. They decided everything for her, telling her what to say and do. Chafing from the fetters of her restrictive life, she solicited her handmaiden's aid, and stole at the manor, where she enjoyed a moment of bliss unbeknownst to her parents. Or so she thought. It was not long before her father dragged her back to her room, barring the door and windows, denying her even the simple pleasure of an afternoon breeze. Even a bird in a cage may chirp freely. She wasn't even suffered to give voice to her designs. But she wouldn't be deterred. Having once tasted sweet freedom, she yearned for more, and one day she succeeded in sneaking out of the manor a second time.
You're late. I was beginning to think you wouldn't come.
If you're expecting your friends, I'm afraid they're not coming.
How did you... What do you mean they're not coming? I'd known that some miscreants were cavorting in these parts. But to think that they dared try to consort with my daughter... Well, you needn't worry about them anymore. They're food for fishes now. How could you do this, Father? Why must you torment me so? Know your place, girl. You're a means for our family to gain influence, and I won't have you sullying yourself with riffraff. You will not leave your chamber save with my permission, nor will you disobey me again. If you do so, there will be severe consequences. Am I understood? I said, am I understood?
To hell.
What did you say? I said go to hell! Damn. Although, to be fair, I wasn't really being subtle at all. Fuck, she fucking just buried that straight into his head. Oh, to think that it could be so exhilarating to speak my mind. To do as I please. No more living in a cage. From this moment on, I am free. Free as the wind. The young woman struck out on her own, and in her travels discovered her true calling. Not in the halls of lords and ladies, but on the battlefield. She became a force of nature, famed for her striking beauty, which belied a terrible savagery. And with this new life, she also claimed a new name, Barbaricia. Indeed, she found her freedom. But did she also find happiness, I wonder? I suppose I'll never know. Nor does it matter, for the world that once was is no more. Ah, but forgive me. I had better rejoin the others. So that's her origin story. I suppose later iterations of this quest and future patches will talk about the origin story of the other four fiends. Other two, I suppose. The number of four fiends is quickly dwindling, you know? Ah, you're looking up to the sun. Ah, what a refreshing breeze! Am I to return with the others? Ah, they should have come here! Would you look at this beautiful, boundless sky? Mortals take to the air from here, do they not? Would that I had wings to soar among the clouds myself. But we Voidsent are not wont to roam, you see. The mightiest among us carve out domains, while the rest labor to stay in their good graces. Now, the master of a domain seldom ventures outside. It is in one's territory that one is strongest. For some, however, such confinements prove trying, as was the case for a certain Voidsent I know. I speak of the free-spirited terror Barbaricia. Where she first established her domain, she whiled away the days waiting for her minions to bring her prey. The ether amassed from these offerings were devoted to the singular pleasure of caring for his silky, glowing locks. But resources for her domain were not without their limits. It was only when none remained to oppose her that she realized she was a prisoner in her own domain. And unless she broke free, she would inevitably wither away alone. Not knowing what to do, she had fallen into the depths of despair. And when the hand of salvation came to pull her out... At this rate, my precious hair will fizzle and frazzle and fray. Had I only the strength to leave my domain. If strength is your desire, that is easily granted. Who are you? So much power surging through me! What will you do with it? What is it you desire? What I desire? What I desire is... You would move your very own domain. Impressive. That I can do such a thing. What have you done to me? I granted you ether, nothing more. It was your will that made it possible. My will. Even so, no matter where you should go, there is naught but darkness. What could your destination possibly be? Destination? I have no need of such. I wish but to be free, like the wind. In a world that has met its end, rare indeed is the soul who desires freedom so ardently that she could will her very domain to move. Recognizing this quality, the knight would grant her more power, and a place of command in his mighty army. A story worthy of our bargain, I trust. I might have had more to tell had I not fallen off her domain. It seems you mortals also have a fondness for flying. I'd certainly like to try riding one of these airships of yours. But perhaps some other time. My other selves will be a blubbering mess if I don't hurry and rejoin them. You found the last of the void scent. Time to head back to the Hall of the Radiant Host. Jean Touchdown. What are you trying to be? Travis Touchdown's... Actually, let's not get into that. Travis Touchdown is not a good man. If you take inspiration from him, then there's something wrong. You're allowed to like him. No. It's fine. It's just not allowed to want to be like him. Right? Thank you so much for finding me. I hope the knowledge I had to share was worthy of our agreement. Mordin, how did you come to know the Archfiends? My other selves lived quite disparate lives, both as mortals and Voidsent. Though I suppose it's rather fortuitous that they crossed paths with such powerful Voidsent. But more importantly, what they could offer was worthy of our bargain. For that, I am glad. All that remains now is for us to rejoin and become whole again. Huh? Is this not all of me? Huh? There can be no other explanation. There's still more of me lost out there somewhere. But I don't sense them. Where could they have gone? So, this is not all of them. You mean there's more of them wandering about? By the sisters! At the very least, if what you say is true, they pose no threat to the people. Though the others can be found, we will keep these 5 under our care. Should I sense the others nearby, I hope we can count on you to find them too. I like our boy here. Alright, it's time to do Fortune Knows quest. And Jesus Christ, 8 hours. Okay, maybe not Fortune Knows quest. It's just one quest. But I want to do so much with it. And during it. Oh shit. 8 hours. 8 hours. But I want to do a lot. But it's 8 hours. I'm doing it anyways. Bitter snow. Well, if it is a Somnus. An all-around good egg and champion of, well, the whole world, I suppose. Word travels fast, my friend. We've heard all about your exploits defeating the blasphemies that plague the good people of Eorzea and Doma. Sadly, there are other fell beasts that yet want for slaying, but fear not. Our efforts to bring them low proceed apace, and we've had naught but glad tidings from our allies. In fact, we recently received word from the resistance forces in Bajia that a blasphemy was slain, thanks in no small part to Lord Hian's timely appearance. Perhaps the most surprising report came from Werlit, where soldiers led by the infamous Black Wolf fought alongside Almamegan troops for yet another hard-earned victory. Reports from Garlemald, however, suggest another blasphemy threat lurks in the snows. We received a petition for assistance. Strange, don't you think? When the effects of the final days began to spread in earnest, we encountered a great many monsters in Garlemald, but never a blasphemy. To make matters worse, they say the Garleans who chose to remain and rebuild have begun transforming into yet more hideous creatures. From what I understand, it was you and your comrades who brought an end to the source of the final days, is that right? Even so, it would appear its effects will linger a while longer. Until this malevolent influence of Akasha subsides, I dare say this won't be the last time we will hear such sightings. As for the blasphemy, we have reason to believe it is a great deal stronger than any we've faced thus far. Your strength and experience would prove quite valuable if you're willing to help with it. Of course I'll help. Truly? Our contacts in Charlian will be thrilled to hear it. Though they did not explicitly request your presence, it was clear from the first they were hoping for it. Though if I may be frank, I was not expecting Charlian of all places to be so concerned with the present state of Garlemald. What with their strict policies of non-intervention? Perhaps we will find out the reason before all this is over. But there's an inquiry for another time. I will not keep you any longer. Once you arrive in Garlemald, I should think the intelligence officer stationed there will be more than happy to apprise you of the situation. I do this, and then tomorrow we do Tatru's quest and Island Sanctuary. We do those things tomorrow. There's no way I'm going to even think about doing any of those right now, at this second. That's another, like, what, 4 hours at least of shit to do? Probably, right? Because I'll probably stay in Island Sanctuary, just get the ropes in, right? So that's a good amount of time gone. I don't have right now, and possibly actually don't really have for a lot of, actually. I don't have a lot of time to go around in these coming days. So, Somnus? The Somnus? It's an honor to have you with us, sir. I presume you're here to assist in the hunt for the blasphemy. Maxima and Lucia will be glad to hear it. If you would come this way. It is good to see you, Somnus. Though I wish it were under more fortuitous circumstances. We were reluctant to call upon you, knowing you but recently returned from the far reaches of the heavens. But we are no less glad for your aid. Now then, I believe it best if the man who first discovered the blasphemy explained the situation. Ah, Somers. Good. We may forego introductions then. Thank you for answering our call for assistance. As for the situation at hand, it concerns a joint effort between the Forum and the Loporrits to find new purpose for the moon. While there's no longer a need for a vessel to evacuate the star, we believe the moon may yet prove of use to the people of Etheirys. After much contemplation, a rather ingenious proposal was put forward to transform the moon into a repository for man's knowledge, an archive of a hitherto foreseen, unseen scale. Sharlayan has long had the honor of boasting incomparable repositories of the world's knowledge, but it is far from perfect. Should calamity befall us, natural or otherwise, the wisdom of ages we have long labored to preserve would be lost. But the moon is beyond any such risk. What's more, it is beyond the jurisdiction of any one nation. First did we consult the allied nations of Eorzea, the Far East, and Razathan. They agreed to assembling a survey team to take measure of the moon and its potential as a repository. Our plans for assessments were forestalled, however, by the presence of an entity we believe to be a blasphemy in the Tower of Babel. Claims of Garlean citizens transforming into monsters shortly after its discovery only gave further credence to our initial supposition. But we've not only ill tidings to share. Reinforcements have been dispatched to aid us in quelling the blasphemy threat. Lord Artuarel and a member of Gridania's Creepers of the Entwined Serpents have already begun an investigation into the catalyst of these transformations. Though the skies no longer burn, and the spread of its affliction is much curtailed, we must remain vigilant. Until the blasphemy threat has been quelled, Alphinaud and Alisaie have graciously offered to help keep calm the people of Tertium, while we attend to the people here. But the matter of the blasphemy is not so easily resolved, I'm afraid. We recently met with certain complications that have hindered our plans. Yugiri and Fodola are presently deliberating how best to resolve the situation. Perhaps it would be best if you heard the details directly from them. I should like to join you, if I may, as this endeavor was originally undertaken on Sharlayan's behalf. I feel it is my responsibility to see this through to its conclusion. So, looks like Fortunel will be joining us. I want him to speak with his children, because I saw on Twitter. I see a lot of things on Twitter, but I saw on Twitter that that Fortunel has some really cute dialogue when we talk with Alphinaud and Alisaie in Tertium. Issue. I think we start like here, so we have a ways until we reach Alphinaud and Alisaie. If we ever do decide to do that. I did not expect to see you here of all places, but I am now glad for your presence. I presume word of the blasphemy is what brought you here. In which case, I believe it may be best if a member of the reconnaissance team, Scard, explained the situation. Ooh! An acquaintance of yours. Long time no see, Lorenz. I tell ye what worldly sort, but bugger me if I know where you've heard my name before. I'm just a lonely sword fire, hoping to fatten my purse with touch of mercenary work after taking my leave from Linsa. The job sounded simple enough, but, well, I'm sure you wouldn't be. But you didn't come all this way to hear about me, did you? The blasphemy here we're after is making its nest in the upper reaches of the Tower of Babel. The auxiliary sector, I believe it was. But it wasn't alone. A sizable horde of beasts from were circulating about like knights protecting their queen. Naturally, we fought to strike them from a distance before engaging in earnest, but not a single bullet reached its mark. They were protected by some manner of mystical shroud as far as I could figure, without a keen eye for magic. I don't see anyone getting through. By the time we understood the futility of the situation, we'd been spotted. Retreat was our only option. Pains me to say it, but there won't be any brute forcing our way through this one. My understanding was that once transformed, these blasphemies are completely devoid of ether. With what energies could it create such a barrier? That's the question, isn't it? My first thought was some heretofore unknown technique for conjuring shields. Needless to say, I'm out of my depth when it comes to matters of magic. Which is precisely why I plan to speak with the Elder Seedseer when she arrives. If someone can help us find a way to overcome the blasphemy's protection, it's her. In the meantime, could we trouble you to help with the not-so-small matter of people changing to beasts? The blasphemy's horde was large enough when we first were founded. We can't afford for more to join its ranks. Very well. We shall reconvene with Lord Artuaro and discuss strategy. Before you go, there's something else you should know about the tower. From the moment we set foot inside, I could swear there was someone, or something, watching us. I shrugged it off, thinking it was a figment of my imagination, but in hindsight, I'm not so sure. Nothing to worry about now, but best keep on guard when you do finally return to the tower. Alright, Artuaro. Ah, Somnus. It is good to have you with us, my friend. Indeed, the road before us is not an easy one, and a man of your talents will prove invaluable to our efforts. But we recently returned from reconnaissance, when we made a few rather surprising discoveries. First and foremost, we were pleased to discover that no one residing within Camp Broken Glass or Tertium had turned, no thanks to the concerted efforts of Maxima, Alphino, and Alize. However, we have reason to believe those who did turn all hail from Locus Aeolus. You mean Corvus, and the Gallians' ancestral home. The very same. When the ill effects of the final days began to manifest there, a number of Gallian refugees from the region sought sanctuary in Garlemald. The capital was already in ruins when they arrived. They were offered asylum, but many refused and instead chose to fend for themselves on the outskirts of the city. We are of a mind to go and speak with them directly, if you would care to join us. Perhaps together we can learn what of their recent circumstances has triggered such terrible change among their people. Time being of the essence, I believe it prudent we split into two groups and cover as much ground as we may, as quickly as possible. If you and Master Fortuneau would inquire the people of Victus' spoils, the two of us shall see what we may at Liminal Station 4. When we have finished, pray meet us there. Victus' spoils to the east of here, yes? Let's be off. Wow. By the way, it's raining here. I don't know how, relevant that is. It's raining in a very snowy place, it stopped raining. It started snowing! Just as I started to mention that there's a snowy place, it started snowing. Oh, lovely. Ugh. That they should choose to reside here in the cold, I can but presume they will not be amenable to conversation. Even so, we must not be deterred. Come. What's bad about this is that this is not even 6.2 material that I'm doing. And yet I'm doing it anyways. It's 6.1. It was released in 6.1 at least. I'm doing it now because I never bothered to fucking finish all my role quests in 6.1. Come to hear grievances, have you? We've more than you have to hear from, I'm sure. We've lost not one but 2 homes, our loved ones, our livelihood. There's nothing left. I served my time with the military, for what? To lose all my friends, my son? There was naught to show for it but our claim to Locus Amarnis. So we fought. Calamity was visited upon us for reasons we know not. And when we fought to flee, it followed on our heels to Garlemald, ruin and ash at every turn. Talk? What is there to talk about? We've no home, no future, nothing. This doom spells the end for us all. Oh, at least he's not turning, so he has some hope in him. Can't imagine why you or anyone else would feign interest in our troubles. But if you insist, you'll find a great many of the people here in the military at some time or another, some retiring with honors, and others without. Sadly, I'm one of the latter, born one too many scars in battle. And so, my contributions were enough to warrant leave to move to Locus Amarnis. It was a land of warmth and bounty. The Gavosi rebellion, admittedly, proved troublesome for a time, but it didn't take long for the Second Legion to quell their uprising. You could practically drown in the calm and quiet. And then one day the skies came alive with flame. We were overrun by all manner of foul beasts, born of our brothers and sisters. The Second Legion barely had time to assemble the forces before they were overrun and snuffed out. We barely escaped with our lives. But we were greeted only with more rack and ruin on arrival here. And we've not the strength to take our home back from the Kovosi a second time. There's nothing left of us here anyway. Did you learn aught of how they came to be in such dire straits? They were booted out, and, you know, seeing the fire! The sky being on fire, you know? Yeah. I see. I heard much the same. The military forces of Locus Amarnis were defeated in the wake of the final days. Desperate to survive, they naturally fled to Garlemald seeking sanctuary. It was their hope the might of the Empire would allow them to reclaim the home they were forced to abandon. But the capital was already in ruin when they arrived. Needless to say, the lands they have long believed to be the ancestral home to the Garling people may remain forever lost to them. Those unfamiliar with history would believe they have always resided in the biblical climes of northern Ilsabard. But that was only after the Kovosi invaded 800 years prior. With the advent of Magitech, I imagine it was all too easy for Emperor Solus to rally his people and take back what they believed to be rightfully theirs. Yet history would tell us true. The land they call Locus Amarnis has been known by other names, and served as home to myriad peoples. Indeed, one need only look back to the Alligans' reign in the Third Astral Era to give the lie to Garlean claims of sovereignty. Yet even had they such ancestral ties to Locus Amarnis, antecedents cannot justify their animosity to foreign peoples. animosity poorly veiled by delusions of justice, as has been the case for so many nations throughout history. Would that man have the sense and strength of will to break free from such chains of hatred? Help! Someone help! They've turned! Another monster. Quick with Somnus, we have a moment to lose. Huh. I guess they did. I guess he didn't have any hope in him after all. One of my mates seemed unwell, so I thought to come over here and look on him. Next thing I knew, no one appears to be injured. They did not attack. He just walked off in the direction of the tower in a daze, as if it was calling to him. He could not have gone far. If you would go after him, I will remain here and see that all are accounted for. Oh, that must be it. Whoa, he's like a Robo's void sense. Anyways, so I started blasting. I'll help him out. I like how the universal hail in this game is just a bunch of jumping. The official acknowledgement of the other's presence. The beast is slain, then. Thank the heavens. For a blessing, no others have turned, and a measure of calm has been restored, if only for the moment. Witnesses were able to offer a clue as to the source of the transformation. They claimed the afflicted was listening to this radio. Even now, it continues to play the same cryptic message. Oh, come on. Losing steam on the... Well, I mean, I suppose I've been streaming for 8.5 hours. Whatever! Fucking... I'm going to do this quest! Empire. No more. Never again. Rise ashes. Though distorted by radio static, you can hear a voice saying, "The Empire is no more. Never again shall it rise from the ashes." But how is this possible? There are no facilities left standing that could possibly deliver a broadcast. Okay, it's still red, huh? It may be that the stream just straight up crashed, actually. It may be. Well, I mean, OBS hasn't sent a disconnected notification yet, so here's hoping that it's just scuffed. Well, let me look on in. See if it's just being scuffed or is just if there's issues. I might have to restart the stream because of which, after all. So. Nothing seems to be off on my end, at least. Hopefully it's just a little jittery and that's it. I'm gonna keep the tab of my stream open here. Hopefully all it is just this jittery. But how is this possible? There are no facilities left standing that could possibly deliver a broadcast. Anima was capable of sending such a message. Be that as it may, Anima is no more. The Tower of Babel has fallen into disrepair, by your hand no less. Honestly, it seems that the biggest issue is just stream delay, so it's fine. I guess it's fine. Which begs the question, who, perhaps what, could be behind this? Somnus, Master of Fortuneau, a moment if you would. Shortly after we finished our inquiry at Liminal Station 4, Lord Emmerich and Admiral Merriwilb arrived and requested an audience. Apologies for our late arrival. Knowing firsthand the devastation of which blasphemies are capable, I discussed the matter with the Admiral, and we were of one mind that the situation warranted our immediate presence. Is it safe to presume a representative of the survey team has already arrived? Indeed I have. Thank you for coming all this way on such short notice. Recent events here at the camp have proved most enlightening. And this is the aforementioned radio. A harsh reminder of their misfortune, sufficient to push some wayward few over the edge, it would seem. Yet there still remains the question of who is sending this message, and from where. Glory everlasting Garlemald. Glory everlasting for Garlemald. No, it couldn't be. You recognize this message? A mantra often spoken by Lord Nerva. Anyone who lived in the provinces under his authority could scarcely forget those words. He sought to claim the throne after the assassination of Emperor Varus, did he not? After the Civil War broke out, he all but disappeared according to the intelligence we managed to gather. How could he have managed to breach the tower undetected? To have done so and remain unnoticed by the creatures infesting the tower seems a nigh impossible task. Unless... Do you think the voice on the radio is the blasphemy? I do. And as it was with Anima, these radios are somehow attuned to whatever signal it emits from the tower. What's more, I believe the true identity of the blasphemy is Nerva. Robbed of the throne, and forced to watch the empire he longed to command crumble before his very eyes, if such loss did not drive him to the same fate as Quintus, the despair he felt no doubt overcame and turned him. Nervous illusions of grandeur aside, Garleon's plight sounds not unlike the Sahagin, desperate to preserve the spawning grounds. Indeed, though unscrupulous by any measure, the Garleons found solidarity in their ideology, as did the people of Ishgard in the church, adrift without home or purpose. It is all too easy for despair to take hold. Would that a remedy were as simple as offering them land, as we did the Sahagin. In all likelihood, the Garleons would refuse to settle for aught less than what they believe to be their ancestral home of Locus Aemilius. A claim for Corvosi would readily take arms to denounce. We would do well not to further fan the flames of animosity twixt them. Then perhaps, at the very least, we can offer them peace of mind, and a means to regain some semblance of stability in their lives. To offer them comfort and true comfort and stability, Garlemald must be rebuilt! Garlemald restoration! Here we go! Hopefully this is the start of it. By no means an easy solution, but perhaps the only one worthy of pursuit. Of course, this new Garlemald must remain a sovereign nation, free from the oversight of others. Aye, they would see no meaning in it otherwise. If I'm not mistaken, Alphanel and Alize have already made strides in helping the people here regain some normalcy in their day-to-day living. A most important first step, but it will mean little about proper leadership. Rather than a single individual, perhaps a governing body of sorts would prove more effective. There are a number of former Senate members among the refugees at Camp Broken Glass, as I recall. With their help, creating a framework for new governments is not an impossibility. Then let us call the people together and see what they make of our proposal. The final days has taken much from you all, but I can imagine the pain you feel in the face of such immeasurable loss. And though the final days have been averted, its effects yet linger, and a blasphemy has been born of your suffering. Decisive action must be taken before further harm is brought upon you. To overcome such adversity is too great a task for any one person, but as a people united, there may yet be hope for tomorrow. While it is not our place to decide how you will move forward, we would offer a small measure of guidance. We were told a number of former members of your Senate yet remain among you. Would you be amenable to an interim government led by these individuals until such time as Garlemald can be rebuilt? Rebuild Garlemald? Is such a thing truly possible?
Even if we do cobble together some governing council, they won't be making anything of that pile of ash we dare call Garlemald. They won't be going back to Locus Amonis either. Rack and ruin. Those are our only options.
I realize to rebuild for Garlemald is a seemingly impossible task, but you needn't undertake it alone. My children are working with members of the First Legion, as we speak, to begin an organized relief effort. And there are others from the provinces no doubt willing to lend their expertise. You need but ask, not as would-be conquerors, but as brothers and sisters of Istar, and others will heed your call. If you should still see no merit in the rebuilding of Garlemald, I would instead offer you residency in Sharlayan. I promise you will be welcomed with open arms. Sharlayan?
So now you expect us to go and lick the boots of some country we never even heard of?
My apologies if I appeared overly forward with my proposition. Considering our strict policies on non-intervention until but recently, it is not surprising that you are unfamiliar with my homeland. It is an island nation to the north, home to myriad peoples, which is why I believe it would not prove difficult to accommodate you and yours. To be clear, you would not be migrating to Sharlayan to live in servitude. You have my word that each and every one of you would be guaranteed citizenship upon entry.
And why exactly would you go to such lengths for us? For the conquerors you barely know?
Sharlayan was long aware of the coming doom that would be the final days, and so we were preparing to evacuate the star, taking as many people and resources as our stores would allow. Initially, it was our intent to save the people of Garlemald as well, but we had not forgotten your transgressions invading Ala Mhigo, your rejection of our entreaties for peace. After a great deal of deliberation, it was decided that we would forgo an invitation to Garlemald, a determination made with great trepidation. We had convinced ourselves it was ultimately for the greater good. Well, I can think of at least one individual who would continue to protest. To ignore the plight of those who might conceivably save us, one might conceivably save, is not wisdom. It is indolence. Sage counsel I brazenly cast aside when confronted with the final days in earnest. But Somnus here and his companions refused to forsake those we were otherwise unwilling to save. With great risk to ourselves, they achieved the impossible, and opened my eyes to the error of the Forum's decision.
If all of our roads lead to ruin regardless, perhaps we should at least consider it.
Then it would be my pleasure to invite you all to Camp Broken Glass, where you shall have warm food and beds both. Admiral Merylb and I shall speak with Maxima and the others, and consider how best to assist the Gaulians moving forward. Should we broach the subject of blasphemy, however, we will not hesitate to call upon you. Ah. This? I guess that one. Hey! We're finally in the green! We're not dropping frames anymore! Woohoo! With the Gaulians' hearts at ease, the likelihood of others turning has greatly diminished. That said, it is no cause for us to grow complacent. We must needs find a way to overcome the blasphemy's protective warding. If I understand correctly, a blasphemy's behavior is oftentimes influenced by the memories and emotions of their originator, in which case it would be prudent to learn more of the man who birthed this monstrosity. How fortuitous then that a number of soldiers from the 3rd Legion are in our custody. For our mercy, their tempering was not so severe as to be beyond our ability to heal them. They are presently being treated at Camp Broken Glass. Perhaps the camp's intelligence officer can tell us who among them knows aught of Nerva's whereabouts. Oh, we're going back there. So we dropped a total of 34,266 frames. Considering the amount of frames that's been outputted throughout the entire stream, it was only 1.8% of them. However, that was like what? Probably like 10 minutes worth of footage. I see. Perhaps it'd be best if you speak with Vigilia, the legatus of the 3rd Legion. She's still on the mend, but the Chirurgeons aren't like to oppose a brief conversation. If you would wait here for a moment. Eosius champion, I presume, and one of his cohorts. What business do you have with me? Osabard is faced with an imminent crisis, and we believe the knowledge you bear may be the key in stopping it. Thus do we believe the blasphemy to be Nova, where his whereabouts in the wake of Garlemald's fall, or lack thereof, give credence to our theory. Lord Nerva. From what we have pieced together thus far, you are one of the last to see him alive. Please, will you not share with us what you know? Very well, for I suspect what meager knowledge I possess shall avail you not. I last spoke with Lord Nerva shortly after the warring in the first Legion began. Cloistered were the lower levels of the Senaculum Imperialis. He spent the better part of the day listening attentively to the radio. He seemed hopeful, perhaps desperate, for news that the tide might turn in our favor. The next day, I left for the front line. It was there I heard a terrible noise, which I assumed came from the Tower of Babel. Then darkness overtook me, and I remember naught after that. I was told the radios protected those close to them from the effects of the tower. in which case Lord Nerva would have remained unaffected. But he has ever been devoted to Garlemald, for glory everlasting, he would say. To watch the empire he loved so dearly crumble, I can think of no one who would be more stricken by the sight. It would seem we were right to assume what became of Nerva. It does not surprise me that the beast would choose to make its nest within the Tower of Babel. It stands atop the remains of the Imperial Palace, and a throne he revered so highly. But the Empire is no more, and Lord Nerva, apparently, is no longer the man he once was. He deserves to be laid to rest, together with his dreams of glory. We will fell the beast. You have my word. Apologies for the interruption. Carne Senna has arrived, and we're ready to depart. It is good to see you, Solus, Master Fortune Man. I have spoken with Lorenz of the ward protecting the blasphemy, and I am quite confident some manner of ether-based magic bars our path. If I may be so bold, Elder Caesar, we reached the same conclusion initially, but that simply is not possible. These creatures born at the final days are devoid of ether. As such, they will be unable to produce such a barrier in a manner of which we are accustomed. I suppose it's possible they manipulated diamonds to achieve a similar effect. I too fought to dismiss the notion of a barrier fueled by ether. That is, until I stepped foot here in Garlemald. Even now, I sense streams of ether flowing toward the tower. Its purpose was, after all, to harvest reserves of energy sufficient to reach the moon. Even if one was incapable of manipulating ether directly, it stands to reason control of the tower would alleviate such a need. It is merely conjecture, of course. I cannot say for certain until I have examined the currents with my own eyes. Might I ask you to accompany us? I would join you as well, if I may. My injuries would keep me from being of use in battle, but my knowledge of the land should serve just as well as my blade. I would not be opposed to your company, but it is not my decision to make. She may go, as long as she remains under the watch by you and the others. Very good. Might I suggest we begin with Regio Urbanissima? I sense the greatest confluence of ether in that vicinity. Alright, let's go. Actually, before then, I need to go get a drink. I've been reading a lot out loud. Plus, my voice might be starting to lose its luster. So I'll be with some nice water and maybe tea. Alright. I just turned on the lights in my room as well. Because, I mean, the sun already set, like, what, an hour ago? When I started the stream, the sun was high in the sky. right up in the center too. as it was noon, and now it is nightfall. But the night is young. Well, I just gotta finish this one quest and I'll be done with it. I don't think I'm gonna do much else after this. As I thought. The Aether stream here flows toward the tower, as do all the others in this region, no doubt. This convergence first began when the Telophoroi erected spires in all corners of Eorzea to fuel the Tower of Battle. But once destroyed, this divergence of Aether should have ceased. Alright, whoever you are, if you've business with us, quit your skulking about in the shadows and speak your piece. Was it you in the tower, or wasn't it? Was you there in the tower, wasn't it? My, you're sharper than you look. Nero. Fucking, we just saw you, like, on a leash. But we saw you on Sid's leash just, like, 8 hours ago? Yeah, but 8 hours ago. What happened? Why are you out? I recognize you. Nero, yes? Why are you following us? Who said I'm following you? Being a native Garlemald does not stand to reason I might be inclined to come and see what has become of my home. I know not what you're scheming, but we've no time to entertain your games. Perhaps Master Garland would make better company for you. Spare me. I'm a man of great ambition and great intellect, far beyond the scope of anything Garland could hope to achieve. He still keeps his head in the clouds, while I would set my sights to the stars beyond. Which is why you snuck into the tower. But like us, you couldn't get past the blasphemy to reach the transporter. Yes, well, I was very much hoping you would dispense with that little obstacle. And having caught wind of your plans, curiosity compelled me to see if you were truly up to the task. Do you have reason to believe me or not? Or perhaps does this great genius Nero plan to dispense of the blasphemy himself? Far be it from me to steal your glory coming all this way. But, as I am feeling generous, I will tell you what I learned during my time at the Tower of Battle. I was able to access its systems, you see, and discovered one of those dreadful spires still appears to be active. Impossible. They all vanished when Anima was destroyed. Yes, and I've heard of your escapades reclaiming the remains of the Emperor, but obviously you failed to reclaim his entire body. As it stands, a piece remains powering a tower at Fabrica. Yes, the manufacturing district, just north of the erstwhile Imperial Palace. A rather impressive feat, considering how these lands are so utterly devoid of ether, barely enough to sustain life, let alone the spire. But if one were to use Varus's remains to forcibly create a confluence of sorts... Precisely. And from what I've gleaned of the tower systems, his heart serves as its core. Coursing not with blood, but your precious ether. And now Nerva has amassed a surfeit to shore up his defenses. How fortuitous he should find so perfect an impetus for his design, stolen from better minds than his own. How very like him. Oh, did I say that aloud? Oh, you'll forgive me if I fail to show concern for your ire. If what you say is true, these lands could never hope to recover from such a paucity of life energies. We must hurry and find Varus's heart, to spare both the land as wanton harvesting, and deny the blasphemy the source of its protection. Are we to presume you have any intention of aiding us? As I've said, I've no intention of stealing your glory. Though I fear victory may soon slip through your fingers if you do not act quickly. The Tower of Babel was designed specifically for Anima to serve as its core. Nerva forcing himself upon the system has caused it to grow increasingly unstable. If my calculations are correct, and they always are, it will not be long before his presence triggers a system meltdown. The resulting explosion will destroy whatever tenuous streams of ether breathe life into the lands of Garlemald. But more importantly, we will lose our only means of reaching the moon. The heavens forever denied my genius! How so very unfortunate. And in any event, it would seem time is of the essence. It's all well and good, but even if we know which district to search, finding the heart will be like looking for a needle in a bloody haystack. Actually, I may know where we can start. It's all rather hazy, but I still have vague recollections of my time serving Anima when I was enthralled. We were commanded to erect some manner of facility tucked away in a corner of Fabrica. I remember not what it was for, but it's as good as a place as any to begin our search. Certainly sounds promising, but surely this facility will be heavily guarded. Then maybe it'd be for the best to divide our forces. If it's just the four of us, shouldn't prove too difficult to sneak inside and find the heart. Meanwhile, our main force can stand ready to storm the Tower of Babel when the barrier gives out. Yep, leave it to us. Can't leave a job half finished at this point. This is Levier. What? Very well. We shall return at once. A number of Garleans have left camp for the Tower of Babel. They have somehow misunderstood the threat of the tower and convinced themselves that Nerva has taken refuge there, still clinging to their ill-placed patriotism, no doubt. They could not have gone far. If we act quickly, perhaps they can be found before they come to harm. A wise man would not waste his time on a few wayward refugees. I thought you Sharian scholars know better. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, sir. If it is all the same to you, Thomas, I would join you. I will return to camp and begin preparations for the assault on the tower. I suppose I should go as well. Though I am unarmed, I promise not to be a burden. That said, it will behoove us to avoid any undue confrontations if possible. Now, let us be off. Hey, he can follow us! Fuck you! I'm going to have you talk to your children because I heard on Twitter that you have some cute dialogue with them. And by God am I going to see it! This may take a while. We have to go on foot, because if I mount, he's not going to be able to catch up. So, actually, what does he say anyways? Just normal speaking. We've no time to lose. We should... If they should reach the tower, there's no telling what may happen to them. Yeah, I know, but we're wasting time talking to your kids. It's a suburb. There's a grid system at that. It's probably gonna be pretty simple to try to get back to our thing. So, to our objective. Ah, sprinting is back. Come on, we mustn't waste time. Even though we are... even though that's exactly what I'm doing, is wasting time. But hey, I don't know if I'm gonna get another opportunity for Fortuno to talk with his fucking kids, okay? So... Heyo, Alfie. Oh, Somnus, if you're here, that can only mean the situation at the Tower of Babel is worse than we feared. Alize and I are attending to the people as best we can. For mercy, there have been no signs of anyone succumbing to the lingering effects of the final days. You needn't worry about us, Father. Matters here are well in hand. That is well. We will not keep you away from your work any longer, then. Oh. I don't know about you, but I've seen enough suffering and despair to last a lifetime. Needless to say, we'll do all we can to keep everyone else from turning. I can think of no one better to care for them than you, Alize. But please do be careful. And you, Father, by the sounds of it, you'll have your hands more than full out there. Anyways, that was basically like half of my motivation to do this entire quest chain. Was to have Fortuno talk to his kids. It was like basically all my motivation was there. It's just to do that. And hey, now that I fucking did it, it's not much. It really isn't much. It seems to be just extra dialogue, like on an if-then case, like, you know, if Fortuno is following, then he speaks to Fortuno as well, a little bit, type of deal. As opposed to like, they have unique and specific dialogue for it. I mean, they do have like unique dialogue still, just for the quest though, not. Because I know that NPCs just into the overworld always change their dialogue depending on, like, your quest progress. Like, what quests you're on or have done, you know, always change. Like, for example, I can guarantee you that, like, Grahatia's character doesn't exist anymore, actually. He's not encounterable after Aglaya. So that's a bad example. A better example would actually be, like if you find like one of the Loporrits, maybe, you would probably have different dialogue. Obviously Alphinaud and Alize have different dialogue since we're doing this quest. Loads of NPC have different dialogues. Only ones of note, I think. Not really... Like, ones that, like, the game developers would, like, expect you to, like, think, like, oh, you have something to say about this. No trace of him there. Let us keep searching. Hey, if you cannot shoot at me, that would be fantastic. There you go. Thank you. Ah, someone needs help. Did you hear that? It came from over there. can't very well ignore cries and pleas for help, yeah? Fortune, no, what are you doing? You don't have a weapon! There you go. You're the ones who came to speak with us before. We heard Lord Nerva had returned and was assembling his forces in the tower, but he has not returned. Okay, it's complicated. No, not Lord Nerva too. Then there really is nothing left for us. I'll not deny your situation is dire, but you are not without a path forward. I believe you've the passion and conviction needed to rebuild Garlemald, if you so choose. Or, failing that, you could begin life anew in Sharlayan. Rebuild Garlemald? No, there's no point in entertaining so lofty a dream, and we would sooner die than suffer life under the rumor of another. You would sooner seek death than sanctuary. Your resolve is admirable, but sorely misplaced. If you would not see Garlemald rise from the snow and ashes here in Ilsabard, might you consider venturing into a new frontier? A new frontier? And where exactly is this land ripe for exploration? There, on the moon. It is our goal to create a repository of man's knowledge there, free from the jurisdiction of any nation. As I understand, the magitech and technological advancements of Garlemald were without peer. Your expertise would be indispensable in this endeavor, should you be willing, of course. You really expect us to go and live on the bloody moon? Is such a thing even possible? Have you a better alternative? Lest you forget, Garlemald did not rise to grandeur from complacency in the present or rumination in the past. We live for the future. It is in our blood. Life is not without its hardships, of course, but even I have met with occasional stumbling blocks. But even should I stumble, my eyes are forever fixed skyward, seeking ever greater heights. The Empire may be lost, but I still possess a great deal of knowledge gained from it, and a desire to seek more. The very notion of exploring the moon is an unprecedented prospect, and that you should balk at the proposition boggles the mind. Consider this. Have you heard the beasts of the final days were born of those hapless souls that had given up on everything, yes? If that is indeed the case, then can you tell me why you still stand before me? Because deep down, you believe your life is yet worth living. Deep down, you long to reach for the unreachable. Or perhaps you don't. If you should choose to lay down and die here in the snow, that's none of my concern. Reach for the unreachable? That sounds like something I would have said back at the academy. Alright, we'll go. So it's better than dying here in the snow, as you do so grimly put it. Then we must first dispense with the blasphemy that commands the tower. It's hard to believe Lord Nerva of all people could be turned into one of those monsters. Please, you must stop him. Put his soul to rest. Thank you. And sorry for causing you this trouble. Thank you for the rousing call to action. What? I thought you had no interest in meddling in our affairs. Lest you misunderstand, I abhor the idea of my countrymen blindly following nobles they know next to nothing about. Besides, it would be a most piteous sight for not a single Garlean to be among those venturing to the moon. Who else am I to prevail upon to learn a new findings up there? Sid? You can ask your boyfriend Sid. Alright, time to kill some shit. From what Nero has told us, time is now a luxury we can ill afford. Let us return to Clan Brokenglass, if only for the moment. The others are no doubt finishing their preparations for battle. And this has been a lot longer of a quest than I thought it would be. I thought it was just go talk with Fortuno for a bit, take some names, get the job done, type of deal. Obviously that ain't the case. I should hope the others' absence means all proceeds apace. Good, you're here. With recent arrival of reinforcements, our preparations are all but complete. Apologies for our lateness. It seems we are at least in time to help deliver the crushing blow. Aye, and the fates are kind. So we must receive these damnable blasphemies. Commander Elder, Lord Hugh, thank you for coming. Yes. Yes, of course. Understood. Lorenz and the others have reclaimed Varus' heart. The barrier protecting the blasphemy should soon dissipate. That the time has come, at last, to storm the Tower of Babel. Admiral Merrill and Lord Emmerich wait arrival at its base. Then we should be about it, eh? I suppose this is a good as good an opportunity as any to keep my hammer from rusting over. I will accompany you as well. As the forum's representative and a member of the survey team, I feel it my responsibility to see this through to the end. Are you sure you wouldn't rather wait here? You know, considering you don't have a, I don't know, anything? Despite appearances, I'm no stranger to the battlefield. Indeed, I have seen my fair share, traveling the world in service to the Forum. Though I may not be the equal of Alphino or Alizé, we shall not find ourselves wanting, I can promise you that much. When you have finished all your preparations, we shall reconvene at the Enceladium. Alright, well, let's do this. Now we do the big kill. You know, perhaps one of these days. You know, some of these days, you know, I just think, maybe Xernos was right. Maybe all I do want to do is just kill things. Come. After all, I don't have any friends around me that's going to partake in the feast themselves, you know? We don't. Jesus fuck, it's been 9 hours. Alright, but we're almost done. Almost done, I hope. All president accounted for? Shall we proceed? Yep. Our objective is simple. Locate and eliminate the Blasphemy Nova. Though the barrier guarding him is no more, a number of beasts will surely block the way, and the auxiliary stuff to the sector. Off to a smashing start, I see. It would seem the tower will reach its limit sooner than I anticipated. If we're to save the transport, we must hurry to find Nerva now! Oh man, it's fighting time, come on. Load. It should go without saying, but stay on your guard. There was quite a menagerie of horrors when I last was here. They're upon us! To arms! Ah, he wasn't kidding. Well, benign, I'll hold them off. Press on, my friends.
The path has been revealed. The winds favor us.
Okay. Sprint on ahead. Assistant lock, aren't they? There's a lot of it. Oh, man. But there were reinforcements back there, and I'm sure there's going to be reinforcements here. I shall hold the line here. When you see an opening, take it. Do not look back. Do as he say. Nerva did not make things easy. Let's get this over with. Oh, it's a proper boss room. Hey, this is the boss room that we were at. When we fought the one guy that was a robot guy. He turned himself into a robot guy. He looked kind of stupid, actually. Yeah, you know, at the same time. More coming! Stay sharp! Oh goodness. AoEs. Lots of. They're just apparating in, by the way. Fuck! Nero. just got murked by Nero Red. Stacking portion out here. Man, there's so many of them. Wait a minute. Oh, they're about to blow. Oh, they're all about to blow. Oh, no. I will see to this rabble. You focus on the large one there. Very well. With me, some.
Enough!
Oh, damn. Did he just... He just did a big hit. This one's almost dead. Oh, it is floating a bit though. There it goes. Is that the last of them? Of course not. We can't afford them to impede our advance any further. Commander Alden, let us hold them here. Master Fortuneau, take the others and go, quickly! Understood. Nerva ye Galvus. The blasphemy. Leave now! Garlemald is mine! Alright. This ends here. Garlemald, the people and all of you call this song. Blasphemy or no, I'm not sure. Oh, fuck, I was in. Oh! I was right in the middle of them. Oh, they lingered. Oh, that's fun. Oh, I don't have to turn them, actually, don't I? Like, nobody uses positionals in this party. And even then, like, he's also a big giant. Hey! Hold on, son. Woo! That's a fancy looking rescue. Thank you for that. You must take the offense. Oh, this is a lot like the Amarant last boss, huh? Like, basically, like, well, what if bring them here and leave the rest to me. Big boom. Okay. Look at that. Behind me, quickly. I shall take the purple. What? Wait, what? Holy shit! We must drive it back! Holy shit! Oh fuck! He's actually... Okay, we gotta... It's a beam struggle! But it's like... Big beam struggle! Oh, okay. We've come too far to give up now. It's time for us to carry it home. Then let's put an end to this, shall we? Nero's hammer actually does sound like proper gunpowder. Then again, that would only make sense. Because, like, I'm not actually shooting gunpowder, am I? That is very Nor am I slamming it down with such veracity. Glory everlasting indeed. Man, Sage is kind of badass, huh? Is it over? Has the danger passed? By a hair's breadth, perhaps. But yes, I'd say we'd managed to avoid a fiery ruin. Our path to the moon is open once more. The duty of Sharlayan has ever been to chart the course of history. not to change it. Thus did we fervently hold to our policies of neutrality and non-intervention. In truth, it was all in service to our plans of exodus, to abandon the star to its ruinous fate. Harsh though it may sound, I still believe it was ultimately for the greater good. Thanks to you and your comrades, however, it was a fate that did not come to pass. Sharlayan will now find a new way forward, not merely for the preservation of knowledge, but for the betterment of its star, and all who call it home. I believe I speak for all of the Forum when I say it would be an honor and a privilege to work towards such a goal alongside the allied nations. Aye, an age of true and everlasting peace is finally within our grasp, and we will seize it together. That. Are we done now? We're almost done, I'm sure. Tis a relief to know we've no longer need for a battle. Despite my experience, I must confess I'm ill-suited to it. The Allied nation leaders, meanwhile, have demonstrated an aptitude for combat far above what I might expect from diplomatic figures. And you, my friend, I see now why you are so regarded as Eorzea's champion. The others have already begun the arduous journey home. But before you go, I would offer a word of thanks to the both of you. If not for your timely assistance, our plans would be forfeit, and the lands of Ilsbard forever defiled by the blasphemy. Please, I have no need for your platitudes. I labor only to further my own ends, nothing more. We've heard the news. Thank you for everything. With Lord Nerva laid to rest, we've the peace of mind to move on without regret. There you are! Now, what's this I've heard about you cleaning out the Tower of Babel? Are we finally ready to return to the moon? Ah, what fortuitous timing. Allow me to introduce you to Livingway of the Loporrits, Moon Dweller and Overseer of the Survey Team. Livingway, these good people will be the moon's first residents. I trust you and the other Loporrits will take good care of them. Pleased to meet you. Residents? Oh no! I mean, oh yes! Splendid! After many, many long years of planning and preparation, the moon is absolutely, most definitely ready to accommodate your stay. Glad to hear it. And apologies for the delay. I must first confer with Lorenz and see to our final preparations. But your residence-to-be and the survey team shall be along ere long. Might I trouble you to relay word of our success to the Shirabat in Razathan? I should think the tidings all the more heartening coming from you. Until next we meet. No, wait! You're not leaving for the moon without me! He's just like, ah, what a job well done. Wait a minute, I was supposed to come with him. Alright, well, back to Razathan again we go. This time for the last time, hopefully, or at least for a while, until I have to gear again, because that is the inevitable gameplay loop. After all, is you kill shit, you grab their innards, and then you use those things that you get from killing shit to get you gear. And the cycle perpetuates and continues until the heat death of the universe. Essentially. No, wait, no, I don't go there. I go over here. So it's true then. The blasphemy in Garlemald has been struck down. They were right to call it on you, it seems. And with no other outstanding reports of blasphemy sightings, I dare say you've slain the last of them. Perhaps now we can finally start to put the final days behind us. Strange though that may sound. On behalf of my fellow delegates and the Radiant Host, I extend to you our humblest thanks. I hope when I next call upon you, it will be under more fortuitous circumstances. I need to store some stuff, don't I? Well, I've wanted to end the stream for, I'll be honest, like the last 3 hours. I've just kept on finding excuses to keep on having the stream just keep on going on until, like, just some concluding point. I feel like this is a good enough concluding point. I will definitely go back to 14 tomorrow, not Xenoblade, even though I want to finish Xenoblade. That is unfortunately not going to be possible for the remainder of the month, and I will have to have Xenoblade continue next month. Why not? I will still finish it. It will just continue into next month. It won't be done at the end of this month, unfortunately speaking. But I don't want to delay any further, so we're gonna do Tatru's thing and fuck around with Island Sanctuary for a good, I don't know, hopefully not as long as this stream. Alright, yeah. See ya.